All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. We are here for the Global Esports Games brought to you by the Global Esports Federation, and it is MLP Dota and John Xfire joining you here today. John, we're here for the regional qualifiers for Region 1, but how are you doing, sir?
I'm feeling great. These games should be pretty lit. We're seeing inter-country, international competition building into, of course, the finals, which will be held in Singapore, and should be a great ride. A lot of times in these sort of international tournaments, you tend to bring in a lot of different play styles, a lot of different, well, obviously, players and countries that might not be into Dota as much, but they're, the passionate group is there, and that's usually who's representing each nation. So should be a great showing of style and kind of fits in with Moment right now. We've got TI running on the sides. We've got our own little TI happening here.
I like how you said TI is running on the side. This is the main of it. This is what matters, right? The Global Esports Games. A very exciting matchup we've got ahead of us as well, John. We've got Brunei against Sri Lanka. You kind of mentioned it, but these teams maybe not, these countries not so known for Dota. But this is what kind of excites me about these sort of tournaments: is you're bringing countries that aren't known for Dota, but maybe we can find some gems in these teams that we weren't aware of. I'm quite intrigued to see what we're expecting here from either of these teams going into this matchup. Do you have any kind of any sneak peeks into these teams, Don? Do we know any of these players at all, or is it all new for us?
They're all new in my eyes, but the key thing is that, it kind of brings us back to what we've been seeing in specifically Southeast Asia, right? Like recently we've seen teams like Team D come through. You had Krishan, you had beforehand in the region there, you had Reckoning from India and Myanmar. And a lot of those teams, they weren't known then. But now those players are going out, they're making names for themselves, and hopefully the same thing starts to happen here. Brunei, they are in Southeast Asia. They're a very small country right off on Borneo, but they play Dota. And Brunei is actually a pretty strong Dota country. I believe not the biggest because, sample size is very small, but they're there. And this is a great opportunity for those players to come out. Same thing with Sri Lanka, off the coast of India, small country kind of up there. But we've seen a lot of Indian players and, they get exposure. So now Sri Lanka players, maybe they show up here, build a name for themselves. And who knows, with how volatile the larger scene is in competitive Dota, this could be a good launching stone for every single team here.
No, and that's exactly why I enjoy these kind of tournaments, right? Just kind of giving the opportunities for these smaller or rather lesser known teams and countries to come into the scene and just prove what they've got. And I believe the actual main event, the finals, are going to be located in Singapore. I believe the dates were the 17th to 19th of December this year. So in a couple months after these regional qualifiers are finished, we're going to have a bunch of teams just grouping up in Singapore to see how it all pans out. Very, very exciting stuff, John. Can't wait to see it. Brunei and Sri Lanka. Very intrigued to see how this matchup shows up. Obviously, you kind of mentioned TI is going on right now as well, so the meta's been shifting a little bit. These teams, I'm very, very sure, have been watching TI as well to kind of get a bit of insight as to what the meta should be right now. And again, I'm very, very excited to see what kind of ideas they come up with. I'm wondering if we do see those meta picks that we're kind of used to seeing from yesterday, being the tinies and the Lycans and these disgusting combinations that have come out as of late, or whether they've got their own kind of unique ideas that we haven't seen at TI yet.
Yeah, I'd love to see something different. I think going into TI, because you and I were casting Southeast Asia in particular, we got a bit of a snippet as to what could come out. Vengeful offlane from Moon, mid Bounty Hunter +1 from SMG sometimes coming through. The Monkey King being high value, and you are seeing that reflected a bit in TI, but not quite yet. Some Monkey King bans coming here and there. Some Dawnbreaker coming through as well. We've seen Dawnbreaker be the big question ever since it was added in Captain's mode up till now. That's a little big question. So I'm keen to see if these teams kind of go left field, give us something spicy to kind of make their name for themselves, build up into that finals in Singapore at Resorts World Sentosa. It's funny if you think about it. It makes it like a mini Singapore major as well. They're going back to Singapore, big event, multi-games. This is not the only game that the Global Esports Federation is running for the Global Esports Games. They've got the Dota 2 Open, which is this. There's a Dota 2 Women's League as well, separate to that. So again, giving more exposure to full female teams as well, which is a great opportunity. And you've even got PES, Pro Evo Soccer 2021, Street Fighter. So a lot on the line, a lot of games that will come out. And obviously for us in Dota, you do want to go up there in that big stage.
No, absolutely. Have you been to the resort, Jonathan? I know you lived in Singapore for a while. Have you actually been to the resort where the main event is going to be held?
I've been to the lobby area for Sports World Sentosa. I haven't been in. So, you head down to Sentosa, you take the, I don't know if you'd say it's an MRT, like the monorail in, and you'd go down. We walked around as a family. We did see Resorts World itself. Pretty big area. That entire area is just huge. So it kind of excites me to see it. Hopefully, down the line, maybe we could even attend. I'd love to be able to go see a live event for once after being stuck here, but you never know, right? Like with how
Jonathan.
things are going, it's always up and down.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, maybe this time you can actually see the resort, John. Maybe you'll be important enough to be allowed in. I mean, last time they just don't let this John X Fire guy in. He's not important enough. But this time maybe. Still, we are going to just be a few minutes away from starting our first draft. So very, very exciting stuff again. I can't wait to see what these two teams have in store. Anything else we should kind of know about this event, John? I mean, there is a lot of information going around right now.
Yeah,
I believe
this is...
Yeah.
So basically the Global Esports Federation, which is organizing the Global Esports Games, it's a fairly young organization, right? It came out in 2019 as a convening body for the world's esports community, and it's celebrating its second anniversary this year in December. So it's very young. It's headquartered in Singapore, which is why the first big event, for their flagship event, the Global Esports Games, will be in Singapore. A lot easier to manage that, and it's going to be amazing. There are like 100 member federations in this organization, which is huge. So a lot of teams from different games and different countries coming in, and that does make it exciting. And hopefully it kicks off well. Like, it's looking good so far. You've got a lot of teams, a lot of regions being represented. And again, with the Dota 2 Open and Dota 2 Women's departments or divisions, there's a lot of diversity there and a lot of different playstyles that can shine through.
Yeah, I was even reading up earlier as well. I believe in 2022 they're planning to run it in Istanbul in Turkey, and then Saudi Arabia, I believe, in 2023. So very exciting. And this is one thing I've been saying for a while as well. I mean, going into that kind of that fact right there, the Middle East has a lot of they're kind of crazy fanatics when it comes to sports and stuff. So I think that's something that's always been lacking in esports, is the lack of kind of representation in that region. So I do get very excited when I see events about to be hosted in those kind of areas, right? Because it is a pretty big fan base over there. I think it's good to kind of have some representation in those kind of countries as well. Maybe I'm biased though, because I'm around from the region as well.
It's fair enough, right? Like, we've seen a lot of interest from the region. Big names are from there. Enigma, Galaxy Racer, and the Union they just had. So there's a lot of interest, and it's always good to see that interest have an avenue to come true, because you don't see much of it. Like, there are lots of big players esports wise, especially in Dota 2, from the Middle East, right? Like, you have a lot of players from there, and they've been making big names for themselves, and I think it's just about time the region gets even more coming through. So this is a big opportunity for them once we get to that region. Of course, right now we are focusing on Asia and on Region 1, so not quite in that scope, but down the line I'm sure we're going to see more from there.
Yeah, it should be very, very exciting stuff. I believe we are going to have some very, very slight delays as well, because one player is having some internet connection issues. Though for us, John, that's not too unusual, considering how pretty much every single series we've ever casted has had some internet connection issues, because we do tend to cast in SEA quite a lot. So it's just one of those things, you get used to it after a while, and you just learn to chill out and have some, as we call it, a merienda break, John. In fact, speaking of merienda breaks, there's been a lot of merienda breaks at TI, so I suppose this is nothing too surprising right now for the Dota 2 scene. A lot of updates in game as well, which is making it rather interesting, to say the least, in terms of tournaments being hosted as of late.
Yeah, like it's good to see that culture of the Southeast Asian culture of wait times is passing through to the larger international community, as we saw yesterday. Patience is a virtue, And we in Southeast Asia tend to teach everyone patience. So, this is par for the course for all of us here.
Yeah. Speaking of, though, I mean, I've talked about merienda. John, did you have merienda today?
Funny enough, I have. I have managed to have a little bit of merienda, a cup of coffee, some donuts, Filipino-style donuts. It's just like deep-fried dough with sugar. Very basic, but very nice and filling. Have you had anything, Mike? Have you had something?
I had some potato salad, John. I know it's not really merienda. It's more like lunch. I know. I'm kind of cheating here, but that's all I had, John. I had some potatoes. It was delicious, though. It was quite delicious.
Fair enough. You can always mix it up. We don't judge merienda here. You can have whatever you want. You can have a pizza for merienda. You can have a hamburger. Some people even just have full-on dinner for merienda and just don't have them. So it can happen. It depends on you.
Absolutely. Oh boy, hopefully not too much longer here for the game one to start. Have you been to any of these countries, by the way, John? Brunei and Sri Lanka. Have you been nearby? Have you visited them? Would you like to visit them?
I'd love to visit. Haven't been. I haven't been. I've had some friends from Sri Lanka, a couple of friends from Brunei that I've met through online games. My Brunei friend was a big weeb, so I don't know if that helps the cause there. He's a big anime fan. That's how I knew him, but haven't been in the region, sadly. I would love to, especially Sri Lanka, because that area is just very diverse. The history of Sri Lanka is just so entangled with so much. Like it's got a lot of Indian influence, but it also developed its own culture. A lot of Hindu mythos kind of ties into Sri Lanka as well. Like which one was it? The night festival, I forget the name now, which is basically almost like the journey to the west in Chinese literature about the Monkey King and stuff. That the original, one of the earlier stories of that in that same form had connections with Sri Lanka and India and kind of skipping stones across there. So it's really historically diverse, and I would love to be able to go there and experience the history myself someday. A lot of my friends from India were inviting me towards that general area in Tamil Nadu, which is very close by. So it would have been a prime opportunity, but life gets in the way, and with travel being what it is now, not happening anytime soon, unfortunately.
I don't know about that. I think we might be going soon, John. I mean, in terms of travel, at least from where I'm, from Australia, it does feel like it's ever so close now. Hopefully, we're getting to that stage where we can finally, go somewhere. Be very, very nice.
Yeah.
Apart from that, though, looks like Dota's offline, which is never great news. But you're asking me. All right.
Yeah.
It looks like we're sorting it out. Go on, John.
Yeah, it is what it is. I think we've been experiencing this with the turnaround of TI. It happens.
It does.
Patience is a virtue. If you do play from Southeast Asia in particular, or South America, both regions are known for that, you would be able to kind of be prepared. So it's always good to have, well, I don't say delays are good, but it's always good to take it as an opportunity to be more patient, Mike. Patience
it used to be us. It used to be Australia. That was where you really had to have the patience from Australia, but not so much anymore. Want to go back to the good old days someday. I'd love to do that as well. Just go back to the days where we had dial-up internet, just to remember what it was like. Because I think you can still get it as well. That's the thing. Like I do believe it is still theoretically possible in my country to actually still go get dial-up internet, but it's kind of okay now. Like it's very stable. I want to go back to 15, 20 years ago where you couldn't do anything. Just impossible.
Why? What's wrong
just
with you? Why?
Just to experience it again.
Those were great moments. Yeah, I'm glad to forget. Those were not great moments. Remember when you're trying to play your online game, you had the top-up cards for your internet and your game. Like say you'd be playing Ragnarok online, you'd scratch your top-up card, get your Aris, and then you'd have to top up the internet. Then your mom takes a call, then your internet cuts, your time's running. I don't know why you'd want to re-experience that. I'm glad. That's a thing of the past. I'm glad more people have fast internet. No, that's a no from me, Mike. No.
I remember those top-up. The top-up cards were by far the worst. I mean, it was just so annoying because you had to go to your parents and ask them to top up the internet. They'd ask you why. What have you been doing for the internet to run out? Because apparently the internet just ran out, right? Like you couldn't you had those data limitations, and you had to explain to your parents, "Hey, the internet's run out." They of course they never understood what you meant by that. Oh, so bad. And the telephone calls, like you mentioned, John, the phone calls is what really killed us. The internet disconnecting straight after a phone call came in. The amount of times I wanted to break my home phone because of that, because I was, playing those kind of games that did require you to remain connected. Very, very frustrating. Yeah.
Yeah, and now those speeds weren't fast as well, especially if you were in the Philippines. Like, it's supposed to be like 56K. I doubt we ever got full 56K speeds.
No.
It must have been half. So even
Never.
just loading a JPEG back in the day, even loading a unanimated GIF, because those were pretty low in terms of size, took forever. Downloading an MP3, which you shouldn't do, because that's bad, but everyone did it. Took forever. I'd leave my dad's laptop on overnight to listen to music the next day. I am not nostalgic for those days, Mike. No, never again.
Oh, goodness me. I suppose you have reminded me of what it was like, so that's fine. I'm okay now. I don't want to go back anymore.
The terrible thing was I used to still have that internet until my second year in high school. I think we still had dial-up right until then. And that was the moment when, you want to play Dota from home with Garena and stuff, and I could never do it. I actually did have to go to net cafes a lot of the time because there was just no broadband at home. And that's where the internet culture came from. Not just in the Philippines, but of course Southeast Asia in general. You'd see the same things. In Singapore, you'd see the same things. Well, maybe not so much in Singapore, but it would happen there. You'd see it in Vietnam and all of that. So something that carries over because of that era of internet.
All right. Well, it looks like we are going to head off to a short break while these connection issues are being resolved. But we'll be back as soon as they are resolved to get Game 1 underway.
don't see anything but blue. Get lost in the sound, go back to the start. Let's go out of the dark. Let's go out of the dark. Get into the light now.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are officially here for our game one between Brunei and Team Sri Lanka, and it is MLP Dota Next Fire once again. John, welcome back, sir. Short Merienda break, but we are officially here for our first draft, which should be coming up very, very soon. How are you feeling? You excited?
I'm very excited to see how these teams do. Again, Team Brunei versus Team Sri Lanka, as you mentioned, going back and forth here in the Region 1 qualifiers. Keen to see again if they stick with what we've been seeing from the international, if they kind of shift it around, if they pick some pocket picks that we've seen from other regional tournaments, like say Southeast Asian tournaments from Moon Studio, from BTS, or if they come in with their own guns running. Like we are looking at national teams. In some cases, regional Dota has high variances between specific countries, so that does leave a lot on the table for how both sides approach the game here.
It certainly does, John, and I believe we do have our draft one underway. Very, very exciting stuff, so we should be able to head over to that very, very soon and have a gander at exactly what these two teams are up to. Still, we'll head into it right now. Team Brunei and Team Sri Lanka, game number one. Any particular picks you expect to see, John? Like, should we expect the first pick Tiny, Lycan thing that's going on at TI? Anything else you're kind of looking at here?
Gyrocopter is going to be pretty high priority. That's also one that's been popular. I think Monkey King ban coming out from Team Brunei is to be expected, as we have seen the power of the Monkey King even outside of the international, like especially in, say, BTS Pro Series 8. We've seen a lot of teams maximize that on Pause 1 and on Pause 4, even on Pause 5, so highly flexible hero. We see Sri Lanka, though, take care of the Beastmaster. So this one, not as prominent, and in fact, it still plays into that Helm of the Overlord timing, right? Like it plays into that push that you'd expect. Lots of value in the Helm of the Overlord. A lot of people have finally realized that the Thunderhide creep, which you laughed at me about the first time I said it was a great creep, it's actually an amazing creep. 100% uptime for 75 attack speed on your core. Insane. Yeah. So generally, these heroes that build the Dominator into Overlord, you don't want to deal with them. We'll see if the Lycan gets to slide through. That should be something that both sides will look to pick up. We haven't seen, funny enough, some of those big cores you mentioned, like the Tiny's still there. So I think if it's there, then you just have to take it, especially for Team Brunei. They've got first pick here.
Yeah, I mean, it does feel like you can afford to literally first phase Tiny and Lycan together. Because all it takes is really to get the Ags up on the Lycan, and suddenly you do have that crazy combo, but they are going to get rid of the Tiny. Fair enough, Team Sri Lanka, they don't want to have to deal with that hero, in case you've got a player on the side of Team Brunei who does know what he's doing as the Pos 1 Tiny, and I'm sure they would. Still, you mentioned it, you've got the Gyro, you've got heroes like the Lycan, you've got the offlane Earthshaker still available right now if they wanted to go down that route. There's so many options for themselves. What do you prioritize here as Brunei?
Radiant team pick.
They go with Tide first, so looking for that strong off-laning presence, team fight coming out, flexibility on hand, maybe not in the international as a Pause 5, but again in Southeast Asia in particular, which I'm sure Team Brunei in particular would have been watching and experiencing in their own pubs. Pause 5 Tide is a possibility, so not quite locked into off, although it's likely to be off-lane, but again, if Team Brunei wants to experiment here, we have seen that Pause 5 Tide is tried and tested, and it does work.
It certainly does. Still, Sri Lanka saying that, of course, going to go right into the Rubik. So already plenty of value in just being able to take away the Ravage from that Tide. And I've got to tell you, John, we have been seeing quite a bit more Rubik as of late, especially again from day one of TI. And it does feel like the hero is slowly making a comeback. I do personally love the hero, so I do hope that is the case. I think against Tidehunter, though, Ravage is not too hard of a spell to steal, especially if you are positioned well. You have something like an Aether Lens up on the Rubik. And there's a Legion Commander as well, which is also quite self-explanatory. The question is, though, John, is it going to be an off-lane LC, or are you potentially going to see like a position 5 LC that we saw from OG yesterday?
Still pretty open. I think the Pause 5 LC is really damn strong, just because the Ag Shard is still really damn strong as well. We've been seeing that even before the international. I don't want to give OG all the credit, but it did look amazing when they played it, and it's just such a strong source of Dispel on hand. Lots of flex there, so they're not quite locked into that. Team Brunei, they're also keeping it flex even with his pick. Venge coming through. We've seen off-lane Venge. We've seen Pause 4 Venge. In some rare cases, Pause 1 Venge, but that it's not very common. And I've still had some players talking to me about
Team
pause 2
ban.
Venge. So you've got a lot of flexibility from Team Brunei. They could run the Venge Tide lane, lots of minus armor. We've talked about that with the Alchemist pick. So in this case, it's Tide and Venge, it's Gush plus Wave of Terror. You will not be able to sustain that lane if you're a physical
10
core. You know,
seconds
your armor
remaining.
goes down, your durability goes down, and it's a lot easier for these two heroes to harass
5
you out.
seconds
So
remaining.
Matt, looking strong already just from the first 3 levels here for Team
Team
Brunei. For Sri Lanka, like Rubik LC, sure, you can maybe lift someone. You need some follow-up stunts. You need some good nukes. LC's level 1 nuking potential isn't amazing. So if they want to have stronger lanes, they're going to have to look for a couple of bigger cores that can come true. Still keen to see if some of those heroes we
10
mentioned do
seconds
slide true. Like,
remaining.
again, the Lycans kind of ignored here. Dusa and Viper
5
banned out by
seconds
Sri
remaining.
Lanka and Brunei. So a lot of what we've been seeing pop true is still a possibility here.
Yeah, I feel like the Lycan's not quite as strong without the Tiny. I mean, you definitely could still abuse the Helm of the Overlord timing. It just doesn't seem quite as impactful as, say, with the Tiny and just going down the Ags route.
Team ban.
I suppose there are other position ones that do enjoy the Wolf Bite combination, but I think Tiny's the one that really enjoys it because he already has such massive base damage on the hero. Still, a couple more banouts to come before we can continue with these drafts.
10
It's like Brunei
seconds
just going to
remaining.
focus on perhaps the mid or safe lane of Team Sri Lanka. Team
5
Sri Lanka, they
seconds
might just do the
remaining.
exact same thing. We do see the Medusa ban as well. Going back to the Legion Commander, though,
Team
Jonathan,
ban.
this is what I had a thought last night. Legion Commander is basically like Abaddon, right? Like, press the attack does essentially the same thing as a Photic Shield. You've got a nice nuke in overwhelming odds as well. And you've got lane sustain with your passive. And unlike Abaddon, you've actually got
10
some form of
seconds
disable
remaining.
with Jewel. So I kind of feel like LC is
5
actually a
seconds
legitimate
remaining.
position 5. If you really think about it, because it doesn't lose in lane, even as a support. It's so easy to trade harass, especially with the passive up.
Radiant team
Yeah.
ban.
It's really strong in that sense. What you're trading away compared to an Abaddon pick is the passives. As you mentioned, Moment of Courage is great in sustaining a trade, but in terms of looking for the kill potential, I think Curse of Avernus is a bit stronger. So in that sense, Legion Commander comes off as maybe slightly more passive in lane
10
in
seconds
comparison to an
remaining.
Abaddon. We've seen Abaddon players just jump in, level 1 shield. It's a good
5
amount of damage when it
seconds
pops.
remaining.
Just twack away with Curse of Avernus by level 2. And not a lot of pause 4s, pause 5s, or even some offlaners don't really want to deal with that. So in that sense, the LC is not as effective at that. It still has good presence, as you mentioned. Just running up with Moment of Courage might be more than enough. It really depends on the lane matchup. In this case, if you are, say, pitting
Radiant team
LC against Tide Venge, let's say, although it's likely not, but if you go up against that lane, I don't think the Tide Hunter minds too much. And if you go too far, the Vengeful Spirit with her Wave of Terror and the Tide Hunter with a Gush can kind of just punish the Legion Commander. Sure, you can maybe dispel once, but in lane,
10
you don't
seconds
really have the
remaining.
most mana to keep sustaining that press the attack spam.
That's very true.
5
I think you have to
seconds
kind of go down the Soul Ring route if you were going to go support LC. And well, Soul Ring's not exactly the cheapest item in the world either as a position 5. So, probably going to be the right circumstance to actually run a support LC. And I highly doubt that's exactly what we're going to see here. Pretty sure we're just going to be expecting the standard
Dire
position
team
3 LC. So, and that will kind of now reveal it as well. As the Grimstroke should be a position 5. Though it could be a position 4 Grimstroke as well. Either way, the Inkswell does feel quite nice with the Legion Commander. So I do like the pickup. It's a very simple combination. You just Inkswell, LC
10
blinks
seconds
in, Jewel
remaining.
comes off. You get an immediate amount of burst damage with the Inkswell damage
5
flying
seconds
out from the
remaining.
LC. And it generally does lead to very easy kind of pickoffs with the
Dire
Jewel in
team
hand.
pick.
Still, Team Brunei, not to be outdone, they go right into the Clinks. And this is another hero that just kind of came back during TI-10, right? At least during day 1. Again, it was OG we saw running it quite a bit. And it did seem quite potent even after the nerfs that had occurred.
Yeah, I think
10
again,
seconds remaining.
OG, they tweeted out, they were saying Southeast Asian drafts. They
5
have been picking
seconds
C heroes.
remaining.
It's Dreammaker in particular that has been going back to that Clinks even
Radiant
after the nerfs,
team
and it's
pick.
still really strong. With Brunei's lineup, funny enough, the Abaddon comes through for Brunei as well, but focusing on those first 3 picks from Brunei, Tide Venge Clinks. a lot of minus armor. You just get
Yep.
the Desolator up in your Clinks. You get maybe a Medallion up on your Venger Tide. None of these heroes from Team
10
Sri Lanka is going to be able to hold
seconds
out against that. Like, you will just melt. The Rubik melts, the Grimstroke melts.
5
The
seconds
Legion
remaining.
Commander can only save one of them from those debuffs with the early with cooldown and the mana issues we mentioned. So I think there's a lot of potential here for Brunei to just look to run and gun. Clink's timing is a bit skewed towards 15 minutes past. So you maybe get your first javelin. You tend to just build up into your Maelstrom, farm up a bit. You could be aggressive at that point, but you usually just build up more and more until you have enough items to really overwhelm. And that is something Sri Lanka's is going to have to really counteract. They need to be able to protect that jungle, contest the jungle, try to prevent the Clinks from getting too much farm. Brunei going to the Abaddon. As mentioned, Mike, this is the back and forth between the LC and the Abaddon. So it's looking like a Postry LC, but on paper, again, the Abaddon's like the counterfoil to that. Aphotic Shield, Mist Coil, Curse of Avernus, good heal, good protection, good dispel, and a pretty good laning spell, passive on the auto attack. So there's a lot of aggression that Team Brunei can look to pump out, and a lot of protection for that Clinks. Sri Lanka, though, into the Naga. And we don't see this too often, but it does slide through. It is really good to kind of lock in the Clinks. You have a good stun for the Clinks. You have really good stuns for the Clinks here with the Inkswell, with the
10
duel,
seconds remaining.
with the net coming through from Naga. The illusion spam is not the easiest thing
5
for the Clinks to
seconds
kind of
remaining.
deal with. Like, he does have sort of an AoE shot with his barrage, but you can just sidestep it, right? So it's down to your supports. It's down to the Ravage coming through from the Tide to hold down Naga, and you are kind of lacking good AoE stuns from Team Brunei. You basically have Ravage and Magic Missile. So if you don't have Ravage, you have to Magic Missile the real Naga, which is sometimes harder to tell than it would be.
I just don't know about the Naga carry right
10
now. Like
seconds
it
remaining.
feels a bit lackluster if you ask me, John. Like in terms of
5
farm speed is
seconds remaining.
okay. You do tend to build up quite fast in the Naga Siren, but
Team ban.
against Clinks, I don't know. It's a bit scary, especially considering he is probably going to go down the Gleipnir route, which is what we're used to seeing. Does kind of give quite a few answers towards the illusion spam of the Naga Siren. It does feel like if Brunei's Clinks does have a good game, it could be
10
very, very
seconds
rough for
remaining.
the side of Sri Lanka. I mean, I suppose that kind of
5
goes either way,
seconds
though.
remaining.
Naga Siren, again, farms very fast, can be quite potent with that initial farm as well, especially if you do get a nice duel off, can kind of just run in and clean up. It's just been so long since I've seen a Naga Siren in Dota being played on this kind of level. It's hard for me to have that much confidence in it.
Yeah, we've seen it maybe once or twice in some Southeast Asian tournaments. It's definitely not a top
Radiant
meta
team
hero,
ban.
but I think when your lineup allows it, you have a lot of ways of playing around it. Like Team Brunei themselves, they already banned out the Ember. So you're lacking even more of those good illusion spam counters. You're basically just, again, stuck with that Gleipnir you mentioned on the Clinks, which Naga's not
10
particularly
seconds
held
remaining.
down by because she builds into Manta. She's got Mirror Image. She can get
5
out of there.
seconds remaining.
You already have the Dispel and the Legion Commander, as you mentioned earlier as well. So that value from the LC is there for the Naga. And you have nothing that pierces through BKB immunity. So once that Ag Shard is up on the
Dire
Legion
team
Commander from the
pick.
off lane, the Naga is very well protected. And I think that's going to be key for Sri Lanka. They're going to have to play a slower game by nature of a Naga. But
Radiant
if they do
team
manage to
pick.
stall out long enough, your answers for the Naga aren't amazing. Team Brunei, they do close out with a Void Spirit. AoE damage is pretty good with Resonant Pulse. You can block off some of the physical as well. It's highly mobile. It plays into the timing of your Clinks. So they do have momentum on Team Brunei's side. It's all down to execution.
10
They have to
seconds
stop that
remaining.
Naga from farming even more than Sri Lanka is going to be pressuring your Clinks.
5
They just have to
seconds
prevent that
remaining.
win condition from really popping off here.
Yeah, and I think that now Brunei has got the answers to deal with the split push off Team Sri Lanka. We'll see what this last pick's going to be. It does feel like you are lacking some kind of tempo-setting hero and naturally needing a mid laner right now. They should be able to find themselves an answer, and it is going to be the
Now
Storm.
select your
Fair enough.
heroes.
Should be good enough to get the job done. Nice little catch there for the Clinks as well. Could be quite a scary situation for Team Brunei now. So you've got multiple ways of catching out any of these heroes from Brunei. But in particular, once you've got the Clinks down, it feels like the rest of the team just kind of fall apart. I don't know. You look at these drafts, John. Which one kind of incites more confidence into you?
It's a lot more even in terms of draft. I would lean towards Sri Lanka. I feel like if the game does go long, just by virtue of not having a great way of holding down Naga Siren, Sri Lanka is always going to have the edge there. Like the Clinks, it can get tanky with the Death Pact, but the cooldown of
10
that is
seconds
very
remaining.
strange to play around. Like it's always been the
5
one thing with
seconds
Clinks when he
remaining.
has Death Pact. The timing of playing around that spell is a bit awkward. It can be a bit hard to play around that tempo. Whereas for a Naga Siren, you time yourself around maybe Song. Down the line, it's not really something you think about too much for Naga unless she's caught alone. So it's much more forgiving for Team Sri Lanka to play with his paused one. The mobility you mentioned from the Storm, it's going to be a bit of an issue. We talked about the hold from Team Brunei. They do have an AoE silence now from that Void Spirit once the Ags is up. But your laning spells, at least for, say, the first 15 to 20 minutes when that Ags isn't up in your Void Spirit, you only really have Magic Missile, which is not reliable on the Storm, and Ravage. So that means we have to see our Tide possibly build Blink and just blink Ravage immediately in the Storm before he gets the opportunity to zip away. And that can be easier said than done. Perhaps a Orchid timing on our Clinks can hold down the Storm. But that means you will be rushing Orchid Clinks, which we do see every now and again, but the priority is still Maelstrom. So you kind of have to weigh your choices there on Brunei. Do you want a farming tool, or do you want to kind of be aggressive here and look for pickoffs?
Yeah, it does feel like Brunei might be put themselves in a bit of a corner here with this draft, but we'll see as we do get into game number 1 between Team Brunei and, of course, Team Sri Lanka. And I do kind of agree with the points you just made about drafts, John. It does feel like Sri Lanka now, even with that Naga that I was kind of curious about when I did see it, it does feel like with the Storm last pick, they are probably going to have a very good game on their hands. And as for the side of Brunei, they've got a lot of work to do. Definitely a much scarier game for them. Looking to see what they can get done, but it'll be a very rough time if they can't get a good start going for themselves. Especially this Clinks. There's plenty of catch now available for this Clink, so it does feel like the rest of the team is going to have to put in a lot of work to make sure that Zhang Li does have the time to get that initial Maelstrom farm up and able to kind of make this hero work in this game 1.
Yeah, it's all down to, again, hitting those aggressive item timings. You'd want the Maelstrom up ASAP. You'd want the follow-up. Perhaps if you want the Orchid, you can have that as a second item. But you want that right around the 20-minute mark. That's when maybe a couple of items are up in the Naga. It's not going to be completely unstoppable, and you can play around with your... play around with your minus armor strat there. So you need to kind of hit those timings, play while you're strong, and shut down the Naga before it really does become an issue. Because once you see a Naga with a heart, with a Manta, with a Diffusal up, it can be pretty hard to handle.
That it can. Get into it though. Game number 1.
The battle begins.
No fight over the bounty runes. Just a few Naga illusions flying out. I believe one rune may have been denied, but no, XV, he does manage to pick it up. Nice easy pick up there. So a 2-for-2 trade in terms of bounties. We'll move into the laning stage. Again, the one thing I'm looking for here for Brunei is how this Clinks goes. Because it could be a very rough time for Zhang Li if he doesn't get a great start going for himself in the laning stage. The thing is, though, John, he is going into a pretty rough lane, I'd say, into the LC. And, of course, the Rubik as well. Do you find he should win out this lane, or do you expect that Sri Lanka should dominate this off lane?
Sri Lanka's offlane is just really, really strong. I don't think this is something you want to play around with as a Clinks. You do have that Abaddon helping you out in this lane, so Z7 is there, but still holding out in level of 1 point. So you could just look to play with your Aphotic Shield, look for the Shield Burst, try to harass out Rubik, contest the lane. But when it comes down to Clinks, you do have range. You can sit back, you can just secure last hits with the Searing Arrows. But you mentioned the Legion Commander in draft, like, you play around with the overwhelming odds. Once you have press the attack, you're going to have sustain as well. You have to deal with a Rubik spamming out the Fade Bolt, so your damage goes down even lower, which means your Searing Arrows edge for your last hits is going to be a bit narrower. It always makes it awkward, and it's just not as aggressive coming out from Brunei. Like their dual lane here is just a bit more passive with the Abaddon support. Maybe by the time you hit, say, level 3 on Zan with Value Point and Burning Barrage and level 2 Searing Hours, you could look to kind of be more aggressive, but without a solid sorts of lockdown, you're not really going to be able to keep these heroes in place. So it's just going to be a bit easier for Sri Lanka to get what they want from the lane. And for Brunei, it's all about just getting farm up in that Clinks, as you mentioned.
Absolutely. We can have a look at the mid lane as well. Of course, we do have our matchup between our Storm and Void Spirit. So the Spirit Brothers back at it. Right now, our Storm is having a much better time in terms of CS. See if Silva is able to catch up on the Void. This one's important. Like, as the Void Spirit, you have a lot of work to do this game. This is especially a hero that cannot fall behind, because it's already going to be quite a rough time just based on drafts. If you're not able to tempo set for this dire side, this game is the Void Spirit. It could be pretty much a guaranteed win for the side of Sri Lanka. So Silva, eyes on him, making sure he's having a good time. But do you expect him to have the advantage here?
Not necessarily. I think the Storm can kind of hold this lane just fine. You've got the range advantage here for the Storm Spirit. You can just kind of harass out with Static Remnant and Overload. Overload's magical damage as well coming through, so your Resonant Pulse on Silver is not going to be able to really block too much of that damage, and that can be an issue. Level 3 spike you're already seeing. You just play with a Vortex, just melt all the HP of Silver. His lane is just not going to shape up. He does have his bottle floating in, so it's not as bad, but the Storm Spirit definitely has more of an aggressive edge here.
Okay, fair enough. And of course, the last lane we haven't talked about yet is the bot lane. Just wondering what's going on there. We've got, of course, the Naga Siren around against the Tide Venge. Now, you talked about this during the drafting phase, but this is a very dangerous lane, I suppose, for the side of Sri Lanka. As well, top lanes where the first blood does occur. Matrix does end up picking off Z7 on the Abaddon. So already a great start here for the side of Sri Lanka. So this was kind of to be expected as well, with a dominant kind of duo as LC and Rubik, but never mind that for a second, John. Back down to the bot lane. So Naga and Grimstroke versing the VS and Tide. No real aggression coming out yet against our Naga, which is kind of surprising, considering you do have this heavy kind of minus armor strat going.
Yeah, it comes down to the fact that they went for a more farm-oriented build on Tip here on the Tide Hunter. So he goes for Kraken Shell 1, 2 levels in Ganker Smash, no Gush. So there's actually not enough minus armor to play with a Wave of Terror if it flies out. So your Naga Siren's just going to be fine farming up here. You can see that in the CS as well. It's 17-1 for our Naga. Not much being done by the Tide to slow that down. They're just kind of juggling around the lane very nicely here on the side of Sri Lanka. And for Brunei, that could be an issue. You've got this Naga who's farming ahead of the Clinks, and a Naga Siren can match a Clink's farm pace once the illusions are up, once more levels into Riptide are up. So this sets a good precedent for Sri Lanka. Just have that steady laning start. They want to play it slower. They've already got first blood. For Brunei, they need to find a way to cut this off. Maybe once you get more levels up, you get the value point in Gush. That could be the moment where Tip and XV could look to be aggressive, but considering this kind of build-up, you're expecting the Tide now to just play it safe, clear out the creep wave, perhaps just save up for either Vanguard, a Hood of Defiance, or just going for that fast blink.
Back over the top lane, of course. Look, our Clink's really not having a great time. It's very hard against the LC, because you can just deny so many creeps away. So one of the great things about this hero is just being able to constantly deny those creeps. The hero like Clink's, even with the Searing Arrows, does have a pretty bad attack animation. So it can be pretty rough for him to actually secure those creeps during this laning stage. You look back to that mid lane as well, it's still a very even kind of affair between our Storm and our Void Spirit, though as I say that, Vortex does fly out. They're going to try and get some aggression going. It's not going to amount to too much yet. Silva still trying, but hasn't hit that level 6 mark yet. But it does seem like as soon as we hit that level 6, we might see some kind of explosive action in this mid lane. We'll have to wait and see, as it looks like our Storm might be the first one to hit that level 6 timing, and he's even going to take the stacks away from that small cap. So that'll give him his 6 now. Question is, does he go for the jump? Not quite. He'll prioritize the boundary rune first.
just getting all the resources off the map. While all of that was breaking down mid, they got a nice kill down bot. Really good body blocks coming out from Sri Lanka in that time. And you're seeing just the Naga pull ahead. They do have the rotation coming mid, though.
They do. In we go, Silver. Gonna try and jump back in onto Prince. You are out of mana here for the Storm, so he doesn't really have much to play with. Z7's gonna move in to try and help out. But they haven't got the control to lock down this Storm quite yet. Meanwhile, top lane, however, in the meantime, Zanji Lee almost dropping, just surviving at about 25 HP. And with the Ghost Walk, he barely manages to get himself out. Surprisingly enough, no detection available from this offlane of Sri Lanka.
The pressure alone, just keeping Zan away from the creep wave. He's still 20-1, bottom of all the cores in terms of CS, and that's just such a slow start for Klinks, who really does want the snowball. We talked about those timings. You want your Maelstrom up fast, you want to build into the Gleipnir, you want your Orchid if you want to be more of a pick-off here, and neither of those items are really anywhere near close. Already some pressure in that top tier 1. They can't really afford to have this tower fall too fast. At the same time, they can't really do much to defend it for the siege creep up there.
Bait balled out. Nice overwhelming odds on Z7 again. You just see where the damage is coming from here, from Sri Lanka in this offlane. Like, just the nuke damage you've got right now between Matrix and Sama is just, well, AB Sama rather, is just so high as Zanji Lee now. Gonna cop another Fade Bolt to the face. In the meantime, we've seen this itemization before, but it appears our Storm has bought a Soul Ring, which is a bit of a newer item build. You're not used to seeing that too much, but it does pay off. It really allows you to escalate in farm, just being able to farm those, use the static remnant to farm up so effectively. So we do see a bit of an attempt down a bot lane as well, but nothing does come out of it. Though I say that, our Naga still having a really free time.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a free game right now for Pinata. Like, the bot lane's basically uncontested. It's free farm coming in, 42-5 in CS. Double rate band already up, so the stats are up there. You've got a little bit more HP, a lot more agi to play with, good amount of armor. So even if that minus armor does come into play, you're eating through really just the bonuses you're getting from the stats. And this is the point where Naga can just sit back and farm. They are trying to shove in the wave a bit. Tide and Venge don't necessarily push all that fast, and it doesn't really lead to too much. So when it does come to pushing out, taking objectives, it's going to be a bit quicker for Sri Lanka, unless Brunei commits to lane with Zan. But looking back up top, and the Klinks is just not having a great time. It's still not having a great time. They are rotating up Silver, though, so perhaps looking for a play with a Void Spirit here.
Yeah, perhaps they're gonna maybe try with Silvers, but who do you really jump on? Like, you could easily secure a kill into the Rubik. LC a little bit more of a challenge, and it does seem like they are well aware that this Void is missing, so they won't actually give the opportunity over. Meanwhile, bottom lane, XV could be in a bit of trouble now, as the Inkswell is going to fly out. Stroke of Fate does land as well, and with the silence, there's just no way out for him. So XV going to drop another kill to go the way of the Naga. And it's a 3-0 right now with a 2k net worth advantage. In fact, top lane, they might go for a duel right in onto that Klinks. They probably won't have the damage though. Z7 going to be around to block out quite a bit of damage, and now Silver. A nice rotation out from the Void Spirit. Going to ensure they are at least able to turn it back and counter-initiate onto Matrix.
Yeah, it's a bit optimistic to go for that duel with the Abaddon around. Again, that sustain, the Aphotic Shield, the Mist Coil. There's enough there to kind of save out your Klinks, and you don't have enough damage yet with just the Rubik and the LC to really secure that kill. So a bit of a missed opportunity coming out for Sri Lanka. Brunei, timely rotations. The rotation out earlier on from Silver does pay off. And because of Sri Lanka's movements as the Void Spirit rotated top, they take out the ward as well. So they protect their jungle. However, you are seeing that early rotation out from the Storm. He's scouting out, he sees the stacks. And Zan?
Yeah, this is the beauty of their draft though, right? Like, you could just do this over and over again now. Zan, he's going to get the Aphotic Shield, but this early on, it's just not going to do enough, and now they've got a secondary kill. And this is why I was saying, John, it's going to be extremely important for Silver to be as active as possible, and he's going to try now a nice ravage just on the edge there from Tip to ensure they get something for their trouble. But they're only going to get a Grimstroke. They don't even try to go after the Storm. Seems like they weren't confident in their ability to be able to hold him down. And I think that's just a very concerning sign here for Team Brunei.
It's it's something. Like, you get a support kill, you manage to at least start to roll on your Void Spirit, but that is a managed commitment, right? Like, Ravage is such a big spell, it's a long cooldown. We talked about the lack of control. It's basically just Ravage and Magic Missile. So yeah, now you're down to just Magic Missile. That's it. That's all you have. That's going to be 2 minutes where you're not going to be able to really look to force a big team fight unless your Void Spirit finds the angle for a good Remnant coming through, which is easier said than done. And that's just going to lead to more openings for Sri Lanka. If not openings, then just more safe farm. Like, I'm taking a look at Pinata again down bot. He's just playing in that jungle. There's no one contesting this Naga at all. And that Diffusal Manta timing we've been talking about looks like it's going to be a lot quicker than you'd expect for either side.
And this is an even more concerning sign. Like, look at the way this Storm is just freely able to hit that tier 1 mid tower. And now Silver is going to get swapped out from XV. They're forced to bring Tip in to ensure they can't just keep going after that tier 1 as Prince. He's going to get caught out and they will get a Grimstroke for their trouble. But now Silver could be in danger. They have plenty of mana on that Storm if they want to keep going. In fact, Sama, he got a nice swap off. He took it away from XV. But Tippy, he's going to be all right. He's a tanky boy. In fact, they'll try and turn back in on our Storm. But he's going to be just fine to zip away. At the very least, you lost your Grimstroke, but Sri Lanka does force 4 heroes to rotate down mid. And they are just making so much gold across the map.
Yeah, I mean, while that rotation happens, your top lane's freed up for your Legion Commander to keep farming. It's going to be a Blink Rush coming out here as well, so you're going to have more initiation to follow up from your Storm. For Sri Lanka side, our Naga Siren is just still free farming bot. Yasha up, Diffusal Neck. That's the big timing for Nagas, and we've seen this before. I think all the way back to Miracle Mizu when he played Pos 1. He used to play this Naga, go for Yasha Diffusal, and just be absolutely aggressive from that point. Like, the damage output you get from Riptide and the Man Burn is insane. The Agi gain you get from the Naga Siren is very hard to play against. And it's going to be a big issue in dealing with the Naga now, even at this point. She is just way too far ahead compared to your Clinks. You have the Javelin up on Zan at the least, but that alone's not enough. You need the full Maelstrom, 200 gold off, so that timing's going to be there. But even then, you've seen from a lot of Clinks players, Maelstrom's really just more of a farming tool than a fighting tool.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Like, the Maelstrom just means you're going to be able to farm for a bit faster and more efficiently. Mid lane, AB Summer, he's going to get caught out and should just die. So Zan is able to rotate and get himself a nice, easy pick off. That'll certainly help the cause as he can go back into the jungle now. Though it does seem like he's thinking about joining his team for a tier 1 mid-tower push. Well, Matrix, bit of an awkward scenario there for him. He's going to just try and run his way out, but there is going to be a swap back in on GLC. We'll get a nice overwhelming odds off, but eventually is going to drop. So another great pickup there from Brunei. Sri Lanka showing a few openings here as now they find another. XV going to find Prince SL. And eventually should be able to just chase him down and secure the kill onto this Grimstroke. You've got Silvers here now with the Aether Remnant. That'll be a 3rd kill now from the side of Team Brunei. Just something I did not expect to see anytime soon, John, but that's exactly what happens.
I take issue with the kills in that I don't think they're killing the right heroes. They killed off 2 supports, an offlane LT. While all of that happens, the free lane still comes out from Naga. She takes that bot tier 1 by herself. Pinata's now at level 11. Diffusal is just about 1,100 gold away, and once you hit that timing, again, the Naga's just going to be uncontrollable. Her weakest time is in lane, and the side of Brunei has not been able to capitalize on that. So I think overall, even Widow's losses from Sri Lanka's end, they're still working out the map well. They take that mid-tier 1, they already took the top tier 1, all tier 1 towers gone from Brunei. It's a lot harder for them to venture past the river, although they catch a storm here.
But they do, and this would be a great pickoff, but again, you just don't have the lockdown without that Ravage, or at least the Magic Missile. Tippy, he's going to keep moving in anyway. XV, he might be able to reach a swap, but it looks like he's just out of range. They will not be able to go for the swap Ravage, and now the turnaround. A 4-man smoke here from Sri Lanka. Going to move in on the side of Brunei. Brunei, they read the movement. They're going to try and back their way out. Sri Lanka still on the chase, but no. It looks like they are going to just retreat afterwards. Not feeling quite safe enough to move into the triangle high ground. And that's fair. I think in Sri Lanka, you don't need to rush this. You've still got a Naga who's way further ahead than this Clinks. You just keep securing this net worth advantage, and eventually it's going to be a massive issue here for Brunei.
Yeah, it's just going to be pretty difficult to hold down that Naga, and for Brunei, they just need to hit these item spikes. They need to kill off bigger heroes. Maybe not the Naga, but if you can try to hold down the Storm, that's a big one. The issue is still down to control. As you said, it's really down to Ravage, maybe a good swap of Magic Missile.
Got the Clinks as well, Zan. Well, it's just going to be actually our Storm moving in. Silver's going to be there to help him out. He keeps the chase up, though. He really wanted that Clinks, but eventually will be forced to back. Now Matrix does move in. Ravage, it's still going to connect. He ran out of mana mid-zip, so he cops the Ravage just on the edges. Now Matrix, he's going to try and run his way out, but there is no running. Another great set of kills here from the side of Brunei. And this is kind of what I was talking about, John. They're just taking unnecessary risks right now on the side of Sri Lanka. And it is costing them heavily.
Yeah, and it's giving Brunei these bigger kills. They find that Storm we were talking about. They find the Legion Commander. So 2 cores, 1 very big core they need to keep down. And they finally take their first Tier 1 tower. So it opens up more of the map for Brunei. They plant some nice deep wards to have some safe farming spots for themselves. And they're hitting some spikes. With the Yules up in silver, it becomes easier to land the chain stuns coming through with the 8 for Remnant. Gives them enough of a window to get that burst damage off. And that's what they need to play with. In fact, looking at silver on the Void Spirit, he does go for a very interesting build. But Falcon Blade Void Spirit's not something we see much from the mid lane, at least from the games we've casted. Perhaps there has been talk of Falcon Blade being a high value item. But for now, it does look to be paying off from silver. And that little bit more mana regen, that little bit more HP has enabled him to be aggressive.
Very, very aggressive here. And Zan having the greatest game thus far. Into the Tier 2 top tower they go now. And even with those bad team fights that Sri Lanka had taken, it just doesn't matter when you've got a Naga Siren that's this farmed up. There's just no answers for it. As now Matrix might move in for a big duel out. Z7, no, they're going to blink towards the south instead. Who have they got? It's going to be the Venge. XV ends up dropping. Nice easy duel damage now here from Matrix. Team Sri Lanka, I think you just keep going. Tier 2 tower, into the outpost, into Roshan, I think is the play here from Sri Lanka. And again, Brunei, they just don't have the answers for it at the moment.
No, they can't really force a big team fight without that Ravage. It's just so key for them to play around Ravage. And whenever it's down, you just kind of have to play the avoid game. Look back, maybe look for a pick-off if it's open, but beyond that, just keep trying to farm up, keep trying to build up on Zan's Clinks. Clinks is slowly reaching that point. It looks like he will rush to Scotty instead, so not looking for the Gleipnir for control, rather just looking for the stats, looking to get some more slows, some form of slow and control themselves on Brunei's side. And this could help the cause. You know, with the stats you get from Scotty and with that packed up, it's a lot of HP for Clinks. So if you can kind of stand in front a lot safer and dish the damage out, it is going to take a little bit more time for that to come out. And we're seeing that farm difference now, Mike, between the Naga and Clinks. The Naga's just so much more efficient. Like with the Illusion Spam, with the Riptides getting their work done, and even with the Diffusal damage contributing in some creeps, Clinks just doesn't have the same presence. Naga can clear out multiple camps at the same time. Clinks can only do that in 1 or 2 jungle spots. So it's just so much faster for Pinata, and that Manta we were talking about is going to cause even bigger issues. Like, if you had trouble controlling her before, with a Manta up, she can just Manta dodge Magic Missile. If her timing's right, you could probably do that in Ravage as well.
Yeah. The thing is as well with Mirror Image, you've got 100% uptime. So you've never really got any downtime on these illusions from the Naga Siren, and that's going to cause some massive, massive problems as now maybe they can make the jump they're looking for. He's gone up towards top lane, which is a bit of a scarier part of the map. Silver's going to try and move in. They'll get a Yule Scepter into an Aether Remnant. Can he get the song in time? Press the attack? No! Oh, he wasn't expecting the Purge to be there from Matrix, so the song never came out. That means they will finally pick off this Naga. Go after that top tier 1 tower, and that's a bit of a scary timing now. As Brunei, they are certainly starting to catch up in terms of net worth. At least on Zhang Ji Li.
Radiant's top tower.
For Team Sri Lanka, I mean, you've kind of thrown them a bone now by giving away that Naga life.
It's a massive kill. The gap between Pinata and Zan has narrowed down to just about 1,000, 1,400 gold. So it's definitely a lot more playable. And you are just helping out the Clinks hit that Scotty time. We talked about the farm being slower. If you do find that big kill, it does speed up by a huge factor. They're lining up for mid. They've still got Ravage on Brunei, and that's key. Looks like Sri Lanka's not willing to take those fights while Ravage is up, and they might have to just surrender these bigger towers. They can't really afford to, though. Pinata?
Gonna move in, very aggressive. He has the song up, but he's still gonna be very wary about that. Oh, actually, that's a lot of damage out, but the Ravage is there, and now they've locked him down long enough to just take him out. Oh, Pinata, it was a great start, but they just commit the Ravage immediately. Understanding, and in fact, there's a Ravage now coming up from AB Summer. They might be able to turn, but no, a great swap out. Does ensure you keep the thing safe, and now they just give him dual damage. Just more and more bonuses going the way of Brunei, as even the Storm is out of mana, and oh no, they turn. They get XP down, but now eventually they should get the kill. Nice zip away with the Soul Ring, and Zanji Lee, no, he's waited too long. They will not get the Storm kill. It may not matter in the end, as they've got another on the Rubik, but now the zip back in. Zanji Lee, no, he gets a free kill going for himself. That was a very, very interesting zip there. Because it felt like he was just... There was no chance of getting that kill, but he tried anyway.
Yeah, pretty optimistic zip, but very well played from the side of Brunei to get the big kill they want. They punish the deep, aggressive moves that Sri Lanka tried to pull. Like a really forward TP from our Naga, just trying to play 1v5. The Naga is strong, but it's not that at that point yet. You don't have a heart, you don't have your stat items up, no Scotty up, so you're still very susceptible to the minus armor burst on the side of Team Brunei. And Brunei now, they've got the kill lead, 8-13. Net worth lead still hanging there for Sri Lanka, but the map's evened out. They've taken at least all of the tier 1s out, no tier 2s down yet, but they have more of the map to play with. They've got a lot more aggression to pump out, and they are hitting those spikes on their Clinks. Like, they basically have the 2 ultimate orbs up. They just need a point booster, so that's going to be the Scotty up and running soon. Sri Lanka, though, they are smoked up. They know there's no Ravage. They could kind of take these next few fights.
It's an aggressive smoke, though, John, into that triangle. I'm not sure about this. Z7, well, he's just going to run away. Eventually, they will be able to catch him out and burst him down, so there's 1 kill. But he never even got the borrowed time off, because the damage output was just too high from our Naga. And now a Song gets thrown out. Just a completely blind Song. They had no wards, no vision. Just wanted to see if you could catch anyone out for a secondary kill, and maybe go into the Roshan pit after. That does not work out.
Yeah. Side of Brunei now, they're smoked up. They do have Ravage back up, so this could be dangerous for Sri Lanka.
Even without the Abaddon, it should be pretty easy to pick off maybe just Matrix here, and they do move in with the swap out. Matrix, he's got no chance. Just has no way out. And now, Silver, he just moves in for more. He'll pick off AB Summer. And they can take this Roshan very, very quickly. And it goes back to what you said, John. They have the Ravage up. So the Roshan fight definitely feels to be in their favor.
Yep, it's super fast as well with all the minus armor coming through. Because they popped Song earlier on, they don't have the Song to just kind of walk up and contest. They can't really fight. They've still got the DD running on Silver, as is tradition when Roshan's up. So the Rosh is really not going to be a massive issue. And Brunei starts to pop back in now. 2 lives coming out from Zan. The Clink starting to do a ton of damage. The Scotty just 300 gold away. The side of Sri Lanka, they're not out of it yet, but they really do need to kind of coordinate and execute cleaner. It's looking a lot more tightly wound here from the side of Brunei. And Sri Lanka, they've been streaming in 1 by 1 in a couple of engagements. They've maybe been overestimating how strong their cores are. They need to kind of reel it back. You're still ahead in this Naga, but the 2k lead just doesn't feel as impactful when that Clinks already has the Scotty up.
Absolutely. Bit of a quiet period now during this game, but you look at that net worth and it's just so even between these 2 teams. Still very, very scary timing now, as you've got that Eye of Scotty up in our Clink, so control damage certainly building up as Pinata going to move in onto Silver. Silver rather going to jump in onto him. Inksport's going to be there with our Storm, and Silver, he may have gone too far. He does. Maybe just trying to force the fight with the Ravage that is now available. Pinata, he's getting very aggressive on this Naga to boot. But he seems to believe without the Void Spirit up, they won't have the damage anyway to deal with him. In Brunei, they might feel the same way, as they are not going in for the fight rather than just backing off, and or they're going to give up another. XV now going to drop. Song, it's going to be there, Pinata. Just waiting around. They have not placed a sentry for this Clink, so they do not see Sanji Lee. Instead, they'll go on to Tippy, trying to get rid of that Tide. They will burn all his mana, so no Ravage to come out, but now Pinata is in big trouble as he used that song aggressively, and he does get caught by the Ravage. AB, he does steal it back the other way, but is it going to matter? You won't have the damage now. Not without Pinata up. And that means that we will probably see another kill onto the Storm as he does end up dropping. Silver making it back at the perfect time. Onto more. Can they find another? It looks like they will. Prince, he's going to try and run his way out, but eventually Silver will have his way with him. Surely. He tries to bounce away with the Tumbler's Toy, but the Astral Step should be up any moment, but they have no way to cancel. No way to cancel the TP.
Oh, man, that's just on the edge there for Sri Lanka. If they actually did drop the sentry a little bit earlier, found the Clinks on the high ground by himself, that would have been a very different fight for Brunei. They might have lost Aegis, they might have lost both lives on that Clinks, and that would have been a big turnaround for Sri Lanka. I think Sri Lanka had a right plan in mind. They were trying to isolate these big backline heroes. They just lacked the damage, and they couldn't get the coordination they want in that initiation.
Matrix a bit too far forward, but it won't matter. Get the lift off from AB Summer, and that'll keep him safe from Silver. Pinata, he's gonna pop the song. He wants to try and force a fight without the Ravage available. Might work out for them as they surround Sanji Lee, but he just ghost walks. Can he get his way out though? Zip, no, Swamp is there. That'll save for now as he can get to work. This Clinks, Burning Barrage, not really flying out as now Matrix.
What?
A very interesting duel onto Tippy is gonna cost him his own life, and now the Clinks is just cleaning up. Sanji Lee, he's at that stage where he's just too powerful. They keep using these songs aggressively, John, and it doesn't feel like it's the way you can use it anymore.
No, definitely not. They need to use it for maybe a retreat, maybe a better clump up. The focus coming through from Sri Lanka just looks very split. They've tried to focus down the Clinks, they duel up the Tide, and now Pinata?
Yeah, I mean, this is very dangerous from Pinata. Silver going to try and go fishing with the Aether Remnant, but does catch out another. It's going to be AB Summer instead. I suppose that's just as good. Just pick off anything you can get and clean up this mid-racks. Brunei, well, they've got no creep wave left. We do have some creep skipping going on here from our Storm. So they are going to be indeed forced to back off from that high ground, but they are well and truly in control of this game, number one. And for Sri Lanka, it's very hard to see them coming back now after throwing that huge advantage they had.
Yeah, they just missed out. They gave this big opening to Brunei. Their heroes are very hard to kill off. I keep seeing Sri Lanka try to focus down Tip first. The Tide Hunter is just so tanky with a Guardian Greaves and Pipe Up. Like, you can't burst down the Tide. Naga Siren's right-click damage is great, but it's almost like damage over time. It's damage over a war progression. And you need burst rather than that. Like, you need to be a lot faster on the side of Sri Lanka, and all of that boils down to your Storm. So really all of getting more damage off here from the Storm Spirit. He's got the Kaya Sanj with a BKB, so he can kind of stand in front, but nothing like an Orchid, nothing like a Witchblade even, just to casually try to burn some of these heroes down. It just makes it so difficult to find that right target to jump into. Because that's the one thing with Sri Lanka's initiation, like especially down that mid fight again. They had Song aggressively. Naga is trying to finish off the Clinks. He's very tanky with the stats he has on hand. And then we saw the duel coming in on the Tide. It's just too tanky. They need to focus in the damage onto one hero, pile onto one big guy, burst them down, and then look to clean up afterwards. You cannot split your focus in that jump in, because Brunei will just out-sustain and outlast you with these very tanky front lines and all the auras they have.
off the Naga illusions now. This is one of the big problems, though, with the side of Brunei's draft, right? Like, you've got to deal with all the split push potential of Sri Lanka, and it does feel like they can indefinitely just drag out the game with this Naga and, of course, with the Storm. And naturally, if you catch those two out, you haven't got so much of an issue. You've got to catch both of them at the same time to ensure you can actually push high ground. Again, though, I do feel like Brunei is in a position now where they should be able to confidently just take any team fight they want, especially if their cooldowns are available. But for now, it does seem like they're comfortable to sit back, relax, and just secure some more farm up on Zanji Lee. And I suppose once he does get to the stage where he has a full Daedalus up, it just starts to feel quite impossible to actually deal with it.
Yeah, his physical output's just going to be ridiculous, and you're going to need some way of mitigating that. No one really has an AC coming up soon to just give more armor to the team to counteract all the minus armor coming out here. No one really has a halberd as well. You're going to need one of those items. Just stop Zan from doing what he wants in the middle of these engagements, and we're just way too far off from that for Sri Lanka. So they're going to have to find a way to maybe burst him down first, maybe try to take out the Tide ASAP, like just pile onto the Tide first and then deal with the Clinks afterwards. That could be one approach as well. All outer towers gone now for Sri Lanka though, and they're still on the hunt.
They are. Zanji Lee gonna end up finding Matrix. Doesn't quite have the damage yet though. He'll keep the chase up. Matrix, he's gonna really cop it now. Still trying to run. Just running straight at the moment, which is kind of costing him. As they will eventually get the gush off. Secure the kill. Meanwhile, the bot lane looks like they have caught out our Storm, but BKB is going to be there in time. We'll just zip right away with the TP out. We'll force the rotations back in. And again, this is the one thing that they can confidently do right now in Sri Lanka is just keep up the split push. I think that's really the only game plan they have at the moment. Just keep split pushing and buying more time.
That's the best you can hope for. That's what you really can do with Naga, as you've mentioned. I mean, we're seeing some good creep cutting coming through from Pinata with the illusion, so he's managing the one lane he's farming in. He's cutting off the push, although that doesn't mean Brunei doesn't have targets to go for.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Prince, he's really abusing that Tumbler's toy, but eventually Tippy should be able to get him, and he does in the end. Because now they even found AB Summer, and you are in prime position to try and go for another high ground push, as you do finally have a creep wave available here for Team Brunei. That's exactly what they'll do. Into the mid-racks they go. And quite frankly, John, with the outer towers all gone, I think they can just stick around indefinitely. In fact, they even found the Naga. No song's going to come out, and with the burning barrage, it's going to be more than enough to just burst them down. Pinata, he will eventually song. But boy, oh boy, that took a long time. Now the buyback's there from our Storm. He's going to try and jump in onto Zanji Lee, but it is all alone. That's going to mean his BKB is down now. And again, I just feel like they can keep going on Brunei's end.
Yeah, we take the full set of racks. 2 buybacks already expended on the side of Sri Lanka here. They are trying to go forward, though, but they have to be careful.
It's a risky team fight to try and force. His Matrix might just end up dropping. Silver, oh, very close with the 8th Remnant, but not quite close enough. Instead, though, they'll move into that bottom tier 3 tower, and oh, who is that? Oh, they found the Naga. Pinata, he's going to try and run, but the physical damage output is quite high, and Silver is going to get the Astral Step up and eventually does secure the dieback. Onto our Clinks. Another duel out, Matrix gifting more damage the way of Silver, as now our Storm is completely out of mana. Has to go back to the fountain. And Brunei, well, they're not going to be able to stick around for another Rax, but they really clean up. 13k net worth advantage now, and they can go back in for another Roshan.
Nothing to stop them there. They might not have Ravage, but it's going to be up in about a minute. More than enough time to clear out the Rosh, go into the next high ground fight. The side of Sri Lanka, backs against the wall. They don't have buybacks in a lot of their heroes now. They are severely behind in that worth. And Brunei has that 14k lead on hand. They get the free Ag Shard as well, and it looks like that will go to Z7 on the Abaddon. So he's going to have that upgrade on the Mistcoil and Photic Shield to apply a Curse of Avernus stack, increase the slow as well. And that could lead into some awkward timing silences that Sri Lanka might not be ready for. And for Sri Lanka, it's still the same issue we've been seeing from this team since a couple of those mid-game engagements. Like, they're just not able to coordinate those initiations in the same way that we're seeing from Brunei. Like, when Brunei comes in, they get the good Ravage off, they manage to lock down here and then pile on immediately, put their full power behind that one jump in, and just kill the heroes off. They have such a small window in Brunei's side to actually get that done, because they still have those control issues of just revolving around Ravage, maybe a Resonant Ult silence from Silver with the Axe up, but they still pull it off. And I think for Sri Lanka, it's still a lot more forgiving for their lineup, because they've got Song, they've got Duel, lower cooldowns, kind of easier to land non-committally as well, but the coordination's not there. So Brunei's really just poking holes at that weakness, and Sri Lanka, they need to find a way to counteract that. They need to just play as a team and look for that one big jump in.
Sanji Lee taking a lot of damage here on this Clinks, but the swap is going to be there, and we've got the constant heals to fly in from Z7. You can just slowly chip away at that tier 3 tower. No problems here for Sanji Lee. Nada is going to try and move in with the ensnare. Illusions all cleared up, and now a big Ravage is out towards the south. Immediately, just Tippy trying to move in. Jewel is there again from Matrix onto our Tide, and he's not going to win it either. Silver gets the kill. Panana's committed the Song. They've got to retreat and just get a reset going. But in the meantime, they've lost their tier 3 tower, and it looks like Sanji Lee, with the Aegis still up, is going to keep moving in for that top racks, and eventually they might be able to get it, but no, a nice swap out again. XP does save the day for the billionth time this game, and Silver just cleans up. And this game, it's looking very over. You just don't have the buybacks to commit to a defense.
They just can't do anything to stop this. And even if they can't Shazam out, he still has Aegis for 2.5 minutes. There's only so much damage you can do on this Storm without the Naga up. And the Mega Creeps are just going to be secured by Brunei. So they play it safe. Mega's first. They will go hunting though.
Gonna try. Onto Silver they go, but they've already lost Prince on the side. And now they'll try still with this Storm, but he's completely out of mana now. Just trying to get Silver, but he's not going to find that. Silver even jumps back in. And that's it. They've got to call the GG at this point, and they do. So game number 1 does go the way of Brunei. And John, I'm going to tell you, at Sri Lanka, they had such a fantastic start. Just so dominant throughout the laning stage. But as soon as those lanes were over, it seemed to just slowly fall apart for them.
Yeah, it was a weird back and forth coming out there. Like, you had this perfectly free lane for Sri Lanka on bot. That is an absolutely free time for the Naga. Perfect CS. Really great timing on the Diffusal Manta style coming through there. But I think the big issue for Sri Lanka really was the decision making. Like, once these items are up, once they had that blink up on Matrix with a Blade Mail, the way they jump into these engagements it was just not as coordinated as Brunei. Like, you'd see Matrix jump for one guy, you'd see our Naga Siren and our Storm focus on a different target, and that split focus just meant their damage was really split apart. Whereas for Brunei, the strength of their lineup was always in that physical burst, in that insanely high spell and right-click damage they had with Void Spirit and with the Clinks and all the debuffs they had with the Tidehunter and Venge. And they really just managed to kill off these heroes as soon as they commit. You can even see in the post-game here that all that split focus from Matrix kind of gave more dual damage away to Team Brunei. So I think it's a difference in coordination. I think Sri Lanka had the right draft idea. They had good team fight with a Song. They had decent enough single target control with a Duel out. They had some ways of playing with the Inkswell combinations on hand, but the execution just wasn't up to par in Brunei. They held off against that adversity. They didn't have great lanes. They managed to really make it work. They hung on until Zan got some big items, and from there they just execute perfectly.
That they certainly did. No, I do believe we are going to have a game 2 coming up very shortly, but we are going to have to head off to a short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with game 2 between Team Sri Lanka and Team Brunei.
Clouds all around, but I don't see anything but blue. Get lost in the sound, go back to the start. Let's go out of the dark. Let's go out of the dark. Get into the light now. It's all around, but I don't see anything but blue. Get lost in the sound, go back to the start. Let's go out of the dark. Let's go out of the dark. Into the light now.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for game number 2 between Team Brunei and Team Sri Lanka. And it is, of course, MLP Dota Internext Fire once again. John, welcome back, sir. Game 1. Quite a close match up until we left the laning stage. And then Brunei just completely took over. Game 2, I'll ask you straight off the bat. Where do you think Sri Lanka needs to change things up to try and tie out the series?
I think they had a pretty good draft on hand. Like we saw it in the early game, an absolutely free lane coming through for the Naga safe lane. Even their off lane Legion Commander and Rubik combination was doing really well in keeping down Zan on his clinks. And they got all of these laning wins, but when it came down to execution in these mid-game team fights, the focus was split. Like we were seeing the Legion Commander Matrix go on to one target, while our Naga would go into another target, and our Storm would jump someone else in the back line. And that split of damage just meant that they weren't finding kills in bigger engagements, and soon after, Brunei just managed to overwhelm. They had Ravage, they'd have really good burst physically, and they'd have really good farm up under Void Spirit, and they just controlled everyone. So I think Sri Lanka just needs to coordinate more as a team, figure out what targets they want to jump for, work together, and find those kills first before dragging on these fights.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, I do agree with you, especially the coordination issues we saw after the laning stage. They seemed all over the place, and some very strange things happening as well in that game. But we'll talk about it as we do get into the draft, because the Game 2 draft has begun, and we should go ahead and just bring that one up between these two teams. Oh, it looks like we've remade the lobby. All right, fair enough. So we're going to go back into that. Let's talk about those things that I was just kind of mentioning, John. Particularly Matrix was quite interesting. As the LC player, he kept jumping into Jewel the Tide Hunter, which was quite intriguing to me. Like, you're never going to kill the Tide as the LC. I appreciate they don't want to see the Ravage flying out. But then, if you can't kill the Tide, then you're not stopping the Ravage. And if you're not stopping the Ravage, then you're just losing the team fight anyway. And that was kind of intriguing to me, because it felt like there was better targets. Like, would you not rather, say, catch Sanji Lee? Silver on the Void Spirit seemed like a pretty good target. Hell, even XV on the bench seemed like a better target than the Tide Hunter. Do you have any kind of ideas as to why Matrix was going after the Tide of all people?
I think he just wanted to hold off on Ravage, as you mentioned. Maybe in his mind, using that duel as a controlled spell rather than an opportunity to kill meant that, okay, while Ravage is going, we don't have to worry about... while the duel's going, we don't have to worry about Ravage. We've got maybe a 4-second window to kill off these bigger targets, focus the Tide afterwards. Or it could have been an issue of, all right, I want to jump the Tide. I think my teammates will follow up with me to finish off the Tide, and we can clean up everyone else after removing Ravage first. Neither idea really turned out. I think it would have been better if you do duel that Tide, you focus down the Tide as well. We did see that a couple of times. It didn't really lead to kills because by that point in the game, the Tide was way too tanky. He had Guardian Greaves, he had his pipe up, just nearly impossible to kill with the items we saw from the side of Sri Lanka, and I think that's where it kind of fell flat. If they kind of just followed up on that duel onto the Tide and just got that kill first, that might have fixed a lot of their issues. Or, as you mentioned, just target someone else. Target the Venge, target the Clinks. You had the Blade Mail on, Legion Commander, so the Clinks would have been doing a lot of damage back to himself anyway, and there would have been a bit more value there. But yeah, I think it's just reflective of the issues Sri Lanka had. There is a way to make that duel on Tide work, but it had to have the rest of the team follow through and ensure the kill happened before anything else would break out. Because if you don't find that kill, and if you don't kill anyone in that duel duration, like say while the Tide's being dueled, you kill off the Clinks. That feels a little bit better. Sure, Ravage will still come through, but you don't have the big damage dealer to kind of play around with that spell, and it gives you more opportunities there to get what you want. But it just didn't work out that way, and it just really felt like coordination was a missing aspect for Sri Lanka.
It's funny as well when you look at the post-game stats after that game one. Like you had the 10 dual damage for Matrix, and then you had 10 dual damage for Sanji Lee, 20 dual damage for Silver 8998, and then you had 40 dual damage for Tippy. So he's given like 7 times the dual damage away to the other team just with the duels that were flying out, and it was definitely a very, very rough time. I wonder what they kind of draft for Matrix this time around to try and make him maybe a little bit more comfortable in game 2, because I feel like game 1 after the laning stage, he just wasn't really getting too much done. Or perhaps it's kind of wrong to blame Matrix for that, considering maybe it was a team strategy. Maybe the team was advising he jump in and duel the Tide, but certainly felt like it was the wrong decision. Like probably the worst target apart from maybe the Abaddon to go after. Still,
Yeah.
Should be getting into game 2 very, very soon, John. Any other points you wanted to bring up?
I think the itemization coming through from Brunei was really interesting, like that Falcon Blade coming out in the Void Spirit. Again, not something we've seen too often before TI, but there's a lot that Falk going into TI that Falcon Blade would be the new go-to pickup. So I'm keen to see if that's something we see again from Silver, if he does want to go Falcon Blade for the stats, and whether or not it's just going to be something that they pick on every hero now.
Yeah. Well, let's head into game number 2's draft now. Team Brunei and Team Sri Lanka. See where they're going to be headed. Of course, I want to go straight back to that main hero that we've been talking about last game, and that's the Tiny. Do we see it banned out again, John? I believe it was Brunei that got rid of it last time
10
around, if I'm
seconds
correct in
remaining.
saying so.
Yeah, I think I definitely
Radiant
think that
team banned.
if you're on first pick and you don't ban Tiny, you have to pick it. So I think the pressure's more on Sri Lanka to ban out the Tiny, just to ensure that Brunei won't be able to grab that, flex it as mid, pause 1, support. It is really strong in the pause 1, though. I think that's where we're likely to see Tiny going forward. But that's the beauty of that
10
hero.
seconds
You're
remaining.
not just locked into pause 1 Tiny. If it somehow has a bad lane, you can still make it work. And you see that with Brunei. They ban out the Monkey, and they ban out the Elder Titan, but they leave that Tiny in because they have first pick, and they can make use of that drafting gap if Sri Lanka leaves it in.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
10
Sri
seconds
Lanka, I
remaining.
mean, you've got to want to pick it up though, right? Like maybe you're just not practiced
5
in the POS
seconds
1 Tiny,
remaining.
but it's not too complicated. I mean,
Radiant
your basic.
team
No, they're going to ban it anyway. They're not going to want it. That's fair enough. I mean, do you go back to something like the Naga though for Sri Lanka? Because I mean, like what kind of cause are we expecting? It's very hard to know considering we don't know too much about the players here from either side. I'm just curious as to
10
what kind of
seconds
POS 1 they
remaining.
want to go down.
I don't think the Naga was a bad
5
idea from Sri
seconds
Lanka.
remaining.
It did look like we had a really good time and safe. You got a lot of farm going through, basically a free lane against the Tide Venge, which we expected to have more presence, but they didn't go for the Gush Tide level 1 with Wave of Terror, so the minus armor strat never came true. I think there is room for something like a Naga, but that is more of a fourth pick. You know, it's like towards the end, once you waste a lot of bans, once you waste a couple of those picks, that's when a pocket pick like the Naga, like your PLs can come true, depending on the counters available or the counter picks that Brunei or any side might have on hand to deal with illusion heroes. But way down the line, I think for the first phase, it tends to be safer. Do you see the support Phoenix coming through from Brunei? So that's already a good source of team fights once more. A lot of good sustain and a lot of laning presence. Phoenix level 1 is pretty all right, but once you hit level 3 with level 2 fire spirits, maybe a sunray for damage or the
10
dive
seconds
for damage and
remaining.
repositioning as well, the Phoenix can be pretty hard to stave off. So
5
Brunei's already
seconds
setting up their
remaining.
lanes to be a lot stronger than we saw from game 1, which is where Brunei really fell
Dire
flat.
team pick.
Laning phase, Phoenix kind of fixes those issues.
Snapfire coming up from Sri Lanka. This is another support or core that we've been seeing a lot more often. And I guess against the Phoenix, just that still that direct counter with the little shredder. Level 1 egg just gets bursted down immediately. So definitely a nice kind of
10
counter pick there
seconds
from Sri
remaining.
Lanka. Again, it does kind of just fit the meta as well. I have been
5
seeing plenty of
seconds
Snapfire
remaining.
popping up as of late. How do you follow up? What else do you want here for Sri Lanka? Like, do you want to reveal maybe the offlane now? Perhaps leave it for later? Generally speaking, you don't want to reveal both supports in the first phase if you can avoid doing that. Very
Yeah,
curious to see what route they go down.
We've seen a couple of teams in
Radiant
TI
team pick.
go for the doubled support opening. Not a big fan. I think a lot of the
Radiant
panels as
team
well have been
back.
saying that. We do see the Lycan come through, so there's the Lycan you were wanting, Mike. Does come out. Whether or not it's the Ags emphasis or the Helm of the Overlord, which one takes precedence, we'll have to see. You don't have the Tiny, as you mentioned. The Ags doesn't feel as value without something like the Tiny. But let me propose this to you. How about something like
10 seconds
Ags
remaining.
Lycan with a Spectre? How does that work? Like, say you bite Spectre, she
5
haunts.
seconds
Do you
remaining.
get haunted by wolves or by specters?
My
Which one
problem,
is it? I think that's something I want to see.
my problem is though, John, it just doesn't sound as powerful as the Tiny matchup, right? Like it just sounds nowhere near as good as say having the Tiny instead of the Spectre. I mean, I wouldn't mind it. I think it'd be interesting to say the least, but well, we'll see. We'll see what the idea is. Might be a little bit counterintuitive to go down the Spectre route with the Lycan, but you never know. Sri Lanka, they might have some other ideas that we're not quite aware of.
Dire team
True.
back.
The Mars coming through from Brunei sets up for the Phoenix, and it gives them a way of protecting the egg. So the egg, if it goes on off in the arena while Snapfire is outside, that little shredder is not going to pierce it. So you have a way of at least counteracting that Snapfire counter to the Phoenix and still having impact with the egg.
10
Of course, egg
seconds
arena is a strong
remaining.
combination. We've seen Mars really do a lot of work once you hit Blink
5
Yule's timing.
seconds
You
remaining.
can just jump up, set up for your team, get big team fights once more. So it's kind of
Radiant team
replacing the
back.
Tide from last game in terms of team fight control. Except I think the Mars should have a better time in applying harassment and looking for aggressive plays in the offlane. So if it is an offlane Mars, as we have seen some Mars flex, we've seen it in support from a couple of Southeast Asian teams. If Brunei wants to, they could try to
10
experiment with
seconds
that.
remaining.
But on the offlane, it has a lot more aggressive potential compared to that Tide lane we
5
saw. So
seconds
a
remaining.
faster laning phase coming through from Brunei with these picks. Already liking that shakeup. But back to the point with Sri Lanka, I get what you're saying with Tiny being the big one with the Lycan Ags. But I feel like if you think about the Spectre in that sense, doesn't that just make her Ags build even scarier? You say you line
10
that
seconds
Ags bite,
remaining.
The Wolf
Yeah.
Vite with her Ags use. So you just
I-
haunt into a support, you get
5
crit
seconds
damage.
remaining.
You basically kill anyone once you have that.
I mean,
it's literally
Radiant
Yeah,
team
uncounterable at that point.
I kind of see where you're going, John. I mean, with the Shadow Step and the Horn, it does seem kind of busted. I don't know. Maybe you've just come up with a secret strategy that we haven't seen yet at TI. You never know, John. Maybe you're the genius here, and I'm just the idiot that's just denying it all. We'll
10
see.
seconds remaining.
I do believe there are better picks, John. Let's be honest. But you never
5
know.
seconds
Who's to
remaining.
even say it's an offlane Lycan anyway? It could be a position 1
Yeah.
Lycan we're looking at.
It could be like going back to the pause when liking the team that really always goes back to that was Little Gun from Mongolia. I believe Little Gun might be playing, or at least the lineup of Little Gun might be playing here representing Mongolia down the line. So we might see them in Region 1 in some of those games, which would be a really interesting point as well, how the teams handle a DPC proven lineup. Man, that's going to be something down the line. But pause 1 Lycan still works out well. You still go
Dire
Echo
team
Saber. You
back.
could try to go into the AC afterwards. And still go into a Dominator at the least. Maybe the full Overlord timing's not something you particularly shoot for, but there's a lot of value in it. I just think that if you do go pause 1 Lycan, it's difficult. Like, just by virtue of the Mars being there,
10 seconds
Lycan already
remaining.
has a hard time. Arena just cuts off your mobility. And that's the key
5
aspect of that
seconds
shapeshift.
remaining.
Not just the buffs you get from that form, but the fact that you run at full move speed, you can go end to end in a fight and just look for the backline. Mars completely prevents that. And we've seen a lot of Lycan players struggle against that. I think the one that I really remember is KP trying to play the Lycan up against Mars, and he just didn't have a game. So that's something I want to see from Sri Lanka. How do you work around having this big counter to this highly mobile hero in the form of Mars? Are they going to be able to maximize this hero still, or is it going to be another rough game for the Lycan?
We'll find out. I mean, we're only into the second pick phase now here. Sri Lanka looking to show us a bit more of this draft. I think we're only going to see just a support pick up here anyway, but I'd love to see what the combo is going to be with the Lycan, or whether they're just going to run the, just an offlane
5
Lycan, just have that kind of
remaining.
extra push going on the other side of the map. Plenty of reserve time to think about this one. Team Brunei, I mean, Mars Phoenix combination, quite potent. We've seen this many, many times in the past. It never really gets too old, assuming you can keep the egg alive. But basically, as long as you've got the Snapfire caught out, this egg is probably not going to die. So Sri Lanka, keep ticking down that reserve time.
I'm surprised that Sri Lanka has allowed the puck to slide through. I think with Brunei
Radiant
having
team
Phoenix Mars, having a puck on top for team control is a really scary prospect with so much value in big 5v5 team fights. Dreamcoil Egg Arena being in play. Dreamcoil snapping with a spear out as well is a big possibility. And Dreamcoil also kind of ruins Lycan. It's the same thing with Arena. So
10
if
seconds
Brunei wants to
remaining.
pick up something like the puck here, it could be really impactful. Sri Lanka
5
does pick the
seconds
Earth Spirit up,
remaining.
Mike. So your favorite heroes here, it is really mobile, of course. It has really strong presence early on. I think for Sri Lanka, we're seeing more aggression coming out as well early. Like Snapfire plus Earth Spirit as supports have so much potential to just collapse onto mid by the 4-minute mark or 6-minute mark, 4 to 6. Just look for the mid kill, keep piling on, build up in that big core, and just get momentum that way. That's something that's very easy to execute with an
Radiant
Earth Spirit
team
on
pick.
hand, and that should lead to more openings for Sri Lanka down the line.
Fair enough. Undying, though, now to come out from Team Brunei. Does feel like it's probably going to be a support Undying, but I say that. It's very hard to say support Undying these days, because we've basically seen it being played in every single
10
core role
seconds
now.
remain. Dire team
Very,
pick.
very hard to imagine it going back to support, but with the picks that are flying
Aw.
out, you've got a Pos 1 Luna there now from Team Brunei. It must just be a position 5 Undying. I highly doubt they try to run like a mid Undying here for the side of Brunei.
Yeah,
10 seconds
I'm
remaining.
somewhat disappointed because I felt like Pause 1 Undying would be really
5
spicy.
seconds remaining.
You know, it's my
Yeah.
it's my favorite role to see Undying now. I mean, offlane Undying is what I like to play, but seeing a Pause 1 Undying, getting Echo Saver, Ags up, Oh, it's just delicious. Still, with a Pause and Undying here, Mike, the beauty of having the Undying with a Morris Phoenix up against the Snap, it's that the Snapfire has to make a choice. Does she Lilith Shredder down the egg or Lilith Shredder down the tombstone? You
Right.
can't hit both at once. You could maybe once you hit your level 20 and 25 talent, but that's way down the line for a support Snapfire. That's like
Radiant
50,
team
60-minute
best.
timing in terms of
Sven,
EXP. So
Sven's
not something
great.
that comes out fast. Sri Lanka do go into the Sven. So they've got this really nice front line to get damage off. Really a lot of damage coming through from that Sven. And you were talking about synergy of Lycan Ags. Sven kind of does almost
10
the same thing as
seconds
Tiny
remaining.
does.
Very
So all you
true.
need is Pop God Strength, and then you have this big
5
hitter
seconds
cleaving out on
remaining.
everyone with additional damage and move speed. That could be the combination Sri Lanka looks for.
Dire team
No, I'm
back.
pretty sure that is the combo now, John. I mean, you get that instant kind of crit with the Lycan Wolf Bite. The cleave also works, I believe, in the wolf form for the Sven. So that's going to be very, very nice. And well, there's no real kite ability now against the Sven either now, John. Because as soon as you wolf bite, he's
10
really got no
seconds
problems
remaining.
catching you anymore. So I do like this combo. I think this is probably
5
the
seconds
best hero you could have
remaining.
asked for after the Tiny to be in combo with the Lycan. So very
Radiant
exciting
team
stuff.
ban.
Just a matter of whether they can actually pull off this draft, though. It's not the easiest draft to pull off.
My big issue with Sri Lanka's draft, this is a triple melee lineup against Phoenix, Mars, and Undying. So your only big hitter for the egg and tombstone is
10
really a
seconds
Snapfire.
remaining.
If the tombstone is up on a cliff, Sven, Earth Spirit, Lycan
5
can't really
seconds
focus it down.
remaining.
You're gonna have to get vision out on the cliff spot as well, which is not something you can do
Dire
every
team
single time.
ban.
So I think overall, Brunei has really good answers. Like Undying against Sven, on top of that, he's a strength hero. And so is Lycan. So you can just sap away their strength, take away their damage, build up more in the Undying, and every point of strength you lose on the Sven just hurts his God strength even more. So you get a ton of value there
10
from Brunei
seconds
with his
remaining.
Undying pick. Not only that, but you also have more sustain coming out from Brunei,
5
Mike. You've got
seconds remaining.
Sunray from Phoenix, you've got Soul Rip from Undying. One Holy Locket on either of these heroes just means it's going to be a lot more to kill off people. And that was a big issue for Sri Lanka
Radiant
in the last
team
game.
pick.
It's going to be a constant issue in this game as well.
That it will be. Final pickups now, Brunei. Does feel like they need a mid laner here for themselves. Probably have to think about it. 16 seconds
10
reserve time
seconds
left.
remaining.
It's kind of hard to know what to draft for the mid lane anyway, considering
5
Sri Lanka
seconds
haven't picked up
remaining.
their own. I suppose you could just go for another kind of Spirit Brother kind of game
Dire team
for
pick.
Brunei. And they are. They'll go for the Ember. You've got the Void Spirit available if Team Sri Lanka want it, so you can kind of just run the other Spirit Brother. And, I wouldn't quite blame them. I think the matchup's just fine against the Ember.
Yeah, I think Ember versus Void
10
Spirit,
seconds
relatively
remaining.
even. It does feel a little bit easier for the Void Spirit, as
5
Resonant Pulse is
seconds remaining.
a bit more consistent in clearing out creep wave and kind of dealing harassment as well compared to the Flame Guard from the Ember Spirit, but still pretty open. Sri Lanka doesn't have too much time, though. We've dug into reserves for both sides. It is the
Choose your
Void
hero.
Spirit, so there you go, Mike. You managed to call it. Spirit Brother matchup once more.
Wow.
Let's see how it fares. Overall, with the draft, though, with a Void Spirit on hand, that's 4 melee heroes for Sri Lanka. Now, at least Void Spirit and Earth Spirit can kind of roll around, jump up, so they can jump the Phoenix if they want, take care of that egg before it pops, control up the Undying before he drops Tombstone and builds up stacks, and just kind of look to play that way. But for Sri Lanka, this is still a draft that relies heavily on coordination. They don't have massive team fight spells that just instantly gives you control of an area. You know, like Egg instantly gives you control of an area, Arena instantly gives you control, Tombstone as well. It's just area denial. Whereas for Sri Lanka, they've got good long-range stuns, with,
10
say, the
seconds
Sven stun
remaining.
to a point, the Remnant from the Void Spirit, the Roll-In from the Earth Spirit,
5 seconds
but nothing in a
remaining.
wide AoE. So we have to see that coordination come out from Sri Lanka, because if not, I think Brunei is going to have a lot of little holes to play with to just blow that game open again.
Yeah, it does feel like this could be a bit more of a close game, but I do agree Brunei, like with their control, might just take over. See how Sri Lanka try to deal with this, and I think it is going to go back to, the Ags timing on the like, and going to be very important. you want those initial items up as well on Panada. Like you want the Echo Saber. You want to get into that Silver Edge ASAP if you are the Sven. See if they can make it work. See if they can't. If you do start moving as a team, as Team Brunei, once you hit those level 6 marks, could be very devastating here for Sri Lanka. And mind you, Sri Lanka, they had a massive lane advantage last game. I believe we're at a stage where there was 6 or 7k ahead in terms of net worth. And then Brunei just pushes it back after a couple bad team fights for Sri Lanka. So if they can win out the lanes this time for Brunei, could be an even worse story here for Sri Lanka.
Yeah, they've just got to somehow get that coordination together, and we've got to see if Sri Lanka learns from those mistakes last times. Now, if they manage to get a good lane for Pinata, as we saw in Game 1, like his Naga had that free farm you talked about, a lot of that network was on that big pause 1, it could still lead to fairly big things, and we've just got to see if they can hit that point.
Prepare for battle.
Still, we are going to go into the game. Would still say, overall, Mike, that I do favor Brunei's draft. I think last time around it's a little bit more even. This time around with Mars Arena Egg, Tombstone on top of it, with a hard farming core like the Luna. I think you have a lot of ways of just playing this on Brunei's side. And Sri Lanka, again, it's just down to coordination. You got to be able to jump in when you want on the right heroes and focus down as a team to really win those engagements.
That you do. Sri Lanka. I mean, these are regional qualifiers. Like, you've got to get every win you can. Definitely don't want to drop too many games if you can avoid it. Again, as long as they hit their timings, they should be able to kind of just snowball after that. I mean, yes, the team fight isn't anywhere near as good, but it's still there. And I wonder as well, like, do you go for the Helm of the Overlord first, or even the Helm of the Dominator? Or do you just rush the Ags? Because at least at TI, we have been seeing Ags just rushed as a first item on these offlane Lycans now.
Yeah, and it just goes back to that point, like, instead of a Tiny, you've got the Sven, so you got Strength, you get the Wolf form. That's pretty scary. That fixes Sven's kiting issues to an extent, right? Like, his issue is he stands in front, he gets slowed down. With Tombstone up, there's a lot that just stops Pinata from focusing the targets. With the Ags, if it does come true, it fixes that. So I'm keen to see what they do. Prioritize on that Lycan. Still see the lane to break out, of course. Pinata is on that Sven, laning with Prince on the top lane. And they will be up against Z7 on the Phoenix and Tip on the Mars. And they should have a relatively easier time. There's some chain stunning they can do on Sri Lanka's end. Like a Cookie plus Hammer coming through. There are some kill opportunities, but with a Phoenix Mars, those are fairly tanky heroes to try to burst down as well. So you might not be able to find those kills every single time.
No, I mean, you're just going to be worried about securing as much CS via Sven as we are having a look at the bot lane, where you will see Matrix and XV going at it right now. Matrix feeling comfortable enough to try and man fight that support Undying. He's buying a lot of space there for Zenji Lee, though, on that Luna, to just be able to secure CS as safely as possible. Of course, top lane, there you go. Pinata, they are going to move in with the stun out. Tippy is losing a lot of HP, but in the end, they won't have any follow-up to those stuns quite yet. Prince, of course, going for the E instead of going for the Cookie, so a little Shredder flying out for that minus armor. But it is certainly, I mean, you talked about those heroes at the top lane being tanky. But they were kind of just melting through them with that little Shredder minus armor anyway.
Yeah, they're doing a great job, but just positioning aggressively with a Snapfire. And you can't underestimate that early damage. I think for the side of Brunei, they really just need level 3 to come out. So once you've got level 2 Fire Spirits, it's a lot harder to pull off those aggressive plays. The attack speed slow, the burn damage can be overwhelming even for a high HP hero like the Sven. You will just melt through. It doesn't care for the armor, it doesn't care all too much for the durability the Sven has. And that is one way to do it. I think with all the regen you've burned on Tippy, though, he's down to just one Tango. So holding this lane is going to be a bit tougher. If they find the angle, they could just force him all the way back if he's not careful.
Absolutely. So we should have a look at the mid lane as well. Like, well, what's happening in mid right now? You've got the Void vs Ember matchup. Again, it's a very close matchup between these two, which is to be expected. Pretty much the same story as last game. There's going to be a bit of a jump in, but just with the 8th Remnant alone, you're not going to be able to get too much harassment out. Looks like for now, Silver's going to have a very comfortable time on this Ember. Pretty standard build-up as well, just going straight into the Maelstrom build-up. We don't really have any items queued up from our Void Spirit yet either, but we can expect the Aghanim Scepter to be a big priority here for this Void Spirit this game.
Yeah, I like the skilling that he's had here as well for Silver. He does go for a 1-2-1 build. Not the most common, right? You normally see going all in on Slight or all in Flame Guard. But having this mishmash, having the Searing Chains means that you're going to have opportunities to actually try to look for kill potential onto the Void Spirit, especially while Astral Step isn't out. So all the way until level 5, this Ember's going to have a lot of presence, with just one small misstep that Void Spirit could be in deep trouble.
Z7 gets stunned up, but the Fire Spirit attack slow going to be way too high. So Pinata unable to get any form of damage off onto Z7. That'll allow him to back off and get that salve up on the Phoenix. In the meantime, of course, Tippy doing his best to try and just force back the Snapfire. So I do appreciate how aggressive Sri Lanka is trying to be in this top lane. But you look at the CS board, Tippy is well and truly just on top of the CS. So, you know, as aggressive as they're trying to be, the Fire Spirits are making it rather impossible to actually follow up on the damage flying out. And Tippy's just getting anything he could ask for.
Yeah, still finding farm, still finding the EXP. You are still in a really good spot with Pinata, and it's sort of similar to game 1, but not as free. So we're going to have to see if they can start maybe getting some focus out onto, say, the jungle, though pretty deep down bot here.
That it is, but they just dropped the Tombstone. Matrix should be able to get this, but no. Nice deny there from Zanji Lee. It's so much gold you're giving away if it does get taken out, so you see Zanji Lee just immediately going for the deny out. And I suppose that's one thing, though. Against an Undying, it's just so hard to try and even think about securing a kill on that enemy pos 1. As you see Zanji Lee very, very safe on the Luna for now.
Yeah, some aggression came down in mid as well. Silver, again, he hit that level 5 mark. He goes for 1-3-1. Chains out, cool.
Big remnants forward as well. No level 6 yet. He's trying to kill the creep wave to get his level 6. Now does have it. With that, Silver just immediately backs his way out.
Dire's middle tower.
No point in chasing his top lane now. There's a nice spear around onto Prince. Dive in as well, but they won't go for a big chase. Oh, they're just leaving him be. Is now Panada with the cookie arc going to try and chase down Z7. And will eventually be able to secure first blood. Tippy, he does get a trade, but you've given first blood gold away to the Sven. And that's never going to feel too nice.
No, it's still a really big pick off for Sri Lanka. Managing to find that kill first, of course, sets up for the Sven. Allows him to get a few extra items up, get the EXP going as well. So you're starting to feel good here for Pinata. It's not a complete loss. I think Tippy trading away to support like that isn't too bad. You're still getting a lot from this lane as the Mars. You're going to hit level 6 in a good point. And because of all the aggression at lane,
yeah, Silver, he's going to try and fight back. They went for a dive in, but now they're the ones in trouble. As Matrix ends up dropping bot lane, but forget about that for a second, because Void Spirit still just trying to run Z7, unable to finish the kill, and now the turnaround is there as AB Summer shows up. He's unable to get anything done though. They will just both retreat immediately. Silver will go for a reset back at the fountain. And ironically enough, the kill happens down at the bot lane.
yeah, they left that Lycan alone without level 6 up. Matrix doesn't really have a way of running out, so they managed to get that kill. The bot lane for Brunei is shaping up really well. Basically free farm for the Luna so far, 55-18, perfect CS, great denies coming out. You can see that level difference coming through. Matrix halfway to 6, whereas our Luna is all the way at 6.25 in. So you've set yourself up for a really good start. And once you hit that massive madness timing in Luna, that flash farm is just going to kick into overdrive. There's not many stacks built up, but comparing the farm rate of Sven versus Luna, Sven relies on actually popping that God Strength to really clear out camps quickly, whereas Luna doesn't really have to depend on cooldowns like that. And That does mean that pacing should be fairly similar, but because of this earlier start, Luna's gonna escalate a lot faster.
That is absolutely true. Pretty standard stuff for the Luna, just to be able to escalate much, much faster. As now the Snapfire has been caught out. Prince, he's gonna try and run, but Silver will eventually be able to secure the kill. And it seems like Brunei already feeling very confident with the voice lines flying out now. And I honestly can't blame them. It does feel like pretty much the top and mid lane has gone their way. But hell, even the bot lane going very smoothly for the side of Brunei. So Sri Lanka, they've got a bit of catching up to do. The net worth lead not too high for Brunei anyway, but just coming out of the laning phase, it feels much better for this Radiant side.
Yeah, they've got
Dire's top tower
that
is
kind of
under
laning
attack.
start they want. It's in stark contrast to Game 1 where Sri Lanka were absolute lane dominators across every lane. Not so much this case. It's a bit of a slower start. They're behind in kills. They do have really good farm coming out in Pinata. The issue is, it doesn't feel like he has a lot of
Dire's
room to
middle
farm.
tower
Top,
is
they're
under
crowding
attack.
around for that tier 1.
Yeah, Pinata, he could be in big, big danger. Arena's down, and yeah, they've got him. Icarus dive out, Fire Spirit's in. He's gonna try and stun and make a run out. In fact, he's quite tanky. The Sunray will be there though, and that'll be enough. As now the rotations are in. Our Void Spirit does at least clean up C7, but there you go, a nice spear out right underneath the tombstone. Can he make his way up? Not quite. He will at least be able to secure a tombstone for his trouble. That is a massive, massive loss for the side of Sri Lanka.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And it's just playing into this early aggressive timing that Brunei has. They can just play as his team super quick. They've got great control over the arena, whereas for Sri Lanka, they don't have the same AoE control. They do manage to get that push going on bot. So they take the first T1, whereas Brunei don't really manage to get that push going all too long. So a little bit more map space in exchange for some kills. Not too bad for Sri Lanka, but they have to get Pinata elsewhere. He can't just sit up top anymore. With all the aggression coming through, he needs to have either some jungle space done or the bot lane cleared out for him.
Bit of a group up now from Sri Lanka. We'll see if they can get anything kind of going here. Perhaps a smoke, but they will eventually pop one. Only problem is they've got to try and make their way into the Radiant Triangle, and it looks like the smoke's already going to be broken. That is not the target you want either. XV, he's a tanky boy in that Undying. They'll still try to go for the jump in, but he heals himself up, and now the turnaround is there. Invis is out, but is it going to matter? Sentry? Too late. Ana even shows up down the Sven. God's Strength is popped. Arena down. They're going to try and go after the Mars, but the chains are out, and now the turnaround once again is coming in. Panada, I think he should have just stuck around and just kept farming. He shows up to the fight to try and help out, but he can do nothing.
Yeah. Again, it's just the aggressive turnaround for that Brunei can have. Like, they just have this really great control. They can cut off these melee heroes with Arena. Really good use of that Arena from Tippy. It looked like it was a defensive one. He was just trying to cut off the chase, but they managed to get that opportunity to get in with the mobility from the Ember. They take the mid-tier one as well. So this opens up that top jungle even more, cutting off more map space away from Pinata to farm. They already had this really nice aggressive Obs Ward down early, but the space you can just safely build up for the Sven, it's growing smaller and smaller. He is working towards his massive madness, almost there, but you really do need more on the map for the Sven to really kick off.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the Mask of Madness, it's only going to escalate your farm. It's not really going to enable you to suddenly be able to fight. I suppose you could try and abuse it for fighting purposes, but it feels like it's a little bit counterintuitive. It's now 7-2, 1k net worth advantage for Brunei. So at the very least, the net worth is still not swinging too hard the way of Brunei. Still a fairly even game, but it feels like the tempo was well and truly in Brunei's way. I suppose the one positive being for Sri Lanka is you've got Matrix, who is able to abuse this Helm of the Dominator. Kind of just keep split pushing lanes. And that does appear to be the big priority here from Sri Lanka, just making sure these lanes remain pushed in, as now they'll make the jump in onto the Ember. They'll find another kill. And that's the kind of coordination you wanted to see from Sri Lanka.
Dire's top tower is
Yeah,
under
they
attack.
managed to get right spell use. Just a bit greedy there from Silver to go for the deny. He does find it. So he takes away that goal, but he sacrifices his own life. A much bigger pickup for Sri Lanka in the end. That does help him set up. Going back to Matrix here, Mike, on the Lycan, we are seeing the Dominator rush into Overlord. So no Ags, maybe down the line. Would love to see it, but for now, just focusing on having that creep army, looking for the push. Would love to see if he does prioritize that Thunderhide creep. If it does spawn in the Ancient Cap, I think giving more attack speed to Sven is very beneficial. So just a free 75 attack speed every single time, 100% uptime. That's going to be a big spike, not just for Matrix, but definitely for Pinata. He's just going to be able to get the hits off and look to melt heroes super fast once that creep is up.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that added attack speed is always going to be welcome as a Sven. Still, we'll see if they can actually get to that stage. Like, they've managed to pull the game kind of back a little bit with all the towers that have been taken throughout that rather bot and mid lane, but that's the easy part for the Lycan. Now comes the hard part, which is grouping up with your team and trying to actually win some team fights to get those bigger towers. There is a pretty big group up here, but no smoke as of yet. So they might even just kind of dissipate and go back to the farming game where you see the side of Brunei, well, they've grouped up right behind their Luna. And it does seem like a bit of an obvious smoke, though, as Zunji Lee just farming so far forward in that mid lane, but now they jump in. Spear actually still catches the Snapfire, and Arena's going to go down, catching 3 out, but is it going to be enough? Banana, he'll try to move in on the egg, and they do manage to burst it down in time. Magnetize still bouncing around as well, and it looks like they might just have enough damage to burst through the side of Brunei. The kisses fly in, Sanji Lee's being chased down the Luna, and eventually should just end up dropping as Silver shows up, and it looks like he might even sacrifice his own life, but a nice juke on that Stormhammer. The chase continues. Chains out, no body blocks from the Wolves. And in fact, they do manage to get the Luna out. Tanada, though, another Stormhammer up any second. But, oh no, the Sleight of Fist not going to be able to juke it out. It won't matter, though, because they're unable to get the kill. And now they turn back around onto Panada, who just dives so darn deep. It is going to pay for it in the end, it looks like. Spear, it's going to connect, but there's nothing behind him. Do they want to keep diving? Not quite. They'll leave him be. And now, once again, the reinitiation here from the side of Sri Lanka. It seems like they want to keep going for a bit more, but looks like eventually they are going to back their way up.
Yeah, there was a bit of a small misplay from Brunei. Z7, I think his egg was outside Arena. Because he tried to put it right on the edge of Arena. It ended up being outside, so it was very easy for the Sven, for the Lycan to just focus it down. If the egg was inside and protected, you know, the damage was going off, the stun went off. That would have been a very different engagement for Brunei, but Sri Lanka managed to make the most of it. Brunei, you mentioned it, as they were going up, the smoke wasn't the best. It was fairly telegraphed because of the positioning of Zan right in front, so they knew something was up. They get a really good read on the map there from Sri Lanka and just find more, get the punishment off, get the fight they want. They are starting to lead a bit now, less than 1k lead on the side of Sri Lanka. They are getting more space to really get into gear with their Sven. Pinata does go for the disassembly on the Mask of Madness, is going for the BKB next, so looking to really just have protection up front from the control of Brunei, and once you've got that up and running, you don't have anything to really hold down to Sven. Maybe if a full egg channel goes off, that could be one way, but that's asking for a lot from a Phoenix. You don't tend to see that full stun go off unless the fight's in a really compressed area, and for Brunei, they've just been taking fights wherever on the map, so they've got to watch for that BKB timing coming out from Pinata down the line. Not quite there yet, but it's going to be happening sooner rather than later.
Well, bot lane, there is going to be a bit of a group up here. And Brunei are going to try and at least get that bottom tier 1 tower down. They do have a bit of a power spike now with the Maelstrom coming up on their Ember. Matrix, he's got that Thunderhide creep. Does actually give it up for the Golem. Kind of gives that creep you were talking about away, and for now they're going to try and move in. Arena has been dropped, but they are coming in from the side. Kisses are pretty damn good as well. They've got no way of stopping this these Mortimer's Kisses at all, as now the Luna. Sanji Lee does end up dropping. They even found XP. Can they just keep cleaning up? It seems like they probably can. They stuck around trying to secure some form of kill. Silver, he got something, but it's going to cost him his life for that. Getting an Earth Spirit's all good and well, but it doesn't seem worthwhile in the end, especially if it costs you Mid-Ember's life. That's a 4-for-2 trade, the way of Sri Lanka. But when they have this Ags up, it's going to be a massive, massive issue. This Lycan Sven combo.
Oh, it really will be. You can see how fast Matrix can farm that up. But going back to how these fights are breaking out, it feels like Brunei is showing the issues we saw from Sri Lanka from Game 1. The coordination's not quite lining up. They're immediately jumping in without having full info on the targets they're going for. And that just means free kisses coming through. They've got the mobility up, even on their spend with the blink. They are chasing Pinata down, though.
They are, but how are you going to hold him down? Well, that's one way. The chain's around. Where's his help? Aether Remnant, it's going to be there. Panada, he's still dropping very low, however. And eventually, he just drops. In fact, they've lost another. Well, we saw this last game as well, John. It just... You can't split up like that. When you've got an advantage, you've either going to have the vision game going for yourself, or you've got to stick together.
They just overextend on Sri Lanka's side once more, giving openings to Brunei to take. And they take them. The worst part is they're going for Roshan next. They've got the damage output with Luna, just with a Yasha, Dragonlance, and Massive Madness, so much that can come through. They are cutting off the access to the Rosh as well, with XV playing on the cliff, and even their Phoenix playing on edge. They cut off the supports from spotting anything. And that should mean a pretty fairly free Rosh. And Silk could go hunting if he wants. It's just hanging in the area.
He is. Roshan still dropping very slowly but surely. They're going to try and roll in. Mortimer's Kisses are there. It looks like they are going to be able to at least blow up XV. Now Matrix going to move in after the Ember. They've got the silence and Silver's going to drop. Brunei, I mean, they're kind of throwing it back the way of Sri Lanka now. Sri Lanka, don't move in to that Roshan pit, and well, without the Ember up, it's essentially a free Roshan. There's no way to defend this if you are Brunei. And they'll take it. Aegis up for Panada.
Yeah, that was strange from Brunei this time. Like, while they were cutting off the team on the high ground, and the rest of Brunei pulled back, and they just left the Tombstone there to kind of chip away at Roche at half HP. And they didn't re-engage. They were a bit too cut off in the sports. They lose out on a couple of big heroes, especially the Ember. And Sri Lanka just makes it work. So Aegis up on Pinata, 2 lives up. Again, saving up for the Blink next after that, for the BKB next after getting that Blink earlier on. Matrix, his axe is almost up. So you're reaching that point where you will see the wolf bite with a very angry Sven, a very angry wolf running up to you. That is not going to be pleasant. And that's the point where Brunei's draft, it still works, but the execution has to be tighter. The same things we said about Sri Lanka in Game 1 kind of goes back to Brunei now. We need to play as a team, look for the big arena egg combinations with the Tombstone, and position the egg and Tombstone properly. Whether or not it's inside or outside the arena, they've got to make a good choice and play with that.
I mean, it might literally be too late though. Like with the eggs coming up, it's going to be problematic. Like your big win for Brunei was the fact that you could kind of just juke around the Sven and kite him throughout these team fights, but once that's taken away from you, Panada's just going to be able to have his way with Brunei every single time he has God Strength off cooldown. And we'll see what they can do, but it feels like Sri Lanka, all they've got to do is just farm up the Ags, but they're going to go first with a big smoker. This might be a little bit preemptive, to be fair, John, but I suppose they are feeling confident enough, but smoke is going to be broken. C7, spot them out. Still, the step is there. Aether Remnant going to catch out the Phoenix, and eventually they should be able to burst both down, and they do.
They get nice, easy kills in the sports. They find a Tombstone, which is a lot of money to give out. So, a good amount of farm coming out there. And that is a bit closer for the Ags now. For Matrix. So that's all I'm really looking forward to. I think And BKB flying out soon for Pinata, just really lacking gold for the recipe. Basically has the Ogre-Axe done in 150 gold.
Dire's
Brunei,
bottom tower has fallen.
they can't afford to give out even the support kills, because the supports play such a big part in their team fights. They need the egg, they need the tombstone, they need the flesh golem form for the damage amp. And whenever those things are lacking, it's a big opening for Sri Lanka. They do manage to at least split push on bot just a bit, but it does look like Sri Lanka is getting more from the map. 4K lead coming out from them. Farm distribution's a lot more even across their cores as well. So there's good progression, not just on the Sven, but on the Lycan, on the Void Spirit. His Axe is also being formed up. And Brunei, it is all starting to funnel only into Zan. So the Luna has to pay dividends off. And it's just not far ahead enough in farm to really do that. In fact, Zan is going for a really defensive build. And Manta up, BKB next, no damage items, nothing like the Crystallis Rush or the Ag Shard, so damage output's not going to be amazing. Zan can stand in the middle and fight, but they have to make use of that spell immunity, and it still boils down to coordination, just managing to pull off these team fights in the way they want.
It certainly feels very problematic. Like, you've got 0 damage on this Luna. Very, very kind of contrast to the Sven, who's going to have way too much damage. Still, you're getting to that point where things are going to look a lot scarier with the axe coming up. This is that point where I think you wanted to smoke if you were Sri Lanka. Like, I feel like you smoked a little bit too early last time around. They still got some kills out of it. But now with the axe up, with the wolf fight available in the Sven, this is when things get very, very fun for Sri Lanka. You could literally just force high ground right now. I genuinely don't think Brunei could stop them.
They do have good high ground team fight with Arena Egg and maybe a well-placed Tombstone, but it does feel like Sri Lanka has the answers to it. They can just jump the back line with their Void Spirit. They can have the kisses coming from a mile away, because it doesn't seem like Brunei's been prioritizing that back line all too often in the engagements. They will play it safe, though. They take a tier 2, they pull back, just keep building up in farm. They've still got not much time left on the Aegis, so it will expire before they can really get anything done with it. But they'll have BKB up on their Sven right around now. The gold's up, just needs to fly the item out. And that just means, even without the second life, a spell immune Sven with Wolf Bite, it's not going to be something that the lineup of Brunei is ready to handle.
Sri Lanka is taking their time right now, not really looking to rush too much for this. Just take it easy and just wait it out for that right moment. And there you go. There's that 5-man smoke we were talking about. So they had spotted out the Ember at the top lane, but he's going to run it back now. Again, I think Sri Lanka maybe just paying a little bit too much respect to the lineup of Brunei at the moment. With this broken combination, it does just feel like they can literally run them down. Maybe just looking for a pick-off before they try and force the high ground attempt. Z7, they saw him for a moment. Catch up. No, instead, they're going to try and make the jump with the Mars, but the Spear away in time. And now they're going for Snapfire. Nope, the Mars is going to die. Tippy, he's down. Instead, Stormhammer, though, is out onto the Ember Silver. He's going to be able to remnant away. Prince does eventually drop.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Prince
attack.
does eventually buy back to boot, but it's not going to amount to much.
Still chasing though. Oh.
Yeah, nice duel set around. Has caught the Luna. That'll be a massive pick-off now. Zunji Lee just stuck around and just kept farming. Very kind of surprising decision.
Yeah, it doesn't quite respect the jump potential coming through from Sri Lanka, the fact that they were in mid, swing around. The ward they have watching that area as well, it's only on the river, so they don't get vision on the ramp. That was a optimistic area to farm in. They do get the punishment out on Sri Lanka's end, so they're building up. 5k lead up. We still haven't seen the wolf fight onto Pinata, so Matrix been very patient with when he uses that Ag spell. Do want to see it soon. You know, like,
Yeah, but
that's that. I mean, they've been winning fights without it, so, you know, to be fair, it feels like they don't need it. But you have the item up, you want to see it. You know? They've even got this quickening charm. Maybe just hand it to Matrix for more uptime on the wolf fight.
Yeah, I mean, why the hell not? They group up down to the bot tier 2 tower now. Brunei, they're still kind of lacking the answers here to Sri Lanka in this game too. Just trying to make sure they get that farm up on their Luna. Sri Lanka maybe just not realizing how powerful they are at the moment. As they move in, tier 2 bottom tower, that's going to go down very easily with no defense out from Brunei. Sri Lanka, another 5-man smoke to fly out. No vision to scout that one out, but it may be a little bit obvious here for Brunei that they are smoked up.
Dyer's courier has been killed.
Never refuse gold.
Dyer's middle
Who do they
tower
find
is
though?
under attack.
I mean, yeah, the Luna's all the way at the top corner of the map, top left corner, and now he's TV'd back to the fountain. BKB's up. What they got? It's going to be the Mars. So Tippy drops. No buyback available. Do you force high ground now if you're
Dyer's
Sri
top
Lanka?
tower is under attack.
Definitely. Like, there's no buyback on Mars. You've forced out pretty much every lane but mid. I mean, top lane's not actually forcing, but you don't really care. Just go in and there you go.
And they go onto the Phoenix C7. Already dropping, and there's your wolf form out. I mean, you don't really need it right now, but I suppose why the hell not as they make the jump in, Zan.
Radiant's
He's
bottom
going to be
tower
okay.
is under attack.
They won't go too deep. Instead, Pinata, no, he will go right in onto the untying. It just cleaves him down.
Radiant's bottom tower
So easy with that inbuilt crit on the wolf form. That's it. Easy racks. Off they go. Can they chase? Maybe punish here. Chains, not going to be out of the void. Instead, they'll find the snap fire and they'll leave Prince B for the Luna.
has fallen.
So try for a bit more. Silver, going to give up on the Void Spirit and try after Pinata, but it does feel like he's well and truly away now. It's Tippy, he's still going to try, but he's throwing out Spears blind now. And they may be going a bit too far, I reckon. There is plenty of turnaround potential if you did want to go for it here for Sri Lanka. Only 2 heroes chasing them down from Brunei. Spears eventually going to land from Tippy, but now the roll back in going to be juked up, and the Stormhammer's there and now. The silences are out. They've gone way too far. Eclipse, it's going to be there in time. They do at least get a double kill there for Zanji Lee. It's something. But they might even find a Void Spirit for their trouble, and they will. Eventually, they'll get it. A triple kill now for Zanji Lee.
Yeah, it kind of pays off. All the kills go into the one here. They really need to funnel this gold into. Zan is managing to make the most of that situation and build up for his team. A really nice gold swing going out there for Brunei. And that helped Zan hit these timings to really get the damage going. So, Crystallis flying out, Daedalus coming up next. And that's the point when the Luna can start to face off against that Sven. And even our Ember has the full Ags up. So much more presence with the Spirits coming through, much more mobility as well. The lead narrows down to just 2-3k for Sri Lanka. And that does give Brunei a lot of opportunities to play into this game now. If you look at the graphs here, Mike, the win probability was in favor of Sri Lanka a while ago in a much higher aspect. Now it's just down to 52%. A pretty good opening for Brunei. And as long as this Luna gets to build up, along with some more damage coming through down the line from Silver on the Ember, you do start to wonder if Sri Lanka can outlast here. Because even with the Wolf Bite, there's still a kiting issue on the Sven. Like, eventually, the BKBs go down to 6 seconds, and at that point, 6 seconds isn't much. It's something Brunei can plan for. Once Arena starts to be impactful again, once spell immunity's down, your Sven is still going to be stuck inside a big spell, and if you play your cards right there, Brunei can just cut off all that DPS away from Sri Lanka.
Well, certainly felt like those last couple kills not gonna be too favorable for Sri Lanka as Brunei might be making their way back into this game, but now you've got the Daedalus up, you've got the BKB up on the Lycan. The Daedalus, the much more scary item here for the Sven. And regardless of those last couple kills that occurred for Brunei, I still think Sri Lanka just kind of shreds them in a team fight with that wolf part of the Sven. I don't think there's an answer to it this game. Brunei, they're going to move in with a 5-man smoke. Sri Lanka, they've been very, very safe in this game, number 2. It might end up costing them now, as AB Summer's going to get caught out. Remnant forward, and Well, eventually should just drop, and does. And I think the longer you wait as Sri Lanka, the harder this game's gonna get. It's just very passive play, and I think it's quite unnecessary against Brunei.
Yep, it's giving more time for the Luna to keep farming up. You still have a 3k gold lead on Zan in comparison to Pinata. So the Luna is still at a good point in terms of items. Like the Daedalus is also up on Zan. Hag Shard next into Satanic. It's at that point where the Luna will be a bit harder to deal with in the back line. I think in answer to the Sven, you only really need a Heaven's Halberd. I think once you've got something like a Halberd or even an E-Blade, once the BKBs fade, the damage of the Sven doesn't feel as amazing. So I think that's just some ways for Brunei to deal with it. They will smoke up. They've got every spell up. They just need to find the angle here.
They do. Silver going to be on the front lines here for the team. In fact, no, they'll let Tippy take care of it. Abe, Summer, he's going to end up canceling the smoke off. Meanwhile, the arena towards the right side has caught out Panada. Yeah, AB Summer, he's perfectly fine. Instead, Zanji Lee going to get caught out and does drop, and so does Silver. XP, he's been caught as well. The stun's going to be there. They'll get another. Tippy, he'll end up getting dropped. And this is what I was talking about, John. You should be forced in the fights if you're Sri Lanka in this game. There's no way Brunei can fight you.
Yeah, they kind of split their efforts on Brunei's part. Zan was just focusing on the back line while the rest of his team was playing a bit more forward. And just that split of damage with how much farm there is on Sri Lanka meant that again, they couldn't really clean up. Second Rosh goes the way of Sri Lanka as well. Aegis up. They're just going to be able to eye the high ground once more. Maybe eye the tier 2 mid first for security and just kind of go from there. They've got the shard up on Pinata, so Stormhammer upgrade, lower cooldown, dispel on enemies, more control, more utility coming through here for Sven. They will just play it safe. Tier 2 first, high ground after. They are shoving up the top lane as well. And for the side of Brunei, they're not completely out yet. They at least have one more team fight with Egg ready to go. Arena's going to be up in 8 seconds, so they could look for a play. The issue is Sri Lanka's working this really well. They're splitting themselves up in these fights. They're ensuring that no big arena can really come out from our Mars. And if Tippy can't land a 2-3-man arena, then the control of Brunei does feel lacking. They rely so much on having that area denial work to protect Egg, to protect Tombstone. It hasn't happened in a very long time for Brunei.
Well, it certainly hasn't. Again, very, very safe play. Like, you've got the God Strength just coming back up now. I mean, it is a matter of you can just go ahead and dominate the map and play more conservatively. Perhaps they're just fearing the high ground defense that could be available here as bot lane. They've made the jump in onto the Ember. They've got him. And enough with the control to take him out. Silver down, no buyback available, and that's going to mean that Panada immediately just wants to rush in. No wolf bite though, Panada. Bit preemptive there. Onto that top tier 3, or rather mid tier 3 tower. There's your wolf bite out now. Just kind of shred through as the stun is out. They've got the Undying. So easy to kill him off. In fact, C7 just gets ripped apart. And there goes Tippy. A triple kill out now for our Sven. Panada, he'll move in for more now. He's going to find a full rampage as Sanchile's trying to run.
Oh, God.
There is no running. Tips out for Panada. And there you go, John. The combo works. Who needs Tiny when you've got Sven and Lycan instead?
Yeah, it pays off. Lycan is way too much value. It's an insane hero, right? Like, you get Helm the Overlord, you have this early to mid game presence. You get the Ags, you get late game scaling for your team depending on your core. And they just make it work on Sri Lanka's side. For a while, it looked like Brunei, they were hitting some good beats, they were taking some good team fights. And then mid game, they make a couple of odd decisions again. They just don't take the fights as smooth. And Sri Lanka manages to punish. They find the angles to go in, manage to get the farm going on their Sven, on their Lycan to hit those spikes. And once they had that bite up, it's just impossible to stop the Sven. I would have loved to see on top of that, not just the Lycan Ags, but imagine it with Sven Axe, right? Like imagine wolf-bitten Sven flying in the air with his hammer onto you. That is terrifying. I would love to see it down the line. But Sri Lanka, they managed to even out the series. Brunei, it looked good. They had a great game 1 bouncing back there, but they just couldn't hold that momentum here in game 2.
Certainly not. With that, we are going to head to a short break, and right after that break, John, we've got another series coming up between, well, we get the teams that are coming up. I believe we have Pakistan coming in. It's just a matter of who they're going against, and it is going to be Brunei again. So there you go. Had to be one or the other, I suppose. So Pakistan versus Brunei coming up right after this short break. We'll see you right after.
I don't know what to say, I don't know what to say, I don't know what to do. Colors all around, but I don't see anything but blue. Get lost in the sound, go back to the start. Let's go out of the dark. Let's go out of the dark. Get into the light now. anything but blue. Get lost in the sound, go back to the start. Let's go out of the dark. Let's go out of the dark. colors all around, but I don't see anything but blue. Get lost in the sound, go back to the start. Let's go out of the dark. Let's go out of the dark. Into the light now.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are in for our second series of the night between Pakistan and Brunei, and it is MLP Dota into next fight. John, welcome back, sir. We just saw a series with Brunei in it, and they did end up drawing against Sri Lanka. I wonder how they do against Pakistan.
Yeah, this one, I'd say, is just as tough. I think, obviously, we've got big players from Pakistan, you know, Sumail Yawar, all kind of grew up playing Dota in that region before moving stateside. And the region does love its Dota. Like, that much I know from a few of my friends who play from there. So it's a fairly big region for Dota, considering Dota's reach in the region. It's still pretty popular, and I think that does mean Brunei is going to be in for a bit of a ride. We'll have to see if they'll be able to kind of play a bit tighter. I think Game 2 was a bit tough. Like, their early start looked good, and then the coordination issues started coming in. Like, we didn't see them play as strongly as a team compared to Sri Lanka, which was a bit of a flip compared to how Sri Lanka was in Game 1, where Sri Lanka had a really strong start, and then their coordination fell off. So hopefully after going through that a couple of games now, Brunei is going to be able to adjust and kind of execute the game plan they want. For Pakistan, it's their first series here in the qualifiers, so you've got to see what they bring out. Again, this region does have a lot of top-tier Dota players, so the environment for good Dota is there. We just got to see if they're bringing their A game here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just judging by the last series, it does seem to be very draft based, right? Like, at least last series, the both teams did seem kind of evenly matched going into it, but the drafts did kind of decide what happened throughout those games, and I'm curious to see what happens here. Though we are gonna have to wait a little bit, as we have had a disconnection as we have gone to the game. Hopefully, it doesn't take too long for the reconnection. In fact, we're gonna try again. But Pakistan, though, I do agree. I mean, there's been some very, very high-level plays. In fact, two of them right at TI right now.
Mhm.
Very intrigued. Very intrigued to see how it does pan out as we do head into the draft now. Game number 1, Pakistan versus Brunei. Do you want to see anything change from Brunei from the last series, John? Is there anything in particular you didn't quite enjoy?
10
Mm,
seconds remaining.
I think the Luna hardcore just doesn't feel amazing right
5
now. We've seen
seconds
a lot of
remaining.
teams in other tournaments,
Radiant
especially in
team
TI, try to
ban.
pull out the Luna. Just doesn't feel like it works out all too well, in my view. Like, it doesn't feel like the timings line up with how most teams understand Dota right now. Just kind of conflicts with how the meta is. So I think Brunei gets
Dire
a
team
stronger
ban.
pause one to leverage there. It would feel a lot better. I like that they also do ban out the Lycan. So they're not giving the option for Lycan away to Team Pakistan. They're not going to be able to look for the Ags rush, the Overlord rush. There are still other heroes you can aim for Overlord priority. Say Venge is
10
still an
seconds
option if you
remaining.
want. Beastmaster's still there if it's not banned. Those can be really strong for Pakistan
5
to play a
seconds
tempo-based
remaining.
lineup as well. But for
Radiant
Brunei,
team ban.
at least they don't have to worry about getting the Sven running up with wolf form anymore in this game.
That is very true, John. It's definitely a very scary side. I think no team really wants to have to go against the Lycan if they can avoid it. Even the Tiny being removed, which I suppose is fairly standard considering the current meta. Let's see how they do get these drafts started here. Brunei, they'll have first pick. What do you prioritize?
10
Like we
seconds
talked about the
remaining.
gyro
Radiant
IO
team
earlier,
pick.
John, but we haven't seen that whatsoever yet. Instead, Brunei, they're going to go back into that Tidehunter first pick.
Yeah, it worked out really well for them in their first game in last series. So just going back to the Tide makes enough sense. Stable team fight, strong in lane, holds its own,
10
almost always
seconds
hits its farm
remaining.
timing as well. Very durable front line. We've seen Brunei play with that
5 seconds
durable
remaining.
tanky initiator quite nicely, so it fits into their playstyle. Just having a strong offlane to start these fights, to draw attention away from the other cores, is a key aspect to how they've been playing throughout the day. So stable start. Still some flux. We talked about it last time as well. The
Radiant
Tidehunter,
team pick.
not necessarily an
Lina.
offlane every single time. You can have it as support, depending on what you need
Dire
on
team
Brunei.
ban.
Let's see if that is something they consider. Pakistan, straight into the explosive heroes. Lina Magnus already on board here. So they've got a lot of magical bursts with Lina. They've got a great steroid on Magnus. Good team fight coming through with you. Blink RP coming down. So great back and forth already.
10 seconds
They see the
remaining.
Tidehunter. They see that kind of team fight. They're like, all right, we'll bring our own team fight here. We've
5
got
seconds
reverse
remaining.
polarity. We can kind of just buff up a big pause one here. There's still the option for Sven if it's not banned out in this next phase. So Sven Magnus could be something. Magnus Jug, maybe even say an Ember Spirit if you want to run that on safe lane, or just flex the Lina support and still run an Ember mid. Could be a possibility as well.
It certainly could be. Brunei's second pick for themselves. Where do you want to go now? I mean, maybe just a quick support pickup here. We saw the Venge Tidehunter earlier in one of their earlier games, so they could just go back down that route. Worked out in game 1 for them, so wouldn't quite blame them for trying it again.
Dire
To see
team
some
ban.
very nice swaps in that game 1 as no, they're going to go down the Oracle route, which is a hero we don't get to see very often. I thought this hero would make its reappearance in the current meta, but that's not so much the case. Still, Brunei seem to think it's popular, or rather strong enough to make its appearance here against
10
Pakistan.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, I think when you see a Magnus, you know that there's going to be a
5
big physical
seconds
core
remaining.
that wants to play with Empower. So just having an
Radiant
Oracle
team ban.
to
Dire team
sort
ban.
of get a free disarm onto that core is already really strong. The false promise to hold your own core in a really good spot is there as well. You've got great ways to dodge the magic damage of Alina. If you don't want to use your spell for disarm, you can just block the magic damage off. So a lot of great saves for
10
Team Brunei
seconds
just with the
remaining.
Oracle pick. I think Oracle's still really strong. It's just
5
kind of faded
seconds
off
remaining.
in priority. But we have seen Oracle still be impactful. Maybe 2 patches ago, we still saw a lot of Oracle. This does open up the possibilities for Brunei in terms of their core pickups now as well. They could look to maybe sneak over the
Radiant
Troll
team ban.
Warlord, maybe try out for the Terribly. They do ban the Troll themselves, just taking care of any heroes that play with the Magnus and Power because they don't have first pick in the next phase. But with the Oracle, you are very secure in just getting certain combinations off. Heck, if they
Dire
want,
team
they
ban.
could even gun for a Husker Oracle here if they just want to give that a shot.
I mean, why the hell not? That's a nice combo that I can't say I've seen in quite a while, but I'd love to see it here from Brunei if they did want to go down that route. So we're gonna have to wait a couple more banouts before we can see
10
exactly where they're
seconds
heading.
remaining.
These drafts.
5 seconds
What else is there? I mean, what? Going back to the Gyro IO, like, well, why don't we see it? Where is it? You know, we've been seeing it enough at TI that you'd think that it would be a popular pickup, but no team has really bothered so far today throughout this tournament, or rather these qualifiers.
Yeah. I think it maybe just boils down to playstyle, right? Like
Radiant
Jar
team
IO
ban.
is super strong in these heavily coordinated teams, perhaps for some of these national teams, because a lot of times they're compiled for a tournament. So there could be the possibility that there's a gelling in period. They're not quite sure if they can get the right timings out with each other by running these very sensitive
10
drafts with the
seconds
Gyro.
remaining.
And I think that does hold it back from these teams. Perhaps down the
5
line,
seconds
once more of that
remaining.
gelling sets in, we do see maybe moving on from the groups, we'll see more of that Gyro coming through. But for now, I don't think you have room for it on either side. Like, say, for Pakistan with a Magnus Lena, you're likely not looking at the Gyrocopter to play with that in power. You could. You just lose out on a lot of the
Dire team
utility that the Cleave does give you for melee heroes. And they do go with the Ursa instead. So that's your big combination with the Mag out. You've got a lot of really good flash farm that can come out for the Ursa. Really good Roche timing here as well, Mike. Just empower the Ursa once he has even just a Morbid Mask. You can just run into Roshan and clear it
10
out so
seconds
fast. So
remaining.
really good momentum here from Team Pakistan. At the same time, Brunei's
5
Oracle
seconds
pick still
remaining.
pays dividends here. You still have a good disarm to hold back the Ursa. You have good ways of kiting the Ursa with the roots coming through from the Oracle. The Ursa can just kind of use his ult and drop that down with his stat resist, sure. But Oracle spells are fairly spammable, so you're always going to have a way to constantly kite around the Ursa at the least.
Fair enough. Team Brunei. How do you want to respond to this? I mean, the Ursa, a very early pickup for the carry here, and I realize they've got the Magnus Ursa combination going, so it's kind of a nice way to escalate in terms of farm, but
Dire team pick.
you do leave yourself kind of open now. And well, Brunei, they're going to go for a disruptor pickup. So not only should that dominate throughout the lane, and I believe that should be a position for disruptor we're looking at, but
Radiant
after that,
team
you've got the
pick.
Glimpse back, you've got the Static Storm. It's just very annoying, but they're going to go back for the Naga. All right, so Naga Sara making another appearance here today. That's a hero I didn't think would come out from Brunei, but they do go down this route. How do you
10
feel about this
seconds
hero?
remaining.
It's a bit strange. In some ways,
5
it makes
seconds
sense because
remaining.
no, actually, you do have good ways of clearing out the illusions from Team Pakistan. Empower onto Ursa. Cleave does good work. Lena has the LSA, and even down the line, you can kind of upgrade your Laguna Blade to hit an AoE. So you can kind of line clear out the illusions as well if you really find it an issue with the Dragon Slave on top of it. For Brunei, though, I have to say, Mike, this is looking like a very 2018, 2017 Chinese draft, right? Like that was the era. Even past that point, we still see a few Chinese teams pull this out. But Disruptor Naga with Tide, it's the perfect team fight setup. Song, set up Kinetic Field, Static Storm, drop Ravage once you drop Song, and you just win the team fights, theoretically. And that's how it should go. So we'll see if that's how Brunei plays it. It does make sense in that context, but I feel like you're not getting the full value from this Oracle pickup now. Like Oracle Naga Siren's not a particularly great combination. If you false promise Naga, it becomes blatantly clear which Naga Siren's real. So you lose out in the illusion aspect of just kiting around and confusing the enemy team. It also doesn't particularly play on edge as a hero, not like a troll with his ult or a Husker with how his HP scaling works. So I think you just really lack that aspect with the Oracle. You might find it in your mid hero,
Dire
but
team ban.
I don't know. The Naga, it's just strange. And now Team Pakistan take this Lion as well. So you get the Ag Short to burn down the illusion with multiple hero mana drain by the 20-minute mark or past it. You have even more magical burst here from Team Pakistan with Lina and Lion. They have a lot of ways of just handling this lineup
10
from Team Brunei.
seconds remaining.
It feels that way. Like I feel like they're probably going to have the
5
answers here
seconds
for the side of
remaining.
Team Pakistan, but well, we'll see as the final banouts are going to come out. Team Brunei and Pakistan going for those 2 banouts left before they can continue with these drafts. Both teams appear to be lacking a mid lane, but when I say that, Pakistan, they could run the mid mag or the mid laner. Still yet to be seen. Brunei, though, definitely needing someone in the mid lane. And so far, we've pretty much seen only Spirit Brothers in the mid lane throughout the first series. So I'm almost
Radiant team
expecting Brunei to go back for a Spirit Brother for their last pick. Any kind of preferences here, John, if there had to be a Spirit Brother? Void, Storm, or Ember? Who do you prefer?
I'd honestly say Storm fits this lineup the best. The issue is it's
10
really greedy with
seconds
Naga.
remaining.
Because ideally, in this case, with a Storm for Brunei,
5
you'd get the
seconds remaining.
Ags on the Storm. So you'd have the AoE Vortex to set up even more for the Kinetic Field, Static Storm, Ravage on top, multi-hero Root with the Oracle. It just allows for easier setup for that entire Wombo combo. But farm timings becomes an issue. Nagasaren's
Dire
just a
team
huge
back.
farm vacuum. It might take a bit too long for the Storm Spirit to hit that spike. So maybe in that case, you should just eye probably Ember. Ember solely because if you don't ban or pick Ember, Team Pakistan can take
10
Ember, then you
seconds
have to deal with
remaining.
Magus Ember. So I think ideally for Brunei, if they don't ban it, they have to
5
absolutely
seconds
pick it up
remaining.
because Pakistan's just going to look to pick it up afterwards.
Radiant
Final
team
ban out's
back.
still going. They are really using quite a lot of reserve time for these final bans now. Brunei left with 2 seconds, but they'll get rid of the AA. Very
Dire
interesting kind of
team
ban, though I suppose mid AA can be run. There's that Husker ban as well. So just making sure Brunei do not want to cheese with the Oracle Husker. Absolutely fair enough. There's Brunei now. Again, 2 seconds of reserve time left to make their decision.
10 seconds remaining.
No, looks like they might
5
just think about it
seconds
all the way
remaining.
down.
Radiant team pick.
Wind Ranger at
Oh.
your service.
Huh.
All right, Wind Ranger, something a little bit different.
I don't particularly like that here for Team Brunei. I don't think it plays all too well with her lineup. You could still have some team fight utility
Choose your
with the Gale Force down line. Shackle, if it lands, is pretty good. In the mid lane matchup, they might have been expecting the Lina mid, in which case Wind Ranger can just run around, avoid a lot of damage with a Wind Run, but Team Pakistan can just flex around now. Great closeout with a Kunkka. So they've got a lot of durability here on Team Pakistan. It's not quite like the Ember in clearing out Naga illusions, but it's still really obnoxious. You get Empower onto Kunkka, Tidebringer out. You're still going to melt a lot of that illusion spam from Team Brunei. I think it does give them really stable hold. The boat combinations with Magnus and Ursa as well, it's just ridiculous. Bursting down these heroes is going to be very difficult for Team Brunei. They do not have burst damage on hand. Like, they don't have Lion, they don't have Lina. That's all on Team Pakistan. So for Brunei, killing heroes through boat, I don't know if they can do it. Not until a lot of farm is up in Zan.
I do agree with you. I think Pakistan does have the much better draft, to say the least. I mean, it seems a bit all over the place here from Brunei, doesn't it? Like, you're very reliant on Silva having a good game with this Wind Ranger. I don't know. Apart from that, like, you've got Song the Static Storm set up. I agree with that, and that combination just hasn't felt amazing for the last 5 or 6 years now. I think Pakistan is just much easier to execute with their own draft. Still, I suppose we'll have to wait and see how this one pans out, as we should be heading to the game one very, very soon between these two teams. But I kind of agree with you, John. I feel like Pakistan certainly has the favorable draft.
Yeah, they've got the combinations you'd want to play with. They've got great heroes for the Empower here. The durability's off the charts. For Brunei, The Naga pickup just puts a massive dent there. I just expected a stronger combination with the Oracle. Something like Terrorblade, something like the Troll if they didn't ban it out
Prepare
themselves.
for battle.
Stuff like that that really plays well with a False Promise. Naga just doesn't. Like, you could save the Naga. False Promise is still a high impact spell. But the Naga itself just not a hero that plays on edge like that. Maybe you could False Promise into a Song Retreat. It's not really an offensive combination, but the defense potential, I guess, is good. Just doesn't sound like it's enough to counteract Pakistan.
That's fair. Let's see how it does pan out, though. I mean, Brunei, the last series we had, they did end up having a tie, so definitely not too far behind the other teams at the moment, as we are going to have an immediate pause coming out here from Pakistan. Looks like Joker needs a quick DC here on the Lena. Fair enough. Is it going to be Joker in the mid lane, John? I believe.
This is bullshit.
No, it looks like it is probably going to be Black Sparks here on the mid conquer.
Yeah, I think that entire Wind Ranger pick just drove that Kunkka pick, because Wind Ranger versus Lena is a manageable lane for Wind Ranger. So the Lena can't really leverage the Fiery Soul attack bonus you get, and it does get a bit harder to land the LSA and Dragon Slave against Wind Ranger when her wind runs up. Against a Kunkka, you can't avoid Tidebringer damage. You can still kite around Torrent, but if Kunkka does manage to gap close, somehow finds an angle to get an X Torrent, you still have a way of managing that Wind Ranger. So I think the Kunkka response is excellent here for the side of Pakistan. The mid lane matchup should be fairly manageable. I don't expect the Wind Ranger to completely dominate it. You do still have the range advantage going here for Wind Ranger, but every single time we have a Kunkka versus ranged hero, it never feels like the ranged hero has a natural advantage anyway. Like, Kunkka can still just play with Tidebringer and balance everything out.
I wonder. I mean, even like you look back at the Mr. Devil Ursa, like he's gonna have a free cleave and power there from Sanity. Such a rough kind of time it feels like for Brunei this game. By the way, is this a support Ursa? So rather support Magnus I'm looking at? I'm not 100% sure. Like he started with Bracer Tango. I suppose Joker could be playing the pos 4 Lena here. And he could be making his way over as the pos 3 Magnus.
Yep, should be the offlane mag. I don't think for most supports the Bracer doesn't make sense as an item. It's just not very efficient now as an item for supports, just not very valuable. You used to spam it on supports low in HP, but you can kind of just go Fluffy Hat nowadays. So it does make more sense as a core pickup. I think the Magnus offlane does line up more with what you'd want to do with this lineup. You want to get the blink up in your Magnus. You could still opt for an Echo Saber build, but we've seen a lot more offlane mags opt for Arcane Boots, Blink, Mech. More of a utility-focused, aura-focused bot with an RP on hand. So that could be a route Santi takes. Could still opt to be a right-click damage dealer if they get enough initial space going. But I think that dual lane of Magnus Lena is going to be pretty deadly. Like, you've got some pretty great skewer combinations. LSA into skewer back onto tower if the creep wave is pushed far back enough. It's going to be really nice. Just gives you a lot of kill potential and a lot of laning magic damage. Like, Shockwave is a pretty annoying spell. Pretty cheap as well for Magnus to toss out. Combine that with Dragon Slave spam, with Light Strike Array. There's a lot of presence there from Magnus Lena dual lane.
30 seconds to battle.
That there is definitely a very dangerous kind of lane to have as we do go back into game one. Could be a bit of a team fight over this spot bounty rune. Looks like the side of Brunei might want to try and contest this. Pakistan, we'll see if they want to get aggressive here.San and Mr. Devil just going to deal with the illusions for now. Sanity even committing quick shockwave to get rid of one of those illusions.
The battle begins.
And eventually, Tippy going to try and move in. So they'll go for the fight. Earthspike's going to be there. Sanity take the bounty, and that's going to be about it. So should mean a 3-for-1 exchange here for Pakistan. And again, considering that they do appear to have the stronger draft going into this game, it's going to be a great start for them.
Yeah, just sets up for a smooth start. Hit those early bottle timings if you want. You do see the lane splitting up. Santi heading up top in that mag. He is again laning with that Lena. We'll see if they do split up the farm focus, it does look like Santi should be taking point there. They are laning up against Zan on that Naga, and Zan will be joined shortly by Z7 on the Oracle. So Oracle Naga, there is some decent ways to play that. You could just rush the illusions up, use that as a launching point for the Fortunes and Root. Could try to line up that way, but otherwise Naga, it tends to be a very passive laner. Maybe level 4 could be a good spike. Once Riptide's up at level 2, you get a good Root off, you can pump the damage in. Issue is, the dual lane from Pakistan is a lot more active. You have to worry about all the spell damage coming through, and that does take away some of the impact for Brunei's own aggression.
Mid lane, you see Silver there against Black Sparks. And the Kunkka, you'd argue, should have the advantage, but it can be a little bit challenging to tell. Again, we haven't seen the Wind Ranger pick up here from Brunei, so looking forward to seeing if maybe it's a bit of a comfort pick, but ultimately you should still kind of just favor the Kunkka.
Yeah, down line, I mean, even though it's a range matchup, you do at least have that Tidebringer every single time to get the aggression off. You are seeing some aggression here from Brunei up top. They were trying to play with the roots, but they can't really. Like, the levels are up there for Pakistan, level 2 up. So you've got the Light Strike Array, the heavy right-click damage you get with a Fiery Soul, and you've got the Skewer back now on Santi. So if you just misstep one moment here on the Naga, you can find yourself in a really scary position.
Bot lane, Mr. Devil and Arsan there again against Tippy and XV. Feels like it should be a pretty comfortable lane here for Mr. Devil. Tippy on the Tide, like, he can still play somewhat aggressively, but the problem is you are going to be susceptible to the Fury Swipe damage as it does stack up. And Hassan, he's going to have the Hex, he's going to have the Earth Spike. So it does feel like you can get very aggressive with the safe lane of Pakistan. But for now, they're probably just going to try and secure that initial CS. Leave Tippy be, but I think it does pay to get a little bit more aggressive if you can here. I don't think there's any reason to play passively and just try to secure CS if you can go the extra mile here as Pakistan.
Yeah, they could look for those kill lineups, but I don't think you mind playing a slower game here. Like, maybe you just wait for a couple of items to be up. Say, wait for Phase Boots, maybe wait for the quick Orb of Corrosion up on the Ursa, or at least just the Orb of Venom. Once you have that, it becomes a lot easier to rip right through. You're also at the point where you should know this Disruptor is out of mana. So that's your opportunity to just run in, not expecting the counter plays with some damage coming through with the Thunder Strike, and that could make it a bit tough. That's the one shortcoming of Disruptor. He is very mana intensive in terms of laning presence, and you do see XV actually have to fly in 3 mangoes just to keep the aggression up here.
Hassan now going to be chased down. Thunderstrike is there from XV, but not going to amount to too much. Couldn't really get in range for the Glimpse Pack, or maybe he can if Hassan kept running towards that banner, and in fact, he still will. Meanwhile, mid lane, you look at Black Sparks now, and a lot of damage being dealt. Silver, one Tidebringer hit away from dying, and the pings are coming out. In fact, there's your cut off, Hassan. Great timing from the Lion. Got the banner and gets the Wind Ranger kill for himself. First blood the wave, Hassan. That's what you love to see here for Pakistan.
Just nice aggression coming through, and you're just securing such a strong start for Black Sparks. Even before that kill, he was up at 29-5 in CS. Silver's only at 15-2. And that's a massive issue for Wind Ranger. Wind Ranger doesn't flash farm fast, doesn't have the best wave clear. Power Shot is nice, but it's got a fairly long cooldown. The mana cost until certain talents are up can make it a bit tough. It does mean you're not going to hit those item beats as quick. Whereas for Black Sparks, Tidebringer, great spell. Every 4 seconds max level, lots of damage. It makes it easy to clear out camps as well. I think that's going to be the big issue for Brunei. Like, the timings on the Wind Ranger just feels so sensitive. And we'll have to see if Silver can still hit a decent enough point to hit that javelin timing.
Zhangji Li. Bit of a struggle with this top lane of this Naga, you've got to admit, John. Like, I know you mentioned it's going to be a hard enough lane against the Magdalena, but this is a really, really kind of upsetting performance here for Zhangji Li, I think. I mean, 14-0 on the Naga. The Sanity's going to move back in now. Joker's still around, and they can get aggressive. Zhangji Li going to try and back out. I mean, you can kind of see where the problems are occurring. So he cannot get close to the creep wave. Meanwhile, of course, bot lane XV does end up dropping to Hassan, which is even worse news here for Brunei. And it does feel like pretty much every lane is going kind of poorly for the dire end at the moment.
And the only little boon here for Brunei is that Tippy is getting some good farm on that Tide, but he is sacrificing his support and kind of giving the Ursa a little bit more pocket change there with these kills. Not much the Tide can do without this engagement from Pakistan. With a great start, 2-0, 5.5 minutes in, 1k lead. This is just set to ramp up, and look at that. They're just making moves onto Tippy now.
Yeah, absolutely, and this is what you wanted to see. I mean, you could always kind of do this, but as the levels come up on the Ursa, it becomes that much easier. And now Hassan on this Lion, suddenly on a killing spree. He's got every kill on the map at the moment. So this Pulse 5 Lion just doing so much work.
Oh yeah, that's going to lead to some pretty good blink timings down the line, faster Tranquil. It's more easier to pull off rotations towards mid if they want to commit some early smokes. On the side of Brunei, they're not really committing the resources bot to do anything. You know, right now they've got the jungle occupied by Zan, so he's trying to build up the farm in Naga, avoiding that lane with Magnus Lina. That does give Z7 a bit of a lane to soak EXP, but he's not stopping the Magnus. He's not stopping the Lina, and that's such a big issue. You're at the point where the pause 4 Lina has the same levels as the Naga, just a bit slightly less behind in EXP still, but that's a really good point to play with. You're going to line up for your level 6, and once that 6 on Lina's up, you can just go into jungle and go hunting for that Naga every single time.
Top lane, nice skewer back there from Sanity. Z7, he's going to try and run, but Sanity doesn't bother waiting out the next shockwave. He'll eventually throw it out, but just not feeling confident enough to secure the kill on the Oracle. Not that it matters though. I mean, if you're securing this much free farm as an offlane Magnus, you're more than happy to just stick around and not worry about killing off a +5 Oracle. Again, Pakistan, I feel like they've just played this very well thus far. Brunei, with a draft like theirs, if they fall behind this early on, it's going to be very problematic. And John, 7 minutes in, we're already 3k behind here. Very, very bad news for this dire end.
Yeah, it's a massive start for the side of Pakistan. And this is a 3k start from the Ursa. This is a 3k start from the offlane Magnus. That's going to lead to a lot more items. They are being aggressive down bot again.
Sanity, he's going to be fine to... Oh, never mind. He's not. The power shot is going to land on the Magnus. And yeah, Sanity, he'll give the tip over to Silver. It's a very nice power shot out. Of course, you mentioned it, bot lane XV. He does end up dropping onto the Disruptor. Not as big of a deal, though. I think the offlane Mag going down is a little bit more important there for the side of Brunei. And something they desperately needed to happen to. So you never really want every single lane to go perfectly for the enemy team. And now, well, Shackle's mid lane. Black Sparks gonna try and move in with the X-Torrent boat out onto Silver, and will land at least the boat. Silver, though, still gonna go into the chase, but the Kunkka might just prove to be a little bit too tanky now. So keep going for a run. Earth Spike is there from Hassan onto the Wind Ranger, but eventually will secure the kill with the Purifying Flames. And Brunei are able to start getting some kills on the board.
Yeah, they get a couple of important ones. Killing off the Kunkka is a lot bigger, and you are starting to build up here on Silver. Does have the Javelin up, so that Focus Fire is going to do a lot of work now. It does help, but you're seeing the issues. When the boat comes out, even with that early Javelin on Silver, it takes a long time, a lot of commitment to kill off the Kunkka, and that's going to be the story of the game as it develops. Like, that boat buff is just going to be a huge detriment to the side of Brunei because they lack that burst damage on hand. They lose their top tier 1. They are trying to sort of collapse down bot just a bit. They drag XV back down, but you're at the point where Mr. Devil's Ursa is just way too far ahead. Level 7 top of net board has a Morbid Mask. When we talked about that Morbid Mask timing, with an Ursa around with the Magnus, you could just empower Ursa, go into Roche Pit at this precise moment if you wanted to. Just take that objective fast. It does look like Mr. Devil's going to be playing a bit more conservatively, just building more farm up. But you have to really be concerned about Roshan here if you're Brunei. You have to start planting those Roche wards. You can't afford to give Pakistan a free one.
Absolutely. And I mean, it's kind of almost guaranteed that he gets it. But like you said, if you can keep the wards around the area, if you can, try and abuse the Naga song, perhaps you can get something done as mid lane. We are going to have a bit of a boat flying in onto this Wind Ranger. Sanity, he's got the RP if he wants to commit it, but he won't need to do that. No need whatsoever. Nice easy pick off onto Silver. Sanity gets some
Dire's
sweet,
middle
sweet
tower
revenge for the
is under
power
attack.
shot earlier on.
Dire's middle tower
Yeah,
has
it's
fallen.
just slowing down that Wind Ranger, which is again a massive issue because every single death Silver takes means it's gonna have to farm or find a big pickoff to compensate. And those 2 kills were good. They're just not good enough to launch him back up. Still the bottom network core. The jungle of Brunei is being taken over now. They do have the heroes on hand to fight this though.
They do. And they're going to try, but Zunji Lee, he doesn't quite move in. Instead, they want Tippy to be in the front lines. He's got the Ravage up, but is unable to break the gap. In the end, you still had so many things to worry about anyway. Would have been a pretty dangerous team fight. I think better of it, they'll back out. Yeah, Pakistan, I mean, still just perfectly fine with a 5k net worth advantage now as well. It's one of the things, like, it might be a bit of a slower game, but the net worth is just rapidly rising here for this Radiant end of things. In fact, mid lane, RP out from Sanity with the Blink initiation, and now the Earth Spike's going to land as well, and Silver just gets bursted down immediately.
That's what you want to do. Just keep that Wind Ranger down, make her a complete non-factor in the game. That will further slow down Silver's timing. Still trying to work onto the Maelstrom, trying to get some more damage off. Not quite hitting those item beats you'd want. In fact, that story goes for all of Brunei's heroes. Zan, he's got some room in the jungle to play farm. It's not particularly quick. You need more levels on a Naga to really take control of that jungle and slow going. Compare that to our Ursa at 5.7k, level 9, Diffusal up in just about 1,000 gold. You're going to have a lot of issues here for the side of Brunei relatively soon. And Pakistan are already just clumping around. They keep that pressure in the top jungle. They ensure that Brunei has no safe spots to farm.
Absolutely not. Move in again. Sanity still just so confident. He might need to back off now, though, as the Shackles is going to fly in, and eventually they might just have the damage. Meanwhile, towards the south, I did hear a Laguna out, but Joker is going to end up dropping, so Silver able to pick up a double kill on the Wind Ranger.
Dire's top
And he
tower
desperately
is
needs
under
that gold
attack.
right now, because he's really suffering in terms of net worth. But definitely a nice little turnaround there from Brunei.
Yeah, big kills, helping them catch up. They punish the overextension of Pakistan. They play a bit too forward in that jungle. They missed out on the Earth Spike stun follow-up. Without the RP, it's just a lot harder to play it, although...
And they go. Nice boat out. XV. They end up dropping. It's the longest TP in the world here for Sanity on that Magnus. Just waiting forever. There's still 6k net worth advantage, and I suppose the problem is, John, like Brunei, they might be able to fight back a little bit, but the problem is the net worth just does not stop climbing. It's now a great skewer back. Zunji Lee and Z7 both gonna drop. Sanity, he goes for the extra kill, does find it, and of all people, Asan finds both of them.
Dire's
Yeah,
bottom tower
Hassan's
is
a
under
total
attack.
beast on this line. 6-0-2, 6 out of the 9 kills going to the line. That blink timing you talked about, it's coming out now. It's a 13-minute blink for a pause 5 line. That's insane. And that's just going to cause so many issues for Team Brunei. Sanity, that's such a beautiful skewer back. His Magnus has been on point. He's going again.
Yeah, absolutely. Shockwave forward, XV. Well, I'm not going to commit the RP for that disruptor kill, but it'll certainly pump fake and make him think about it. It's X-Torrent. Not going to land onto Silver. Zunji Lee. Thinking about moving up, but eventually we'll just back out.
I'm looking at Sanity's build. He's actually going for Aether Lens on Mag. He just wants to keep skewering back.
I mean,
I have not seen that in a long, long time, but he's been on point. And they've been playing with that AoE control really well. They've got the smoke running as well. And while all of that happens, you've already got Mr. Devil into Roshan anyway. So you're getting everything you could want here for Pakistan, playing 4v5, 3v5 just fine. And once this Rosh goes the way of Mr. Devil, you're just going to have no real way of dealing with that on Brunei side.
RP, they're going to end up finding the Naga. Zunji Lee ends up dropping once again, and it's already been a very difficult time for this Naga Siren, let alone with these RPs now flying out from Sanity. Pakistan, they are well and truly in control of this game 1. 9k net worth advantage. I mean, it's like, how do you throw this now? You know, you've got Ursa Magnus, you could ask. You've got everything you could ask for in terms of itemization right now as they jump in again. Nice blink up from the sun, and they've got the Wind Ranger. Sanity won't even secure the killers. Joker takes it with the Dragon Slave, but what does it matter? It looks like they're going to move high ground.
Yeah, nothing to stop them. As it's 15 minutes in, they've got a 10k lead. They pass back tangos from Santi to Black Sparks, but it doesn't work that way anymore. So he's going to have to pass back. They're just having fun now. Pakistan very confident. Brunei against the ropes. 10k deficit's nearly impossible to play against. They have teamfight options with Ravage and Static Storm. We haven't seen those big spells come out. We need to.
XV end up dropping. Static Storm was there. Oh, X out again. Looks like we've got another. Black Sparks just catching everybody you could ask for. Shackles is there, but where are you going to find your follow-up? Ravage is going to be decent, but it's probably not going to matter. If they do at least get Black Sparks, and now Silver, he's going to try and make an escape out, but they should have enough damage. At the very least, they get the Aegis down, but Sanity, he'll come back in with the skewer back on the TP. And now, well, they're going to commit the song. Shazanji Lee, he's just going to use it to get out. I suppose on the brighter side, you do kind of stop the side of Pakistan from going up your high ground. You buy yourself a little bit more time here as Brunei.
Yeah, the thing is, for Pakistan, they didn't take the tier 2 yet. So the high ground wasn't going to happen yet until they took the tier 2 mid. They've been focusing on these kills way more than the objectives. And that could bite them in the bum if they're not careful, but they do still manage to make that trade work. They lose Aegis, not the biggest deal. There's a double damage waiting for them as well if they want to, and they do manage to catch Zanji Liao.
They do. Zanji Lee, he's been in a very awkward situation, right? Like, he's gonna find farm somehow. He's gonna get to the deeper parts of the map to find that farm. Shackle was really nice, by the way, from that Wind Ranger as Black Sparks. Keep moving in, but there's an RP out. They've got a skewer back onto 2 as well. And eventually the boat is gonna fly right in on top. And that'll be another TP. He's gone. Silver, probably not gonna be so lucky either. And Z7 gets X back into the loving arms of Black Sparks. Complete domination, a full team wipe in fact. I really do. If you want to go high ground soon, if you're Team Pakistan, it feels like it's going to be very open for them very, very soon.
Yeah, not much holding them back. They know RP, they know Tide. Ravage is still down for a bit longer. Static Storm's up. It doesn't feel like it's impactful enough. There's just no answer for the Ursa. There's just no answer for the burst damage on Lena Lion as a support duo. And that should lead to Pakistan just taking this mid-tier 2, no problem. Maybe not the high ground. They might eye another tier 2 tower before going for that so they can go for 2 racks while they're up there. But they've still got this game in a tight grip. 13, 14k lead, 18 minutes in, 19-5. Brunei. They need to find a way to funnel farm onto the Naga. The issue is Zan is at equal farm with Santi's off-lane Magnus. That's just not the point you want to be with the Naga Siren. You want to hit that Diffusal Manta timing. You want to rush into the Scotty or the Heart. Play from there. They will go for a smoke up though. They've got Ravage back up.
They do. Smoke going to be broken. They're going to try and jump in. Ravage not going to be there yet. They'll hold out. Now Shackles is out. Catching 2. Lion, Lena, both going to go down it seems like. But Black Sparks, he's cleaning up the backside. You've already lost both supports there. Silver, he's going to be able to get himself out on the Wind Ranger, at least for now. But Black Sparks eventually might be able to find an X. And in fact, never mind that. You've got the skewer out from Sanity. The X back of Black Sparks. And the Tidebringer hit.
Sweetly blew the
Be more than enough.
On me alone it blew.
As it's now a 14k net worth advantage. And it feels like they're landing some big spells here from Brunei, but it just means nothing.
Yeah, it's just not in the hero that matter. If they kill off the 2 supports using their big spells, that's it. You need to be able to kill off the Ursa and kill off the Kunkka with those spells. They're the highest net worth heroes. A kill on both of them would just bounce you back a considerable amount. And if you can't catch those heroes out, you miss out on the Ravage. That's your big one. You need a Ravage to land one of those heroes. Then you need to follow up with a Static Storm kinetic field. Maybe you can make something happen from that point. but it's such a tall order for Brunei.
Dire's middle
Pakistan,
tower is under attack.
15k off. And the Ursa's just free farming while all these fights break off. Once this SNY is done, Mr. Devil, he's going to have even more stat resist on top of his enraged stat resist. You just have no way of locking in that Ursa
Dire's
anymore.
bottom tower is under attack.
They can certainly just continue to try and hold their high ground, but the map is going to be kind of locked down for them as an RP's out. Sanity, he caught 2, but the Static Storm is going to be dropped to make sure he cannot skewer back, and in fact he had caught 3 of them, but he just wasn't in the right position to get the skewer back.
Oh.
Yeah, XL. Oh, look at the damage. Tidebringer Finger is there. Sun Ji Lee, he's going to try and run. You've got Song available, but he's not popping it. Just way too much patience with the Song. And now they just clean him up. I mean, you lost to Magnus. It's a 4v5, but they're just unable to fight back regardless, as now it's a full team wipe. Brunei going down, Pakistan all over it. Onto the tier 3 mid tower they go. And it's just not much you can do about it now if you're Brunei.
Attack Dire's middle
No.
tower.
They don't have the Static Storm on respawn. They will have Ravage on respawn at the least, but
Dire's middle barracks
it just doesn't feel great. They have no follow-up for the control. Mid-racks falls. They could take the top racks here in Pakistan. They could look for the game end if they wanted to. Looks like they will play it safe. Go for the safer objectives. Now that they're dancing around, maybe they just want to kill first.
I mean, why not? You're this far ahead, you may as well have a bit of fun. Brunei slowly going to move their way back in to try and defend that high ground. And there's a skewer. No, not quite. Sanity trying for the shockwave skewer, but not able to find it. Everyone kind of just giving Sanity the tips. He's having a bit of a rough time trying to land these skewer backs, but he's done such a great job anyway. It doesn't. He could literally miss every skewer from now on, and it wouldn't matter. He's done his job.
Yeah, it's a pretty quick glimpse back from XV. So that did cancel off the skewer. Not enough time to really pass for him to get sent back all the way though, so he still ends up on the high ground. So there's still an opportunity. The side of Brunei, I think their best hope now is their high ground defense threat. Like if you do get that good Ravage, if you do get the
Dire's
Static
turret
Storm on top
has
of it,
been killed.
you have a lot of ways to play around that, somewhat. You can try to get the damage off. With your Nagi, you could try to focus fire and hope for the Maelstrom procs to always kick in and dish damage that way. So that's the only way for Brunei right now. Just a great high ground hold on the overextension.
Static Storm only going to be on Sanity there as the boat does fly in onto 2, and it looks like they're about to lose Unji Lee again. He barely survives as the song comes out, but Sanity, he's there with the RP and the shockwave, and now the Tidebringer hit again. Just going to melt Zanji Lee as Tippy is going to drop to boot. Everybody else from Brunei, they just got to run. Just no way out.
They still have tangos. How does Santi still have tangos? They called the GG in Brunei, 30-8, 23k lead, 23 minutes in. And Pakistan, a dominating performance in this first game. Brunei, not quite in the form we saw from the last series. It was a lot closer with them and Sri Lanka, but it looks like Pakistan, they're not playing around here. They're playing super serious, super fast. The Magnus pick for Santi is such a strong comfort pick for them, and that might have to be banned out going forward. That just did a ton of work. And for Brunei, I think the big issue there were in a couple of cores. I don't think the Naga Disruptor was the way to go, and I think the Wind Ranger mid just didn't give them much at all from the mid lane as well. I think those Spirit Brothers we mentioned from Draft Mike that you were pointing out would have done a lot more for the side of Team Brunei. It would have given them a stable foundation to play from, but they chose to kind of go for maybe comfort picks on their players, and it just doesn't quite pay off here.
Yeah, I mean, the shackles were quite nice. We saw some nice power shots from Silver, but the hero just definitely wasn't. I feel like it was more of a hero thing rather than the actual player as Silver. Again, I feel like it was landing the spells quite well. It's just a matter of what does the hero actually do? Unfortunately, in this game, the answer was not much. Still, we are going to be able to head off to a break as we are going to have Game 2 coming up very soon between Team Pakistan and Team Brunei. So we'll head off to that break, and right after that break, we'll be back with Game 2.
It's all around, but I don't see anything but blue. Get lost in the sound, go back to the start. Let's go out of the dark. Let's go out of the dark. Into the light now. don't see anything but blue. Get lost in the sound, go back to the start. Let's go out of the dark. Let's go out of the dark. Into the light now. don't know what to say, I don't know what to say, I don't know what to do. Colors all around, but I don't see anything but blue. Get lost in the sound, go back to the start. Let's go out of the dark. Let's go out of the dark. Get into the light now. colors all around, but I don't see anything but blue. Get lost in the sound, go back to the start. Let's go out of the dark. Let's go out of the dark. Get into the light now. anything but blue. Get lost in the sound, go back to the start. Let's go out of the dark. Let's go out of the dark. Into the light now.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are officially here for our third series of the night between Team Pakistan and Team Sri Lanka. It is MLP Dota under Next Fire, John. Before we do go, and we should explain why we're into the third series. Unfortunately, Team Brunei did have to forfeit their second game against Team Pakistan. Few internet connection issues happening, so they couldn't really play out that second match. Nevertheless, of course, they'll be back tomorrow, I believe, for some more games. But for now, though, that does mean we do move on to our third series between Pakistan and Sri Lanka. It should be a pretty interesting series coming up. Pakistan, game one of that last series, at least against Brunei, John, looking very, very strong, just a cut above. And Sri Lanka, of course, we saw them draw against Brunei earlier on in the night. But I'll tell you, with the way Pakistan was playing that last game we watched, this could be a real one-sided series if Sri Lanka's not too careful.
Oh yeah, they've got to watch themselves here. Like we saw Sri Lanka versus Brunei. That series felt really even, and Team Pakistan just wiped Brunei in their own series. So I think Sri Lanka's on about the same level as Brunei. They're going to have to really play their hearts out because Pakistan, this is a team that feels close to the caliber we'd expect from a DPC team, maybe in the lower div. You know, one of those highly competitive teams that are up there, that knows the timings to hit, that knows their matchups, that knows how to play in lane going into the mid game, how to play around the tempo they have as a team, and that could be dangerous for Sri Lanka. So we'll have to see if they've kind of picked up on those pieces, if they watched the last series, if they learned from the last series they played as well earlier on in the day, and if they can kind of make it work here.
Oh, absolutely. We are going to head into the draft now. Game number one, draft is online, of course, between Sri Lanka and Pakistan. Now, keep in mind as well, of course, we didn't really mention this yet, but there is a bit of a draft penalty here for Team Sri Lanka. So it seems as though one of the players... I thought it was Team Pakistan that was late, but apparently Sri Lanka were the ones that were late, John.
Yeah,
No, they are.
Yeah.
A bit of a mistake here. I believe we're going to have to remake the lobby because it was Team Pakistan who were meant to get the reserve time penalty.
It happens.
Oh, well, it happens. Now, they've got to look at our ugly faces again now, John. Oh, well, we're back, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go into a quick remake of the lobby.
Yeah. I'm keen of seeing what else Pakistan brings out in this game, though, and what else Sri Lanka opts to experiment with. Like, will they want to kind of pull out the Ags combination with Lycan again? Or will Pakistan go back to that Magnus? Santi played such an insane Magnus. Like, he was just on point with the skewer backs every single time. And I'm keen of seeing if they can keep replicating that success they had with that a while ago. So, a lot of explosive heroes for both sides to pick. Just kind of need to see it happen when the game kicks in.
Looking very forward to it as well. We do have our next lobby up, John. Get in here. Don't miss out. Let's see instantly everyone just quickly joining. Make sure we get the right draft penalty for the right team this time around before we do continue. I mean, you can't blame Sri Lanka. I mean, the games we have seen Sri Lanka, they do tend to use a lot of their draft time. Seems like in these regionals specifically, teams do seem to want to take every advantage they can get and really think out their drafts, which, makes enough sense. So I'm sure Sri Lanka not happy to see over a minute of the reserve time just instantly disappear for no apparent reason. Still, Pakistan, again, they were very, very, very strong in that one game we saw them. And I even made the comment, I don't think they even care about the draft penalty here on the side of Team Pakistan. Like, with the confidence they're playing with, I don't think the draft penalty matters so much to them.
No, I think for Team Pakistan, it just feels like they know what they want to draft anyway. So going into this, it just feels like they're less worried about the other team, and they're just more focused on their own game, which is always a sign of a strong team. Like when you go into it, as long as you can focus on what you want, and you feel confident in it, even if you give out some direct counters, you can still execute if you just play it right. Like very rarely do you have just one hero that absolutely counteracts your hero completely. Like, even with a stronger matchup on the opposite side, there are ways to mitigate that advantage. The only real hard counter I can think of is, like, say, Silencer to certain heroes. Like, Silencer to Enigma is a hard counter that you can't really fix. Silencer to Dawnbreaker is a hard counter you can't fix, and that's something that you would need more time in your draft to read through to kind of make adjustments. But for how Team Pakistan played, as you said, Mike, like, they just run and gun, just the exact way they want. And there's some lobby chatter here. AB Sama asking for a ban on Santi for lying. And so we've already got some friendly banter here from teams. Always good to see. You know, that's something I love to see from teams. Is we see it a lot in Southeast Asia. It's good to see from these teams as well.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that it's important. You know, you've got to have a few laughs before you get into these games, and I'm sure these teams have played with each other long enough to know each other on a bit more of a personal level. So we are going to have to wait a little bit longer. Looks like we are lacking a couple people in the lobby. Any plans for you tonight, John? I mean, after we're done, this is our final series of the night. Are you going to go watch TI? You're going to go to bed, go have a sleep? What's happening?
Probably watch a little bit of TI. A lot of matches going on there. We'll see if I can last through the night. Getting a bit old here, Mike. You know, like the bones don't hold up into the late hours anymore. The bones just kind of give up by 12. That was like
12,
my limit last night. Maybe 1 o'clock my time. That's my limit. So we'll see if we can push past that. If I have energy after casting these games, the games have been pretty, amazingly back and forth. Again, outside of that Pakistan series earlier on with Brunei. So we'll see if that back and forth comes true, because a good game of Dota can also sap away at the energy while you're pumping it out, Mike.
No, absolutely. We'll get into it. We've got game number one draft underway again, I believe. We should have it coming up any moment now. So this time around, Pakistan, they've got the 1 minute reserve time.
Team ban.
Sri Lanka, of course, back to their 2 minutes and 10 seconds. Now, John, we've watched both these teams already. Anything in particular you think we need to watch out for?
Magnus for Pakistan. I think Sanity just played insane from the offlane there. I think for Sri Lanka,
10 seconds
maybe
remaining.
them going back to that Sven along with a
5
Lycan could be
seconds
one way for
remaining.
them to pull that off. So we'll have to see if that's something they consider once more on draft. It looks like... Oh, no. Okay, so there was a bit of chatter in the lobby. Apparently there was a change with a pick order, but it looks like they will just play ahead with it. Oh, okay, they will remake. All right. So it looks like we have to reset the lobby once more. Bit of a slip up. We'll just wait for confirmation from our admins first, but the disconnects are coming true.
I had
So
a plan.
it does look like.
All right.
Look,
Yep. Here we go again. Hello, everyone. We're back. The third time now. Where it was funny too, because as we were leaving, I believe AB Summer said I had a plan for Sanity.
Yeah.
So I believe Sri Lanka said, we'll play it out. We don't care. We're fine with the pick priority thing. It's all good. And he's like, no, we've got a remake. I've got a plan for Sanity, and I'm very curious what that plan is now. I mean, in Pakistan again, I'm sure they're very confident going into this matchup. But I'm very curious as to what the plan is. We'll have to find out as the new lobby is coming up very, very soon.
Yeah, like I'm keen if it's just gonna be the Magnus ban or if they allow Santi to play the Magnus again. Who knows what the evil mastermind of AB Sama has in store. Keen to see it. So there's something to look forward to already. It's good to see again some of that banter is coming through from both teams. Always nice to have that camaraderie in Dota 2. Even if we get emotional while playing Dota 2, we say things in pubs, but we never really mean it. We're all friends at the end of the game, mostly, depending on the game you play.
Sometimes I do mean it. I'm not gonna lie.
It's some games.
We're going to head to a short break because we are having a few issues. So we'll go to a short break, and right after the break, we'll be back with game number one's draft.
5 seconds remaining. Dire team back.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are officially into game number one's draft between Team Sri Lanka and Team Pakistan, and it is MLP Dota and next fight. John, welcome back, sir. This time
Radiant
around,
team
everything's
back.
perfect, I believe. So nobody complaining. So game one's draft, I was asking you last time what we should be looking out for. You pointed out Sanity's Magnus. Is there anything else you can think of? Because apparently somebody's got a plan for Sanity this game.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I think it was AB Sama who said he's got something in mind
5
to deal with
seconds
Sanity. So
remaining.
maybe they let it slide through. I do love that Pakistan do take out the Lycan. So for Sri Lanka, they're not going to have that option, which is again one of the things we pointed out. Sri Lanka did enjoy
Dire team
having the
back.
Lycan Ags up.
Radiant team
Interesting
back.
ban by Sri Lanka. They take out the Visage. And for Pakistan, they do take out that Clinks, which Sri Lanka, did have to play against last time and didn't quite work for them. So I think in that sense, it's a bit of a boon for them. What to expect? Maybe something like a Dawnbreaker breaks through. Maybe just something completely
10
different
seconds
comes out. Maybe
remaining.
silencer support comes through for Sri Lanka. Just having global silence when they
5
see Santi
seconds
show up
remaining.
could really help them out in breaking off that initiation as well. So heroes like that might be super value if they do just plan to allow Sanity to play that comfort hero on the off lane. Who knows? There's still a lot more that we have to
Dire
learn
team
from
pick.
Team Pakistan. They've only played a game, so they might not even just take the Magnus at all in this game.
Yeah, certainly. Team Pakistan, we'll see what the first pickup is here.
Radiant team pick.
What do you really want to prioritize? Well, naturally, Monkey King was not banned out because he opted to ban the Visage instead for Team Sri Lanka. So Monkey King taken. Very, very strong pick. I mean, we've seen this hero banned over and over and over again. You just look at TI and
10
it just banned
seconds
every
remaining.
single game. Hell, Tiny's making it through before Monkey King makes it through.
5
So,
seconds remaining.
yeah, giving this hero away, you've got to be feeling confident. You've got to have an answer. 'Cause
Radiant
this
team
guy's
pick.
basically got free map hacks.
Yeah, he does. And it's super flexible as well. A lot of teams can run it on pause 4, some even on pause 5, and on the pause 1. Haven't seen it too much on mid, but you could do it if the matchup works. So it's just such a flexible hero, has really
10
great timings,
seconds remaining.
contributes great to team fights, gives so much info as a support
5
with all the
seconds
vision it has.
remaining.
And it's just such a stable way to start your draft here. For Sri Lanka, they go back into the Tide Hunter that we've seen throughout the day. Again, mainly off lane from teams we've seen. Not really seeing that flex into the 5. Still a possibility that should just cement the matchup. Perhaps Sri Lanka expecting a Monkey King safe lane. So just having the Tide there to kind of deal with it. I don't think the Tide is a particularly
Dire
great answer
team
for
pick.
Monkey King, though. It's one of those heroes where Monkey King just gets the Jingu stacks, doesn't really care for the Gush or the Anchor Smash, and just kind of overcomes it with the steroid he has on hand. So we'll see if that is something Pakistan even worries about if they want it on 1. Sri Lanka into the Shaker. So they've got the Slam
10
here. They've got
seconds remaining.
pretty darn good control from Sri Lanka's side with Fisher and the Enchant Totem.
5
That should
seconds
allow some
remaining.
mid rotations as
Dire
well
team
if they
back.
want to be aggressive with that Shaker, as we see from players like Afu. Pakistan into the Weaver. So this is the flexible pick for Pakistan. You could run safe lane Weaver with a Monkey support. You could run safe lane Monkey with a Weaver support. You could run Monkey support with a Weaver off lane. It's very open for
Radiant
Pakistan
team
to kind of
back.
shift these heroes around as they wish.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Dire team back.
The Weaver coming out from Pakistan, though, I mean, that's going to cause some big issues. Like, we've seen these bugs being very influential as of late, no matter what position you put the damn hero in. Like, pause 1, pause whatever. It doesn't matter. It seems like most teams are running Weaver as support these days, but I
10
still think
seconds
it's
remaining.
very powerful in the pause 1 role as well if you wanted to go down that route.
5 seconds.
We'll just have to
remaining.
wait and see as get into that
Radiant
next
team
ban
back.
stage. Because Pakistan right now have not touched a second of their reserve time yet. So as I predicted, John, they do not care whatsoever about the draft penalties. Sri Lanka, however, a bit of a different story, which does explain why they wanted the remake.
Yeah, like they really do
10
use that time
seconds
well.
remaining.
They kind of really think hard about what else to fit in, what
5
the enemy team would
seconds
want to
remaining.
counterpick. So and
Dire
they're
team
much more
back.
concerned with the opposing team, whereas for Pakistan, they're just much more concerned about them getting their own picks out, just preventing certain counters. Do love that Pakistan did ban out Gyrocopter as well, one of the more popular cores we've seen in TI. we've seen before TI, Gyrocopter just swinging back. It almost feels
10 seconds
almost feels like every
remaining.
TI Gyrocopter is there, right? Like it's just there with a trifecta of Shaker,
5 seconds
of Rubik,
remaining.
just always showing up with the IO as well. So a safe ban for Pakistan. And they do dip into reserve time now, though. So time to think.
Uh-oh. My goodness. Well, have a think about it now. And maybe just continue banning out those position ones here if you are Team
Radiant
Pakistan.
team ban.
No, they'll get rid of the Bane instead. Fair enough. I mean, you might maybe run this Pos 1 Weaver then. Bane, one of the better counters towards the Carrier Weaver, I'd say, and well, they just end up banning it, which I got to admit, I just wasn't expecting here. Sri Lanka,
10 seconds remaining.
still banning their own supports. They seem to believe it might be a Carrier
5
Weaver.
seconds remaining.
I mean, there is this kind of disgusting new meta out with double Falcon Blades on Weaver, which is really potent, let me tell you, John. Very, very strong stuff.
Radiant team pick.
It's just so cheap. The stats are great for early aggression, for sustaining yourself. And the damage is pretty darn good too. The only issue is it doesn't build up to anything more, but if it did, that would make Falcon Blade super busted. So it's a fair balancing tool. Still does lead to really strong early timings for Weaver to
10
play for.
seconds remaining.
If it is a core, you can see Sri Lanka just banning out more supports, as you mentioned,
5
taking out the
seconds
Lion now.
remaining.
So you don't have a source of instant hex yet, unless you go for something like a Shadow Shaman now, which has really not shown up. So probably not likely to see that if they do need a way of holding down a mobile here. This does signal that Sri Lanka might be looking for something that can jump in and out from their mid lane. So maybe a Spirit Brother coming out, maybe something like the Queen of Pain, which has been in and out of the meta as well. You don't have the best hold from Team Pakistan right now to deal with those heroes. It could be highly valuable for Sri Lanka to have a great skirmisher like that.
Yeah,
Dire team
absolutely.
pick. Queen.
Ah,
They
of
pick up on the Quap.
Queen.
Fair enough, Sri Lanka. I mean, it's a pretty potent mid pickup right now. We've seen quite a few teams running it. Does seem quite powerful at the moment.
Yeah, like as we just talked about it, they
10
pick it up.
seconds
So
remaining.
really nice bursty core to have on hand. Holds its
5
own in
seconds
mid quite
remaining.
nicely. Does even in worst case matchups, you still find some decent farm. You can go for the dagger buildup to sustain and harass out the opposing laner as well. And just back to that point, Pakistan with a Monkey King likely on support, it doesn't show much control. So you don't have the option for a Lion for Hex and Quap. That does mean that Sri Lanka has a lot of ways of just jumping in and out of these fights, getting that burst damage off, and cleaning up. The team fight of
Dire
Sri Lanka
team
is looking
pick.
excellent as well.
Lead.
Tide, Shaker, Quap, a lot of AoE damage, lots of AoE control. The response from Pakistan is the Lina, so perhaps a mid Lina up against a Quap. You do have a range advantage there as a Lina. You hit from further away. Your wave clear is a lot safer for you to toss out as well,
10
compared to the Queen of
Radiant
Pain with her
team
Scream.
pick.
And she has to kind of put her body forward and even go into the tusk. So they've got a saving mechanism as well for their support. They've got the snowball saves that can come in once you've got the blink. They can look to be aggressive early on too. Like tag team up, you run around in lane, say Weaver Tusk
10
sounds like a
seconds
pretty
remaining.
scary lane. If that is going to be a pause 5 Tusk, a pause 4 Monkey,
5 seconds
there's a lot of
remaining.
early aggression Pakistan can bring out now.
Oh, 100%. I mean, with the Lena, it's a really strong Tusk game. Like Lena, Weaver, they love this hero being around, and we'll see Sri Lanka now how they try and deal with it. He's got 45 seconds reserve time left. They'll use quite a lot of it here for this fourth
Dire
pickup.
team ban.
Ultimately gonna...
Oh.
Oh, they'll go for the lone druid. So something very different. I don't mind seeing this hero. I just don't know if it's good right now.
Radiant
It does
team
feel
ban.
a little bit lackluster at the moment.
It certainly does. I think the only team I recall in the last 4 or 5 months to really pick up Lone Druid, and the only player I recall is really Koifa. So I haven't really seen the Lone Druid spread out too much.
10
This
seconds
could be what
remaining.
AB-sama was talking about, though. This could be their response to
5
Santi for whatever
seconds
reason. So
remaining.
they've got the LD. You can kind of siege fast with a bear.
Dire
You
team
do
back.
have options of going for the bear build over the Lone Druid build, and I think that has been the way to go with a scant few Lone Druid games we have seen. The emphasis has been on the bear once more. This does give them a good way of kind of playing against the Monkey King and Weaver in a sense. Like the root from Lone
10
Druid can be
seconds
good against a
remaining.
Weaver, prevents time lapse and the Shukuchi away. And the fear
5
from the Lone
seconds
Druid can
remaining.
drive the Monkey King away from his Wukongs. So you have some way of breaking the Wukongs off, some way of holding down the Weaver, piling
Radiant
on
team
with
back.
Shaker Stun and Tide's Ravage. And that does give you a lot of good options here to get control and win these team fights out. Sri Lanka, team fight's looking absolutely amazing. For Pakistan, it's looking more like the pickoff game. Your big team fight spell's really on the Monkey King with the Wukongs.
10
Maybe to take
seconds
something on the
remaining.
offlane to compensate for it. Not quite clear yet. We'll see. Of
5
course, there's always the
seconds remaining.
potential for them to flex Monkey King mid, although against a Quap that doesn't sound great, but they could just give the Lena and Joker once more on the pause 4 and flex that way, but considering the matchups, that doesn't sound like something Pakistan should consider.
Dire team pick.
Well, final pickups are upon us now.
Radiant
Team
team
Pakistan right into it. Going to go
Skywrath
into the
Mage.
Skywrath Mage. So just so much burst damage available. Is that a core Skywrath we're looking at? Could be.
Could be. Let's see.
10
So
seconds remaining.
you could run a mid Sky, safely in Weaver,
5 seconds
an
remaining.
off lane Monkey, or
I mean, there's
maybe
a lot
they
of
just run off lane Lena. Maybe they just run off lane Lena. No, mid Lena, off lane Monkey. Sky Tusk supports with a Weaver core. Could be one way to go about it. Like the last time we saw a core Skyrat was in the games we've casted was when Sexy Bamboo accidentally randomed it. That's the last time I recall that. They do close out with a puck here on Sri Lanka, so it looks like there is some flexing around here as well with a Tide and Quap. Could be a pause 5 Tide as the puck will head down mid. So maybe an offlane Quap here for Sri Lanka. That's a big shakeup from how they've been drafting in their last series. So we'll have to see if it pays off for Sri Lanka. Pakistan, it is an Asan Skyrat Mage, so we will have the mid Lena, the Mr. Devil Monkey, and the Joker Weaver. So it's actually a Weaver support along with a Tusk offlane here for Pakistan.
Wow. This should be very exciting. I mean, I've seen Tusk offlane. It can be pretty darn strong in the right hands. And Sanity, I mean, you kind of talked about this a million times last game, John, but
10
you had a great
seconds
time on the
remaining.
Magnus. Can't wait to see what he gets done on the Tusk. Overall, I mean,
5
you've got both
seconds
drafts in
remaining.
front of you. Who do you prefer?
It's a toughie. I think on paper, Sri Lanka's draft is a mean amount of team fight. They've got good scaling into late game with the Lone Druid to an extent. Their lane matchups, their lane duos are actually pretty strong. Like Lone Druid plus Tide Hunter, if you do go for pause 5 Tide in this case with a pause 4 Shaker, it's pretty scary. Gush minus armor amps up both the Lone Druid and his Spirit Bear's damage. So you can't just look to run down that lane. For the off lane, if you're running it with Matrix and Shaker, AB Summon and Shaker, there is some good damage as well, though that takes a few more levels. At the least, you're not going to be able to zone out Matrix entirely. And I think Sri Lanka set themselves up again for strong lanes, as we've seen them do before. They can get a really good start going for themselves. Team Pakistan, it's very explosive as a draft, but it does take a lot of good execution. Right? Like having a Sky support and a Weaver support can be strong, but it's not as easy to set and forget as it is for Sri Lanka, and I think that's going to be the big aspect. Team Pakistan, with their draft, has to outplay them. So in that sense, it's easier for Sri Lanka to meet their own lane win conditions there.
Okay, fair enough. We'll get into it. Game number 1 between these two, Pakistan versus Sri Lanka. We are going to start off with a quick pause and have it no other way, John. It's something you and I just love to see at the start of a game.
Oh yeah, the classic pre-game pause. Usually Southeast Asian. I think supposing the regions where both of these teams play, you can still call this the C pause.
Yeah.
They do play on the Southeast Asian server, so it makes enough sense to see that image come out.
Absolutely.
Man, yeah, take a look at that set on Asan. He's got that ghost effect.
I'd love to,
On his
John,
sky.
but the in-game camera's not working, Jonathan. So I can't see the dire side in game right now.
Shame.
Yeah.
Shame, Mike. Shame.
Thanks for
Big shame.
bringing it up, though. Hopefully, maybe I'll see it later on.
It's that ghostly effect
Ah.
on the sky. I have no clue. That's supposed to be like a... It's one of those things that we always see with Chinese teams, right? Like they get the aura on an item. I'm
Yeah.
not sure if this is linked to an item for Sky. Maybe it is.
Yeah, I'm
And then
not
just
100%
dap.
sure. I have been seeing this a little bit, the whole ghosty thing going on, but yeah, it's I can't see it in game, John. It's Dota's not playing nice with me right now, so no cosmetics for me, sir. No cosmetics. I can see the Radiant side though, if you've got some nice ones there.
Yeah, let's take a look. We got the go ahead.
It's too late. Just unpause the game.
I am a bit disappointed that Prince is not rocking the dad bod Tide that we
Yeah.
see over and over again. But to be fair to Prince, this is support Tide, and tradition states that the dad bod Tide is reserved for offlaners. So it makes enough sense since he is on the support Tide pause 5. We aren't seeing that dad bod. Still, I am keen to see that lane, like the T recrafting behind Tide 5 with Lone Druid. It's on paper very sound, right? Like minus armor, your Spirit Bear does more damage, your Lone Druid main hero does more damage. Playing with that Gush, it's a great support to just throw its body for it to distract the enemy team. The issue is how much impact will the Tide off have against the duo of Skywrath Mage and Tusk. Like they can definitely dish the damage back their way. Not the natural tag team combination you'd look for here, Mike. Skywrath
30
right clicks
seconds to
aren't
battle.
really impressive, but with the slows you get with the concussive shot, the spam you get with the arcane ball down line, it can be a lot more than you'd expect there.
Oh no, certainly so. We'll see how they make. I mean, I'm more worried about Sri Lanka than anything right now. Like, I think the Lone Druid's very interesting. Like, I'm looking very forward to seeing what the game plan is, but it certainly. Whenever I've seen it, it hasn't felt amazing. It feels like a hero that just needs too much farm in a meta where you just can't afford to spend too long farming. Against things like a Monkey King as well, they're going to be able to scout you out very easily. We'll see. I'm looking very forward to seeing what they can get done. But Pakistan does feel like I'm much more confident looking at their draft right now as... Well, we are going to have a look at the bot lane. You've got Sanity there along with the Sun. Of course, they should be against the Lone Druid, and I believe... Is that an Earthshaker I was seeing in the support role? No, of course it's the Pos 5 Tide. How could I forget? So, Lone Druid and Pos 5 Tide Hunter. How does that lane go, John?
Well, you can go for Gush and play with minus armor, so you just toss the bear forward, have the Tide up. They're both really tanky in the early levels. You can kind of look to harass that way. I think for Pakistan, it's a lot more aggressive for them. They've got the tag team, they've got the Sky who can spam spells. His right-click animation on Sky is not too bad, especially if you go for the 1-2 punch with the arcane ball down the line. But that does take some levels, so it should be rather even early on. Big issue for Santi is that Tusk does not really farm fast, so in terms of getting farm from lane, it's going to be a bit of a slower process for him on the Tusk versus the Lone Druid.
Man, Black Sparks mid lane. Look at the amount of damage he's dealt here to that park. As bot lane, they're going to go ahead and pop the tag team, take out the bear. You are already starting to see a bit of difficulty here for our Lone Druid as Tensa Sengetsu. I believe that's from Bleach, if I'm not incorrect, John. Jump in, snowballs there, they've got the kill. Already Grey plays out from Hassan and Sanity is now Prince. There's not really much he can do. He'll try to trade, but he won't even be able to find Hassan as Zengetsu gonna go to the graveyard and have to make his way back, but he'll be coming back to the laning stage without a Spirit Bearer.
Yeah, it's a massive loss. Like, the Spirit Bearer contributes so much to that lane for the Lone Druid. It's a big win for Pakistan to find. Even that mid lane that we always take a look at. Like, this domination coming through from Black Sparks is going to be an issue for the puck. He's about less than half in CS for the puck compared to the Lina. And you can't afford to have that much of a deficit on mid. Lilina can farm side camps as well and build up when she shoves out lanes. The puck can do that to an extent, not as fast as Alina with all her AoE spells. So they need to find some way to compensate for this puck start.
That was nice of you.
Still 0-2 right now, Pakistan. Definitely have so much kill potential. I mean, you can't really be... I was about to say, you can't do that as Prince. You can't even gush them, because as soon as you show up in vision, they're going to snowball you like that with a tag team out, and it's just a guaranteed kill, even if you are a Tide Hunter. And Zengetsu, he can't help you. He's got no para. There's no real point in him trying to right-click, and I think the safe lane of Pakistan, or rather Sri Lanka, is just dead.
Yeah, it's pretty much a tough lane to bounce back in. I think they have to maybe just try to give the Lone Druid a different lane. If they could swap top, even then, against a Monkey King, that also doesn't sound all too fun for the Lone Druid. So, just the issues of the hero. I think they're just going to have to play around that. Now, speaking of that top lane, of course, we are seeing Matrix there on the Quap. Does have the help of AB Sama and the Shaker, but AB Sama has to watch himself. Mr. Devil's already got 3 Jingu stacks up on him. Doesn't manage to get the chase down, but this duo of Monkey King Weaver, you mentioned it a bit. Down the line, once you get the Swarm up, the physical output of Monkey just skyrockets with that combination.
That, my friend, was a mistake.
Zengetsu ends up dropping again. Sanity able to pick up another kill. 0-4 now. 1k net worth lead already to Pakistan. Boy, oh boy, just the amount of aggression coming out here. It just feels impossible to deal with. And, you know, the Lone Druid, it's not a great hero to play from behind. It does tend to struggle as now Prince shows up. That Observer Ward just doing so much work. They haven't realized it's there yet. And it's going to keep costing them. Every single time they see Prince in that position, he is going to die.
Yeah, and I love that Santi prioritizes the Glove of Haste on the Tusk over the Boots. He knows that when he pops Tag Team, just getting more right clicks off is so valuable. So just having the gloves up to keep that slow up, and goes again, Prince.
I mean, why not? It's going to be a level 5 Tusk now, just about.
Now you are old, Joe.
4.5 minutes in, he's level 5. This is a real problem for Sri Lanka, as it seems like Sanity's just going to be able to set up anything he wants to for the team. I don't know what you do here if you're Sri Lanka. Like, you've got to try and win out the other lanes, but that mid lane went quite terribly for them, and well, the top lane's not going much better either for Sri Lanka here, as it looks like they found out Matrix. He's going to be able to walk his way out, but they're having a lot of difficulty trying to slow down this Monkey King. Does feel like Mr. Devil's having a great old time.
Definitely is. He's not being held back by the Quap as much as you'd expect. And AB Sama's at the very least level 3, so he's got some presence with the Enchant Totem and the Fisher, but not really enough to go up. There is some movement down mid though. Awesome, just being a bit forward here.
Yeah, absolutely. Coil is there. Silence is out onto the puck. It's actually taking him quite a long time to get this kill, as Hassan is actually going to try. He's walking left and right. He's trying to avoid the orb. He does successfully do so. Hassan should eventually drop and finally does to the Fisher, but you might still lose Prince here to Black Sparks, who will just keep the chase up and does get the Dragon Slave in the end. So you get a support for a support trade. Maybe it's more favorable for Sri Lanka, but in the meantime, I mean, it's just maybe they find Joker here. That'd make it a bit more worthwhile, but look at the amount of damage coming out. Just right-clicks out and the puck's gone.
Mike, Black Sparks went for a 4-0-3 build. 4 Dragon Slave, no Light Strike Array, Fiery Soul, no Laguna. He's just right-clicking people down. I have not seen this Machine Gun Lean build, and it's working. Pakistan, 2-8. They dropped a couple of support kills. They're still finding everything else in lane. This is just ridiculous. The control, the domination from Pakistan. Sri Lanka, they're just having such a rough time.
There's nothing you can do. I mean, I don't want to say this is early, John, but I think the game's kind of over. I mean, I know it's a bit anti-hype, but you look at the way this game's gone. See, the thing is as well, like Sanity, once he joins in on the map here with Black Sparks, all he needs to do is hit a snowball and pop Tag Team, and they're gonna die. Because he has gone for the Max Fiery Soul. I think they just look at it as, I don't need Light Strike Array. I just need my snowball to connect here with this task. And that's gonna be enough stun for me.
Yeah, but the Laguna not being there as well. That's the interesting bit to me. Like 404, level 8 no Laguna.
He doesn't need
When
it.
do you
John.
see this? When
doesn't
do you
need it.
see this? This is ridiculous. Black Sparks. I hope, people watching don't do this in their pubs because that's an immediate report. It's working now, but don't try this at home, kids.
No, absolutely not. This is it's definitely something very special here from Black Sparks. Definitely, it almost feels like a BM play, doesn't it, John? It's just so cocky
Radiant's top
to
tower
not
is
go
under
for stun
attack.
nor your ulti with a massive amount of damage.
He actually opts for the Light Strike Array over Laguna. So it's a 4-1-4 build with no Laguna.
But now
what?
Zengetsu top lane ends up dropping here. Devil able to pick him up as Hassan. Gonna try and back off, and Hassan should die, but Primal springs back in. He's gonna survive. AB Summer now the one in trouble as Mr. Devil gets himself a double kill on the Monkey King, and he's just gonna walk his way. No, he wants to keep going. Prince has gone too far here on this Tidehunter. He's gonna be able to get out of range now of that Wukong's, but they really want to keep trying after Mr. Devil here. Scream was out of range. Mr. Devil still just going down to the Shadow Strike damage. Are they really going to be able to get him?
Oh.
Eventually they get him. There you go. The Blink Scream is there. Hassan's overstayed his welcome to boot. Yeah, they didn't need to go after that Wukong's command, John. I think that Wukong's was a little bit too greedy there from our Monkey King.
Definitely a good punishment coming out from Sri Lanka. They definitely needed those kills. A nice injection of EXP as well on the Pause 5 Tide. So you're inching towards your timings. You're inching towards level 6 where you get Ravage. You have the Sonic Wave ready to go on Matrix as well. So they've got the burst on hand. I think Pakistan, they're still in a good position here. 4K lead at 9 minutes in. An insane amount of gold coming out, and you're still just chasing down Pinata. They're not giving this Lone Druid a game. He's level 5 while Santi's already 8.
It's a rough time. There you go. Another kill. Matrix, he's going to end up dropping down the Quap. And all it is really is a balanced strike into the Ancient Seal and then the Mystic Flare.
Radiant's middle tower
Very, very
is under
easy
attack.
kind of combination here for Team Pakistan. In the meantime, that mid-tier 1 tower looks to be dropping here as well, so Sri Lanka, I mean, they're not really able to defend it, I don't think. Black Sparks just freely hitting away. Because if Sanity sees you, you are guaranteed to die. That's the real problem here, is they know that that snowball is going to mean imminent death. As well, top lane, at least they do get Hassan, but here comes the cavalry. They're on to the Queen of Pain. Matrix, he needs some help here, but he is going to get the Sonic Wave off in time. And Sanity, looks like he's overstayed his welcome now. Joker shows up, they get some courier snipes, but not really any heroes yet. Light Strike Ray is out onto Tensa Zengetsu, and now with the Wukong's command out, it might just be enough, and it looks like it will be. They get Prince, they get Zengetsu, they might even find their Puck as Black Sparks just keeps going in with the amount of right clicks and... this is literally Team Pakistan. Look at their smurfing here, John. It just... this is worse than smurfing. It just...
Yeah,
it goes back to the skill build. Like, he was so confident that he just need... He was playing Wraith King, John. He had one button to press.
Yep. That's the best feeling in the world there for Black Sparks, the fact that he had such great impact. And that's when you can boil it down to micro plays, right? Like his positioning of the hero, him animation canceling attacks, him deciding when to dip in, get the right clicks off, orb walking, attack animation canceling has been all perfect from Black Sparks from the laning phase. And that takes an insane amount of skill. That takes an insane amount of confidence to pull off. And Team Pakistan are rolling with it. 6-16. Couple of kills going the way of Sri Lanka now with much needed kills. But the 7K lead still stands for Pakistan. You can take a look. Santi, he smoked up. He is looking for a play here again.
I mean, why not? You know how much of an advantage you've got. Sri Lanka backs against the wall already. Just cannot really show on the map. Sanity, back up top. He's got his Monkey King around him, and well, of course they want Zengetsu. Snowball's going to be there right in on... Oh my god, look at the damage output, Zengetsu! He just lost 3/4 of his HP from one Walrus Punch. And now he's chasing back down the Monkey King as Mr. Devil got caught out. So the backup isn't there to help out with this lone Druid kill. But my goodness, that is some insane amount of damage from this task. What items does he have to hit that hard?
He's only got the Oblivion Staff, 2 Bracers, Power Tread, so he has a lot of strength to back up his hits. It gets scarier once that Echo Saber and once the Desolator's up. That Desolator's key timing for offlane Tusk, and you're just not going to be able to sustain. You don't have saving supports on side of Sri Lanka. Once that
Radiant's
minus
middle
armor
tower
kicks
is
in,
under attack.
you can make a very safe bet that anyone getting punched is just straight up dead here.
You see Sri Lanka, like they've just got to stick as 5 now. They really haven't got much of an option. It's very hard to imagine them being able to play into Pakistan without 5 heroes, and even then with 5, it still just seems so darn challenging. So you look at Zangetsu on that lone druid, he's still trying to get a Mask of Madness up on his Spirit Bear. The real hero has nothing. It's just such a state of affairs here from Sri Lanka. Because now Coil is on the right side. Looks like there is going to be a Warrior's Punch out onto Prince. And Hassan, I mean, at least they get the Skywrath. So it's going to be a support for a support trait. But here comes the cavalry. Echo Slam going to be quite nice to set up. Fish is there as well. They blow up Black Sparks. But there's the snowball in. Summer. No, he's actually going to survive, but not for long, as Mr. Devil does clean him up on the Monkey King. Pretty messy kind of engagement, but that goes back to the overconfidence of Pakistan, who just kind of ran into the high ground with no regard for their own lives.
Yeah, they're just so confident. They are giving small opportunities out to Sri Lanka to kind of bounce back in. But considering this massive lead they still have on hand, I think they can still afford to be confident. They just have to be a bit careful. They've already got the Atos up on Asan on that Sky. So you were talking about item timings for the Lone Druid struggling. I think at this point, when you've got a Skyrat mage who's only about 600 gold behind your pause 1, you have some major issues there to repair, and Sri Lanka has to just keep holding back, keep trying to buy time for our Lone Druid to build up. He does have the Mom up on the bear, so that Mask of Madness is there. That is a bit of a boon as he can farm a bit quicker, but
One of Atos is out. Zangetsu almost set to fall, and yeah, with the Mystic Flare, it will be more than enough. It's like Matrix going to try and at least trade. Joker, though, going to get to work, but yeah, it is going to have to let Hassan go down. But you've got the main target anyway. That's the thing, right? Like, as long as this Lone Druid is not hitting creeps, it doesn't matter what Sri Lanka do. Because you are so reliant on this Lone Druid. Like, nobody else is carrying this game anyway.
yeah, it's all down to him. Maybe the Queen of Pain can have some impact as well, but the itemization we're seeing from our Quap from the offlane is much more utility focused. So it's a 4-staff, it's an urn into Spirit Vessel. Ideally, I think you'd want maybe a Yule's Orchid if you were taking a more frontline position. Not going to be coming out. Your Puck does have the Veil up and is trying to rush the Blink, so there is some good damage amping going on here for Sri Lanka. It's just they haven't had a good chance to use it in Prince.
Here we go again. Prince, meant to be the tanky support Tide, but instantly just kind of gets deleted there by our Tusk, and now at least they've got Sanity with the roots out. Coil going to be committed as well. They really just want this kill, and eventually we'll be able to get it.
That's for your impertinence.
So Pakistan 7k ahead. Sri Lanka taking any kill they can get.
Tower is under attack.
Just wait in the shadows right now. Hassan and Joker moving in. Rod of Atos is out with the Mystic Flare. Not quite enough this time, as the Spirit Bear does share the damage with that Mystic Flare, and Joker, lucky for him, doesn't actually get rooted in place. But now Mr. Devil comes in. Wukon's command is out. Ravage going to protect the Lone Druid. Devil, though, he is still going to be just fine. Rod of Atos is out now from Hassan as well, but a nice Echo Slam is there. AB Summer going to turn it around. Joker and Hassan going too far and dropping, as now the snowball is out. Sanity able to at least get Matrix and the deny out onto Mr. Devil before he goes down himself on the Tusk.
What? Like, it's still a good fight for Sri Lanka. They find some big kills. It's a huge gold swing their way.
Radiant's
About
top tower is
1,000
under
swinging
attack.
back for them. So definitely kills they need to take. There are some issues to it. It does feel like, despite that early start for Mr. Devil, he's not the big pause one here, Mike. It's actually Black Sparks. He's the one farming side lanes. He's the one just hitting creeps, hitting towers, and finding what he wants for the team. He's got the Shadow Blade up. Looks like he is working towards that silver edge, and it is up. So our right-click Lina is here in full force. She's got a crit on hand. She's got mobility with the invis. I don't know what you do once Black Spark shows up. He might just wait for the BKB first on the Lina before committing, but once you do have that BKB, this Lina is going to be unstoppable.
You're not wrong, John. I mean, right now, I feel like he could still be unstoppable if he wanted to be, but, you know, you go down the safer route. Like Sparks, Light Strike Array gonna land, and that should be a dead puck. Phase Shift is out. Blink away towards the south, and no, he won't find him. And Fisher, they're gonna try and punish here. Coil's there, but that's a lot of damage. This puck. It's still going to end up going down, and now AB Summer, he needs to get the hell out of there. Black Sparks, Light Strike Array not going to land, and eventually he does get the kill. Sanity, though, going to move in. Snowball going to run right through. Cancels Prince's TP as well. Oh, poor Prince. He was just trying to TP, and his own teammate blinks down just past him to allow the Snowball to connect. Now Prince. I'll see you, Prince. No way out for him. I guess at least they got the Lina kill.
They kill off the Lina, they just sacrificed basically most of their team to get that done. And in the end, Pakistan still gets a little bit more gold. Even on Black, he still manages to get a little sliver of gold as well. About 200 going his way for that kill on a puck. So still worthwhile for Pakistan. They're still working this map well. They're still building up. They do lose their Skyrat Mage bot, so a nice pick-off for Sri Lanka, but not a big pick-off. And for Pakistan, 9k lead still stand. It's not growing at the pace you'd want for Pakistan because they keep taking these forced fights, but it's still a massive lead that Sri Lanka still has to keep stalling out for. Just keep building on that Spirit Bear and try to build up on that LB.
There goes your puck again. Black Sparks. Fantastic job on this laner as they move into that tier 2 mid tower. Nice and easy here. On the side of Team Pakistan. It's an 11k net worth lead now.
Dire structures are fortified. Radiant's
No
middle
contest
tower
as well. I
has
mean,
fallen.
Sri Lanka, they're lacking 2 heroes at the moment.
Radiant's
Look at that
bottom
win
tower
probability.
is
It's just
under
kind of huge the way of Pakistan. 94% in fact their way. And now they just control the whole map.
Radiant's
If
bottom tower has fallen.
it was hard before, it's even more difficult now.
Yeah, it's a very difficult game to manage. I think for the side of Sri Lanka, they still have hope with the team fight. Let's say you get a good Ravage, a good Slam on, you get a good Sonic Wave on top of that with Dream Coil follow-up. That could be one way to go about it. The issue is Prince is so far behind in this tide, he has no gold for a blink. He's just trying to get a Force Staff for some utility. And Pakistan still keep going.
There they go. Prince, he's going to end up dropping. Sanity proving to be a real big issue here on this task this whole game, and just continues to get the aggression out. Can't really decide exactly what item he wants, though. He keeps switching that up, but seems like he is going to settle on the silver edge as they do go onto the puck now. Or the Atos going to be off the mark, but it won't matter.
Transformation.
They're just trying their best to push out these waves, buy themselves a little bit more time and space, but Team Pakistan just all over the map, and with these BOTs up, they won't stop. There's no stop. There goes another. Matrix is down. Black Sparks just gets it done himself. I mean, Joker, he TP'd down to try and help, but there was no help needed.
Radiant's top tower is
No.
under attack.
They can't even find Santi. He's going in 1v3, 1v4, and Tusk still lives. And now,
Yeah, Zengetsu. Oh, they're going after the Spirit Bear first. They want the 300 gold before they go after the real hero. I mean, why not, right? You get full value out of those kills.
Radiant's bottom
Prince,
tower is under
he'll go
attack.
down as well.
Feed the flame.
Just how confident they feel right now. Like, we want the plus 300 before the plus 200.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
yeah, the bear is feeling it's actually worthwhile. Much more worthwhile with its flat gold value compared to the network-based kill gold you get from the cores. BKB up now for Black Sparks as they siege high ground. Even with the Dream Coil up, doesn't matter.
Absolutely doesn't. Morris punch in. They've got the Quap again. Matrix. Boundless Strike is there. He's got no way out. And does eventually go down. At least they got sanity. But now Wukong's command to just kind of zone them out. Mr. Devil ensuring they get a free mid-racks, and well, Black Spark seems to want this tide kill. It may cost him though, and it looks like it will. The Echo Slam does come in, but it won't matter because Mr. Devil now moves in onto AB Summer. Sonic Wave though is going to be quite nice, but it's like you are probably... No, you're not going to lose the Earthshaker. He'll be just fine. Mr. Devil will TP out in Pakistan. It's certainly a very messy affair. It does feel like they are playing around here on the side of Team Pakistan, but you know, it's still working. They're still finding the racks one lane at a time. No real problems here.
Yeah, they're still getting the map objectives they need. They're shrinking down the farming space of Sri Lanka. Still some big kills for Sri Lanka to find. That's a 2k gold swing their way, and that should help them try to play catch up. Issue is your bear is still way too far behind. Like we are seeing the Lone Druid trying to go for the Deso on the bear. That's going to amp up the damage output of him, but we need some protection coming through. Some way of purging off the silences. Perhaps a Lotus Orb. Perhaps something like just a Eul's on the puck could really help the cause for the puck itself. Ancient Seal's just doing too much work from Asan, and if they don't pick off the Skyrat Mage in these engagements, I think you're always going to have that issue. So we'll see if that's something Sri Lanka can work against. Pakistan, for their part, they could look to Roche. They are kind of collapsing onto that area. There is no slam, no Ravage for about 6 seconds on Ravage, 40 seconds on the slam. So there's some play they could do, but it just melts so fast. It's just dead. It just got in there.
Immortality.
Very, very easy stuff.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Here we go. On the mid lane, I think. Or maybe even just down to the bot lane is... I just don't see how you stop Pakistan here. It's a very difficult high ground defense. You've basically got no carry on the side of Sri Lanka, and you haven't had one the whole game. I mean, they might take their time here on the side of Pakistan to get moving. There is still one outer tower down to that top, or rather up that top lane. So you may as well go ahead and secure that top tier 2.
Has been killed.
But after that, everything's open. Even
That's a
Yule
big
Scepter
trade.
going killer.
Yeah, I was just talking about that. They need a Eul's on the puck to prevent that Ancient Seal from being effective. Now you won't have that Eul's for 2.5 minutes. It's a big opening for Pakistan. We'd Aegis up with no self-save for the puck. And the
Radiant's top
conditions
tower
for Sri Lanka to get a good team fight just grows harder and harder. Last outer tower gone, high ground push begins again.
Radiant's top
And with a
tower
safety
is
net for
under
Black
attack.
Sparks, it's really nothing to worry about here.
Absolutely not. Black Spark's going to keep moving in. Wukong's actually going to be silenced up there, Mr. Devil. He's still get the Wukong's off in time. Orb is not far enough, and well, Zengetsu, he's going to try and run, but the snowball's going to follow him down. Ravage is there, but it's all
Radiant's
too
top
late.
tower is under attack.
It does nothing. So even Copper Smoke, Echo Slam from AB Summer, Sonic Wave is quite nice. You might get sanity, but I doubt you kill off Mr. Devil, and they'll just clean up. Basically a full team wipe.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Matrix, the only man left standing. I don't see how you defend now. I imagine a GG call comes very, very soon.
Radiant's top
Yeah,
barracks has
it's a tough game. Even the Axe is up in the Weaver and they catch another. Like, they can't defend, yeah. It's a clean win for Pakistan, it's looking like. They aren't actually going for the tier 4s though. And the respawns aren't that long that there's no one to defend on Sri Lanka's side, so Pakistan giving them some breathing room. They will go for the last set of racks. Perhaps one last defense for Sri Lanka here.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
There we go, down to the bot lane. I mean, you may as well just claim the Megas. You don't want to risk throwing the game, I suppose, if you are Pakistan, though. Again, I'm not sure if this game is even throwable for them at this point. With the drafts as Sentry Ward's being placed. Mr. Devil will take a walk in. Poor old Prince pop it, but they do get the fear off and at least do get the Monkey King kill. It won't matter though, because Zenketsu's already dead and now you've lost AB Summer to boot. Again, neither of these heroes have buybacks. I mean, at the very least, they do have low respawn timers because their levels are quite low, but no buyback.
They could try. Mid creeps are there, and they call the GG. Pakistan, 27 minutes in, 22 to 43, 27k lead. Play a very smooth game. They even fountain dive with the Ags up on Weaver. And Sri Lanka, they tried something funky. They tried to go back for the lone druid, perhaps a comfort pick coming out in their safe lane. Doesn't quite pay off. Pakistan just showing us what we saw glimpses of in that first game in the last series that was supposed to happen against Brunei. They play clean. They overwhelm. They play amazingly well. Black Sparks on Lena, just going for that skill build. 404 at level 8, then going, 414 by level 9. Just insane. Just having that much impact on mid with just one actual spell to play with against a puck speaks volumes to his ability as a player. And Sri Lanka, maybe it's time to go to a more stable style of draft. Maybe the lone druid didn't quite live up to its expectations, and I think they've got to really bring out something special if they want to bring a fight to Pakistan.
Well, let's see. I mean, game 2 should be coming up after a very short break. So we'll head over to that break. And right after that break, we'll see if Sri Lanka can take a game off Team Pakistan.
I don't know what to say, I don't know what to say, I don't know what to do. Colors all around, but I don't see anything but blue. Get lost in the sound, go back to the start. Let's go out of the dark. Let's go out of the dark. Get into the light now. Colors all around, but I don't see anything but blue. Get lost in the sound, go back to the start. Let's go out of the dark. Let's go out of the dark. Into the light now. anything but blue. Get lost in the sound, go back to the start. Let's go out of the dark. Let's go out of the dark. Into the light now.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for our final game of the night between Team Pakistan and Team Sri Lanka. It's MLP Dota and John X5. John, a bit of an interesting turn of events. So one of the players from Pakistan unfortunately could not connect. There's been some issues. So now we're into a 4v5 scenario apparently between these two teams. Both teams agreeing to go for a 4v5. Pakistan more than happy to, as they don't have a sub available. Can't say I've ever experienced this one before.
This is a first. We've had games where mid-game disconnection happens and the player can't come back in, but to start without a fifth player, it's a new experience. We'll see if Pakistan can ride through. Of course, Pakistan has been looking really good regardless, so maybe this won't affect them as much. We'll have to wait and see. That raises the question, will they have to pick 5 heroes as well? Right?
That's what I was wondering.
How does the lobby go? I guess they have to. Then they just kind of have to make their choices. So we'll see. Sri Lanka did not have a great time in the first game. Again, Pakistan a man down. Begs the question as to how well they can do without Jokes on You. He was playing their pause 4, pause 5 flex a while ago, as they did run the Weaver in the safe lane, but he was a key part of the team. So yeah, we'll just have to see how much impact that will be here.
Yeah, I mean, it should mean something.
Radiant
We'll see. Who's playing mid?
Grim
Did they lose their mid player? Is that not where we're at?
No, I think their mid was in lobby. He's showing as a monkey, but I believe that was him.
10 seconds remaining.
Jokes on You was Joker, who played
Okay.
a Weaver last time. So I
5
think
seconds
so.
remaining.
It can be a bit messy because of how, for some reason, the lobby names never match up, no matter what, which is an interesting feature. But nonetheless, we'll find out. Again, losing a pause 4, pause 5 wouldn't be as bad. If it is a core player, that could be a bit detrimental. Draft does go on, though. Sri Lanka, they've got Grimstroke Dusa. So they've got this potent combination coming out. Soulbind plus double snake. Wooden Ags is very scary. It
10
is
seconds
really
remaining.
strong as well. Even without the Ags, just having that much mana regen for a Dusa mid-team
5
fight is
seconds
super strong.
remaining.
So there's a lot of utility now for Sri Lanka to play with. They also have this hero that's very hard to burst down, even with the Tiny. So Tiny's early timing of Blink Avalanche Toss isn't going to be in play. However, for Team Pakistan, having Tiny up means that they could run pause 1 Tiny, and that just doesn't matter. It just builds into Silver Edge. You get the right clicks off. You're good to go. You don't have the Lycan to turn you into a wolf here. But pause 1 Tiny just rips and shreds like no other, and the Deuce's pacing is much more late game oriented. So the Tiny's early spikes might just overwhelm.
I mean, I literally saw this matchup just today, I think, between the Tiny and Medusa. And yeah, the Tiny's damage output is just too ridiculous to kind of deal with. If you get the Silver Edge timing and you're able to close the gap, it doesn't really matter if it's a Medusa or not. You just kind of take her out so darn quick. It's, I think it was an Avalanche Toss and 2 hits with the Echo Saber. And she just lost all her mana. It just suddenly mana shield just doesn't exist for this hero. So we'll see. Pakistan, second pick for themselves now. May feel like they need a way to, deal with the Medusa in the laning phase at the very least, which can be somewhat difficult. Sanity doing quite a good job of it last game around the task, but I'd say this game against the Medusa, it should be a bit more of a challenging situation for him. Especially because he might be playing solo offlane this time around, considering they are a player down.
Dire team
So-
ban.
Keeper.
We'll see if they're going to go for the Keeper of the Light, interestingly enough.
Yeah, I think when you're playing a man down, just go for a really broken draft. So they go with the Keeper of the Light. Could be our mid coming out here. Could be a pause 5. There's still value in that
10
support keeper.
seconds remaining.
And you can play around to that. Say it's a pause 5 keeper with a tiny 1.
5
So in
seconds
lane, you can just
remaining.
spam Avalanche Toss if you want to. You can just spam the tree grab. So the moment you run out of the tree grab, you don't even need to wait for the cooldown. Grab another tree.
Brilliant
Have that
team
physical
ban.
output to clear out the creep wave. Have the damage to harass out the enemy laner. Pakistan can play with that really well. If it's a mid Keeper of the Light, well, the story still goes.
Team
Despite the
ban.
slight nerfs, the hero still hits its item spikes. It still manages to farm up fast. It's still a menace to deal with.
Radiant
And I think this
team
kind of
ban.
compensates for Pakistan. Just having these busted heroes up front ready to go can make it a bit tough for Sri Lanka to deal with.
I mean, is it going to be a mid coddle though? Like, I feel like mid coddle is just not so much of a thing
Dire team
anymore.
ban.
It's you can
Radiant
still run it
team
for
ban.
sure. Like, it's still possible to run it the way it was being run just a month or two ago, but I feel like it's just
Radiant
not
team
quite as busted. I guess Solar Bind plus Avalanche Toss though is still very, very potent as a combination. So you've got that going for you. Still Sri Lanka. We'll see how they respond to this. The pickup for them as per usual. They like to dive into that
seconds
reserve time
remaining.
quite a bit more. So expect to see that happening.
Dire team
Pakistan.
Dusk.
Okay, they're going to take the task for themselves on Sri Lanka. So kind of denying it away from Sanity just in case he wanted to go back down that route. Pakistan, they're going to go into the Nyx Assassin. So it's a pretty decent way of dealing with the mana pool of the Medusa, to say the least.
Yeah, just mana burn her down. Shield's not going to be an issue. So you don't even need the Tiny's damage to rip through that shield. First, you can just kill her straight up with Nyx on hand.
Radiant team pick.
And they do immediately pick their last hero. So the Invoker comes out. They've got a really good team fight coming out. They can buff up the Tiny, give him more attack speed with alacrity down the line. Great team fight coming through. The question now stands as to who's laning in the offlane. This might just be an offlane keeper. Could be an offlane Nyx, but
10
offlane
seconds
keeper in that
remaining.
sense. You were talking about the lack of another player. That
5 seconds
can solo.
remaining.
You just sit back, spam out Illuminate. You might not be able to line up for kills. You will still get farm. I think that's all you kind of want to do for Team Pakistan, knowing that, right, we're not going to have the aid of another player. We just need to ensure that one lane can kind of solo like that, and the Kotal can get that job done.
Absolutely. Should be a very, very interesting set of events here for Team Pakistan. I'm still wondering if they get their 5th pick. I mean, they obviously get their last bans, right? Like, you've got to be able to get your final bans in for Pakistan. But, yeah, I'm very curious what happens with the 5th hero now. I mean,
Wait.
surely you've... Yeah.
If they get a 5th hero and say it's shared control because no one can, no, it's not assigned to anyone. If that actually happens, you could just kind of use the Kotal as a chakra bot. So you could still go with a different offlaner, have a chakra bot and a Kotal and an illuminate bot, basically. And that's not so bad. Something like that, just actually buffing up your offlane, clearing out the creep wave, could work, but that also sounds kind of unfair. Almost. I have no clue if this is something that we've ever developed the lobby for. So it's just that point when we tick by that last pick. Pakistan's got it first. We've got to see what happens. Maybe the game just breaks. Who knows?
10 seconds remaining.
Well, the game's been breaking a lot today, John. I'd rather it doesn't break anymore
5 seconds
if
remaining.
we can avoid it. All right, so they're going to get their 2
Radiant
bans.
team ban.
I believe they have to make their 5th pick, because if you don't make your 5th pick, you've got 4 heroes in the map, which should mean that each individual hero gets more passive gold. So I think the 5th hero has to come out for both teams.
Right.
10 seconds
Yeah.
remaining.
That's my best guess. I'm very sure of it, in fact.
5 seconds remaining.
I wonder if unit control is enabled for it. Right? Like shared unit control, how does that work? Will it be a non-factor? Will it play in? Because again, if there's shared unit control, theoretically, you just micro Kotal onto the offlane, have a different offlane there, and just keep buffing yourself. Just keep chakraing your spells, illuminate when it's available, all the way back, away from danger, and just still basically have a functional offlane. So that could be how
10
Pakistan goes.
seconds
That could
remaining.
explain that Kotal pick as well. Less about synergy with Tiny, more
5
just,
seconds
all right,
remaining.
we just get chakra for free.
I mean, you've got a fair point, John. That there's a reason why usually you're not allowed to go 4v5, even if both teams agree. There's a very particular reason, and that's because things can be still pretty busted. It's yeah. I mean, you might be right. There might literally be the game plan. We'll see. Team Pakistan, final ban out. I mean, the thing is, if I was Sri Lanka, I would have just gone full zoo lineup. Like 100%, I would have just gone full zoo, right? Because you can just run. They're 4v5. What are they going to do? You just run them down. they're at
Radiant
a
team
massive disadvantage. And I suppose in some sense they do have a bit of zoo with the Beastmaster. But I believe they're kind of opting more for the Tusk Beastmaster lane domination kind of combination. In fact, if you look at both side lanes right now for Sri Lanka, it is quite dominant on both ends of things.
10 seconds.
They're almost kind of
remaining.
just guaranteeing themselves that one of the lanes are going to be one out,
5 seconds.
which I suppose is already a given considering it should be a 2v1. But I guess you never really know.
Yeah. I think for Sri Lanka, going back to your point, if they wanted to play faster, I think the Dusa should have been a different hero. Maybe a faster pause one could have worked, like a Gyrocopter would be a lot quicker while still having farm pace as well. So we'll see what kind of tempo they shoot for. With a Beastmaster, as you mentioned, with Tusk on hand, it's a very painful lane. You can push really fast as well. Dominator and Overlord timing is the important bit.
10 seconds.
And this is the moment of
remaining.
truth. Can Pakistan make a pick? Or is it blocked off?
5
Looks like they might be
seconds
able to,
remaining.
but I suppose we'll find out sooner rather than later.
I think it has to happen.
Okay.
Yeah, it has to happen. They'll go for
Ah.
the Conquer route.
Oh boy. Yeah, I think they're banking on it. Kunkka, Keeper for Light off lane. So Chakra Tideburner, right? Like that could be what you go for there and just
Wait, wait, wait,
try
wait.
to play that out.
10
Does Chakra
seconds
actually
remaining.
affect Tidebringer? I
It
did
used
not...
to. It used to.
Okay.
5 seconds.
So the
remaining.
thing you used to do was Chakra Kotl, Kotl Kunkka, I mean, and Echo Saber Kunkka. So you just immediately get double Tidebringer slaps. That used to be the
Okay.
thing. I'm not sure if it still works that way. I remember a patch coming out to fix that. But in theory, that should work. So we'll have to see. Sri Lanka close out with the Ursa. So who's going where? It is the Ursa safe lane in the mid Dusa for Sri Lanka. So running the Dusa mid. We haven't seen that in nearly a year. And Dusa has
Yeah.
almost exclusively been safe lane. So keen to see what they can do with the Dusa on mid. And for Pakistan, slowly making their picks. They've got Mr. Devil on the Tiny. So it looks like we might be seeing that safe lane Tiny do come out. And Santi is taking the Kotl off with Black Sparks in the Kunkka. All right, so it's a mid Kunkka once more. And Black Sparks did do amazingly well the last time we saw that Kunkka come out. It makes enough sense. With a Keeper of Light on Sanity, that does mean the Chakra plays we were talking about, you know, the Keeper of Light being a free hero and just chakring one hero, probably not coming out. So you're not seeing that interaction with, say, Kotl Kunkka on the offlane here. And maybe they do, but doesn't look likely. So the moment of truth now. Can you play 4v5 Dota?
So where's this last pick? Like, is it Nyx? Is it Invoker? Like, I guess with Nyx, you can still get him to level 6, have Vendetta up, he can scout for the team. Invoker, I guess you could get some levels up, get like Max Exhort, have Sunstrike. Could be kind of okay. You know, Alacrity,
Oh.
like you mentioned earlier, is definitely a very nice skill to have for the Tiny as well.
Yeah, we've also got a bit of a pause in the lobby. It looks like Mr. Devil has paused the game because one for hero, one for players are AFK. So there's a chance of
Are you kidding
pick
me?
time going off. And yeah, you open up the chat. It is paused. So we do have a bit of a wait here. Let's see. That last pick is going to be a bit longer, but should find out soon.
Fair enough. Well, I suppose we'll wait. You gotta, I mean, these kind of situations are, you know, they don't happen for a reason, Johnny. I mean, 4v5 generally means the team with 4 players forfeits. There's a reason why that happens. So we'll see.
Yeah, just waiting for the go-ahead from Team Pakistan, I believe. So just got to see whether or not the last is the Nyx or Invoker. I think in this case, it makes more sense to have the Nyx. You're going to run mid Kunkka. Maybe you could run a pause 5 Invoker. You could do that. Invoker Tiny is still pretty all right, but in lane, that doesn't sound like a very strong lane for Invoker. Invoker 5 is just a lot harder to get EXP on and build off of. So I think the Nyx is just a lot better there. Early impact with Tiny. Uh, Impale plus Avalanche Toss can be really nice. And it's still that factor with the Dusa, right? So mana burn. Although you could do the same thing with Invoker and his EMP. So yeah, either one could kind of work out for the last hero here.
Well, still waiting for this this game to get underway. So it does seem like Sanity's playing the offlane keeper, which is, again, it's pretty interesting. It's like they're just going to be going all in on Mr. Devil here. I imagine that's the game plan, is just have the Tiny just kind of delete everybody. Pretty standard considering the hero is quite broken. In fact, I've got to say, I'm very shocked Sri Lanka allowed the Tiny to go through if they weren't going to take it. I mean, you've got to ask yourselves how you got to that point. Like, if you think 4v5, what hero is going to carry them? And it's like Tiny's by far the most broken position one in the game right now. Yet somehow it makes it through.
Yeah, it's just busted. And we talked about that earlier on with pick orders. Like if you've got first pick, if you're on second pick and you just have to ban Tiny. If there's no way you're on second pick and you let Tiny through, you have to first phase ban it. And Sri Lanka were willingly allowing it through. So it's a tough moment for Sri Lanka. Maybe they're just banking on being comfy enough with the Dusa, with the Ursa, two big win conditions in. It can be a bit awkward getting farm on those two heroes as well, compared to just having to focus on the Tiny here with Team Pakistan. So I am curious about that. Like they let it slide through. They've got a lot they can play with on Pakistan's end. They're trying to drop clues as to what hero comes out, apparently. So they're saying that any clue coming out from Prince, who's asking from Sri Lankan end, and Black Spark's clue is that it has 10 spells. 10 spells.
Yeah, right. I think they should focus more on getting their last player back to their desk, John. It's
Yeah, that would work this process out. Still, you ever wonder about these character animations, Mike?
Character
you look at them,
animations, Jonathan.
Yeah, no. You look at these standby animations for the models, right? Like they all look out of breath.
Oh, absolutely.
Like Ursa's kind of just done. He's heavily asthmatic, needs his inhaler. That's why he's always mad. Beastmaster's just from
Jonathan. It's a she.
Ursa's a she.
Well, yeah, she's a mother, John. Mother bear. It's a mother.
Oh, never got that.
Well, you like the Arcana thing, didn't you? That immortal.
Immortal. For
you
Ursa?
remember the one where she's got the baby on the back.
I thought he was just being like a good dad. Bring the kid out.
No, I'm pretty sure she's a mother, Jonathan.
Ulfsar, the warrior, is the fiercest member of the Ursa and protective of his land and his people.
So
during the long winters, while the mothers sleep and nurse their cubs, the males patrol the lands above as tireless, vigilant defenders of their ancient ways.
All right.
Ulfsar is a dude, Mike.
Damn people on
He's
Reddit,
the
John.
daddy.
I'm
telling you.
Me. They always trick
the daddy. He's got it's like he's got the chance to take the kid out. What else would dads do but bring their kids to a situation of violence and gore? So it's fitting.
Take your kids to work
fitting.
day.
Yeah. Exactly it. But he's out of breath. Beastmaster came out from a 9-kilometer jog, showing off how ripped he is. He's one of those gym dude bros in the gym, right? Showing off how much he can bench. That's Beastmaster right there. Just so extra. There you go. We have the last pick. Asan does take the Knicks. Does look like we can go. So we've got an empty Invoker for Team Pakistan. And let's see if they can pull it off. 4v5. It's not something you see too often from the lobby. We'll have that opportunity to see how it unfolds this time.
I mean, look, I'll be frank, John. I think they are arguably the better team here, and I'm sure they've got a game plan to make it work. We'll see how they get it done, as we should hopefully get into the game very, very soon. I think it's 4v5 Dota is still 4v5, right? Like, it's a huge disadvantage. But if at least if you can win 2 out of 3 lanes, I think the chances are you can still easily win the game. Especially if you in a professional match, if you're just the much better team, I don't think it matters. Like, if you got if you got a tier 1 team versus a tier 2 team, or even a tier 3 team, for example, and it was 4v5 for the tier 1 team, the tier 1 team would probably still win. You know, that's the way I kind of look at it.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think that is something that Pakistan can play with. It's really just down to if Sri Lanka can try to make use of that disadvantage, make use of that handicap on Team Pakistan. They have been looking amazingly well, amazingly strong. And as you said, even with a man down, it does feel like they're still the favorites. I certainly look at it that way. I'm sure you agree with that as well, Mike. And we just got to see if they can actually pull it off as we do finally get into the game. And it is working. There's no issues. Our invoker is not even in the game. All right, there you go. So you don't get the extra hero in the game. It's not going to show up. Good to know.
Okay. So it's just kind of like mind games in the draft then. Like, oh, we've got an invoker, you know. I get it. Fair enough. We'll see how it pans out. I mean, I guess that makes enough sense. Like, if you had an AFK invoker just sitting there, but then does the passive gold get altered then? And we have a disconnection now from Sanity. So now it's a 3v5. Yeah, legit continue. They want to continue.
All right. Let's just keep going.
I mean, it's
Sounds
already
like,
a 4v5. Why are we pausing? Just keep it going.
Let's get the 3v5 going. No, he's back. That's a quick crash. All right.
No. Mana.
So, yeah, passive gold, I feel like shouldn't be affected because you don't have a hero, you don't have the player, so it shouldn't be calculated in. We will immediately see, though, as soon as we get into the game. So I think we will be able to notice if we compare a bit. But for now, I'd say in paper it shouldn't happen. It does look like they have managed to plug that in. So, we are in beta, but we've got certain corners covered.
Yeah, absolutely. Mr. Devil going to be up at that top lane. Looks like I imagine you support the Tiny, you let the Coddle offlane go by himself. Because Sanity, I think the idea for him on this offlane Coddle is to push out the wave and just go farm side camps. Or just keep pushing out the wave so then it naturally pushes back into your tier 1 tower. And that way you just make it so you're never actually laning, per se, right? Like, you just keep illuminating the wave over and over again.
Yeah, just keep farming. You don't really need to show up in lane. The Coddle's perfect for that. Sit back with Illuminate, get your creeps, clear out camps. You don't really play it. You don't have to play that lane. That should be key, Asan.
Oh, nice impale, but of course with the numbers advantage, they're going to always try and use it against the side of Pakistan. So Asan's going to drop. Prince will be the one to take the kill on the Grimstoke, though, unfortunately for the side of Sri Lanka. But nevertheless, First Blood goes the way of the Radiant.
It's a great pickoff for them. That does allow them to, get a nice injection going. Allows them to get control in that lane earlier on. We are taking a look at the mid lane. We've got Black Sparks on that Kunkka up against the Medusa mid. Again, we haven't seen Medusa mid in a very, very, very long time. I feel like Black Sparks should be able to hold this lane quite nicely. Play with Tidebringer. Medusa, of course, can try to clear out the creep wave with Mystic Snake. But it doesn't feel like that's going to be enough to hold back Black Sparks, and you already saw his counter before, so he should just kind of fit into that playstyle once more.
You die, yet your failure lives on.
So Asan has gone down to the bot lane here with Sanity, interestingly enough. So they've left the Tiny by himself in the safe lane. So Mr. Devil, he's against the Tusk Beastmaster. This is a very interesting decision. Like, how do you actually farm here as Mr. Devil? If you keep the Tusk around, there is no way this Tiny gets close. As now Sanity's going to drop. Prince able to secure another kill here with the Ink Swap. But top lane, I mean, that safe lane, there is no way Mr. Devil's able to farm against Tusk Beastmaster.
No, it's really hard for him to hold that lane. I think the key thing you get as a Tiny here is solo EXP. So you're going to hit your level 4, level 5 marks really fast. You're going to be able to get Avalanche Toss up. At some point, you're going to have higher levels for the tree grab to clear out the creep wave. And that's just the only benefit I can see. But when it comes down to farming, you're already seeing Mr. Devil. He's keeping up right now with the Beastmaster. For how long he can hold that pace is the next question, as I'm sure AB Sama and Matrix are well aware that they've got a major advantage in that top lane.
Oh, well, they should definitely press that advantage. Oh, here we go. Prince now going to be chased down. Impel Illuminate there onto the Grimstroke, and they do manage to secure a kill, so they'll get something for their trouble down at the spot lane. As soon as they get that numbers kind of evened out, you want to just, again, push that wave out and not allow the other team to try and, like, actually have a proper laning stage. But Sanity, for now, just playing a bit more of a comfortable matchup. I suppose with Assam there, he's more than happy to keep the lane the way it is. I'm still just shocked at this Tiny. Like, who's going to carry the game if Mr. Devil's unable to get any form of farm? And how is he even getting farm right now? Like, how is he on 11 CS?
Yeah, he's keeping up. I think that's the important part. For Sri Lanka, the onus is on them to be aggressive. They need to really jump in, and they go into the tag team now, but Matrix is kind of cut off.
There is no way he walks away from that. I could not believe what I'm saying. Mr. Devil, he's trying to get away. It's still a very slow process, but I mean, if you're this Tusk, you just don't leave the lane. Like, you give the solo XP away to Matrix, right? Like, you make sure your Beastmaster's getting the XP advantage, but you never leave. Like, as soon as Mr. Devil walks up to the creep wave, you just walk up to him with tag team. Like, right now, Snowball and tag team, Mr. Devil should just be dead. That's the way I'd see it.
Yeah, and that would be the way to play. AB Sama looking for the angle. No.
But they've got a creep wave now. Like, you've got to go after. You've got to go while the creep waves are still fighting. You can't just. You can't go when there's a full creep wave going on for the Beastmaster. Down a bot lane, Sanity's apparently going to kill off Prince again. And Assam kind of gives it to them with the voice lines. Is it Sama? They're going to move in, but Mr. Devil just commits the avalanche and just walks away.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, this is as good as you can hope this lane to go for Pakistan. Solo Tiny, still up there in CS, number 2 right now, matching the Deuce's farm. You're at a really good point here, and for Pakistan, going back to that mid, Black Sparks is 34-3, our Deuce is 19-1. That's such a big deficit for a Deuce to play against. She's going to have to sit in that jungle, try to farm, and it's that pace of the game you mentioned with Deuce. It's just such a slow core, even on mid, that I don't know if you're going to be able to hit those spikes now. Every lane for Pakistan is actually looking good, despite 4v5.
Dire structures are fortified.
Oh, bot lane is, I mean, it's rough. Sengetsu, he's going to end up dropping here on this Ursa as Prince. He's going to run. In the meantime, Black Sparks solo kills off this mid Medusa. There's even more bad news now for Sri Lanka as Prince barely avoids the Illuminate there and does manage to salve up.
It's shaping up well for Pakistan. 2-4, less than 1k lead. Pinata is getting some good farm in the Ursa, but they're playing this dual lane really well. They're just abusing that lower cooldown on the Impale, constantly going for the Chakra onto Asan. They're not prioritizing the Illuminate wave shove out. One cast every wave seems to be enough. And Pakistan's just making it work. Once they hit the point where Black Spark starts to show up on that Kunkka into these aggressive plays, that's when things get dicey. Like, you've got a 2-level lead on the Kunkka compared to the Dusa. Our Dusa is still about to hit level 6. Black Sparks is already 7, hitting 8 soon.
Son, we jump now. Ingswell going to be there to stun him up, and I mean, it does cost them the Tusk rotation, but they will be able to pick something up here for Zengetsu. So it goes back to what you said, though. Like, apart from that, say the top lane with the Beastmaster, every other lane's not really going that splendidly here for Sri Lanka, though. As I say that now, Zengetsu's starting to get a lot more aggressive on this Ursa. Sanity is actually going to end up going down here on the Keeper of the Light.
They are finding the kills they need. This is the exact lane you need to play against. But look at mid, Black Sparks.
Yeah, moved in again. Stone Gaze going to be forced out. Black Sparks would love to keep going, but yeah, even if he got that, it wouldn't have been enough. Back out as bot lane. Zengetsu going to move back in after that Nyx, but they're unable to break the gap. So Zengetsu unable to find himself another kill on the Ursa, but I suppose as long as he's allowed to hit creeps, he'll be more than happy.
Yeah, I don't know about the state of the game for Sri Lanka though. Like, solo lane for Beastmaster is still finding just as much CS as he would have with a Tusk, but you're missing out on the aggressiveness you can have onto that Tiny. And Mr. Devil is already going for that Echo Saber, a level ahead of Matrix, right about the same CS coming through as well. So the major spikes for the Tiny core is still online. And once you hit that point with Echo Saber, with his Silver Edge down line as well, like this Tiny is just going to be nearly unstoppable. There's so much this hero brings to the table. It's a core. And for Sri Lanka, they need more items than the Tiny does to really be online. They need more farm on Sengetsu. They need more farm on Dedusa. There's not going to be enough space to hold off on that and still be aggressive.
San, bot lane. Impulse going to be there onto Zengetsu. Sanity looking to move in with more Illuminates down. It looks like they're going to go after Prince, but the Illuminate not quite connecting as give each other a high five. Zengetsu continue moving in. Black Sparks though now going to rotate on the Kunkka. Eventually they are going to be able to get the Ursa. Prince. No real escape for him either on the Brimstroke, but at least you've got AB Summer around here on the Tusk to pick off Sanity. They'll get something for their trouble. But it's still not a great side here for the side of Sri Lanka.
It's not the smoothest going there on bot lane. They are starting to get aggressive up top though. They've got that Dominator in Matrix. There's more damage here for the Beastmaster.
Matrix. Yeah, it's not over yet. Matrix, he does eventually take down Mr. Devil. Hassan chooses to go after the ball, but now has the mana. Illuminate gonna fly in. Matrix, he'll end up dropping. Prince, he was trying to help out with the Ink Swap, but there's really not much he could have done.
I mean, they've punished that Tiny, but I think the big issue now is Black Sparks. You need to find a Kunkka, because he's the one getting farm. He's the one rushing Silver Edge. And once you have a Kunkka who will double slap with the Chakra Magic, that is a very, very big spike for the Kunkka.
Black Sparks, again forcing out another Stone Gaze here on the Kunkka, but obviously won't be able to continue forcing the kill. We'll just kind of accept it the way it is. Still low mana here. San gonna spot out the Medusa, and that's probably gonna mean his death. So now they continue. Prince trying to get an Ink Swell off, but this is gonna cost him his own life now. Soul Bind's already there. Give the mana over to San if you want the Impel, and well, there you go. Another kill out for Sanity as we even have an X-Boat flying in here from Black Sparks. Another kill. Very, very dominant from the side of Pakistan.
Yeah, even with just 4 players on hand, they're making it work. I am pleased to report as well, Mike, that Chakra does indeed bring Tidebringer down to 0.
Amazing.
So you can just double slap Tidebringer. We aren't seeing the Echo Saber build on Black Sparks though, so we're not going to see that instant double Tidebringer where the Echo Saber hits. But it is still really strong, especially once that Silver Edge is up. So a lot coming through here for Pakistan. Sri Lanka, not quite completely out of it yet, but they still need to keep trying to stall this game out. You do have only phase boots on Sengetsu, so the Ursa still has a lot more to farm up. You want at least a Morbid Mask if you want to play for Roshan here. Nowhere near that just yet. And Pakistan are already invading that jungle. They're just being aggressive with Asan. They take out the mid tower as well. Might find a mix though.
They may. Hassan is going to end up dropping here. Sri Lanka, I mean, you're kind of just playing the farm game. It's 4v5. Yes, you're behind a net worth. You've just got to hit creeps. That's literally it. Just hit creeps, gain a net worth advantage, and try to outnumber them later on in the game. Pakistan, though, I mean, as long as they keep pressing with this aggression, it could be rather hard to do that. And you even look at Sanity, looks like he is going for that spell kind of build again with the Dagon build-up. So eventually this guy, even though it's not quite as strong as it used to be, it's going to be a bit problematic.
Yeah, I mean, damage output's still insane. And he's still up there in net worth, number 2, right behind Black Sparks, even ahead of Mr. Devil, and way ahead of every other hero on the side of Sri Lanka. The timings of that Coddle will kick into gear. Just being aggressive on mid. They've already got the Invis out in Asan with a Vendetta. You can just scout ahead and try to play aggressive.
There you go. Snowball is there. AB Summer going to try and move in. Asan may have gone too far this time around as Zengetsu is going to be there and does take him out along with Prince. 8 to 10 now. 4k net worth advantage. Black Spark should be able to just clean up Zengetsu, it looks like, as the Illuminate flies right through. And oh, Enrage is going to be there. Both to come out. Snowball is going to be able to dodge, but in the end, Soulbind is out, but it won't matter. Sanity, he still finds the kill. And they go for more now with the Tidebringer hit. It does land onto AB Summer. Stonegate's popped. It is going to at least stone up the Conquer, but it won't save AB. The Tusk is still going to drop. Sanity able to find another. In fact, we might even have another kill out as the Blinding Light does knock them back. They will at least kill off the Keeper of the Light in the end, but see, as you can see, John Pakistan still easily cleaning up.
Yeah, they're still feeling confident. I believe that is the full Silver Edge flying out as well onto Black Sparks. So Kunka's going to have a crit on hand from that Invis form. And while they're doing all of this, they're buying free space. Further Tiny to keep farm as well to hit that Shadow Blade timing. And that's just a lot of Invis on hand. I think for Sri Lanka, they're going to have to invest heavily into sentries. They do have some good sentries around already, but this is one of those games where it feels like you have to have a sentry everywhere just to prevent yourself from being jumped down here.
I think bottom lane we might have a bit of a gank going on, and yeah, we do. The Ursa they go. Avalanche Toss should be more than enough. Mr. Devil gets the job done. Suppose, again, Sri Lanka just going to keep the farm game up. Pakistan, though, just so much more aggressive. How close is Sanity to that Dagon now? Has he even queued one up yet?
Yep.
Does he even need one? Not right now, he doesn't. They'll kill off the Medusa again. Matrix, he's been snowballed right in. AB Summer, he'll go for a Walrus Punch out, and there's your Roar out as well, but oh, in they go onto Assam. They'll get the next assassin down. Illuminate to keep flying through as Black Sparks now. He's going to try and run his way out. Nice Tidebringer hit there for Black Sparks, and well, naturally, he's just going to keep turning and going on to the Ursa. The thing is at this rate, Sri Lanka's just not going to have a carry. None of their cores is really farmed well apart from Matrix, and that's a Beastmaster who still can't get a Helm of the Overlord up.
Yep. It's just not the hero you want to be the top farm. And the Deuce and Ursa just don't have enough space. They're eating each other's jungle farm right now. So the economy's not quite rolling there for Sri Lanka. Pakistan just applying the pressure, shutting down the map, limiting that movement out. And with all these Invis heroes, it's just so hard for them to find any safe spot to keep playing.
Here you go again.
You'll always be my
X out. They've got the Beastmaster as well, Matrix. He gets stunned up. Very, very easy kind of kill here for Pakistan. 7k net worth advantage already. Yeah, I mean, 4v5 doesn't really seem to matter, as it seems like this Pakistan side just, well and truly, just the better team in this matchup. So they'll just keep going. So you get to the point, as sad as it's going to be, like Sri Lanka might start feeling like they need to call a GG soon, with the way this game's gone.
Yeah, their team fight's not really amazing. They don't have the best setup to get a good Stone Gaze off. They don't have like Ravage for a big team fight spell, Black Hole, anything like that. Punish this. Although
they get a Roar out, but can you actually kill this guy? Like Black Sparks, at the very least, does not have the boat up right now, so there's a lot of tankability that's not there, and they will eventually get the kill. About it as they enrage up. Sengetsu gonna keep trying to rush forward, but Miss Devil's here now. Avalanche gonna land, and oh, here comes the cleanup. I mean, you got the Conquer kill, which is all great and all, but in the end, Mr. Devil, he basically hasn't been playing the game this whole time. It's been a 3v5.
And you're just able to keep diving. Like, you are going to hit that spike with a silver edge on Mr. Devil really soon. From that free farm he's had, he's overtaken the Coddle in terms of net worth. And it's at that point where Mr. Devil's just terrifying. Like, this tiny is just going to be not tiny at all. He's going to be huge, getting the damage off, and we're already seeing that come in. Sri Lanka, they're still lagging behind by 7k. The map is still small. They haven't been able to take much in terms of map objectives, and Pakistan are just constantly on the aggressive.
Yeah, absolutely. And they move. Mid lane. Exout is going to be able to catch out Prince. Boat will fly in, so that'll be the Grimstroke gone. Not anymore.
Tower is under attack.
Well, they'll just go after the tier 2 tower, and again, Sri Lanka, they can't really do much about it. You could just kind of put the Medusa on the front lines, but he's only got 6.5k net worth just about. So damage isn't there, tank ability is just not there. Nothing's really there apart from the Helm of the Overlord now on the Beastmaster. But that doesn't really feel like it's going to make any more of a difference in this game.
No. Oh?
4-staff AB Summer does at least avoid the Impale.
Yeah, I mean, Pakistan, their game plan right now is just to stick as 2 or 3 in mid by spacing the side lanes to keep farming up, and that they're doing. Mr. Devil, just about 70 gold away from the silver edge. Crystal is ready to go. You can hit that power spike. The side of Sri Lanka is just all focused on mid to take out the Nyx.
Starts out. AB Summer almost dying at the Tidebring hit, it almost seemed like, as well, they can't catch Black Sparks. Boat's gonna fly in. The Ursa, Torrent's gonna connect. They've got him down. Illuminate is there. Here we go for more. Matrix stuck around to farm the creep wave apparently, but that's going to cost him his own life. Still, they'll try and turn on to Sanity and might eventually get the kill, but now the cleanup is there. They've got the Medusa. Buyback's out from Sanity. They don't really need the buyback, but they will commit it. Mr. Devil, he wants a bit more.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, at this point, you just go high ground. Like, you're so far ahead as Pakistan. There's just no reason not to.
Nah, there are no spells to stop them, no Soul Bind, no Stone Gaze. They're just gonna go for it. Go to shove in the tower, they force the Fortify out. So they will maybe have to wait for the next creep wave, but they did use their fort as well, and oh... God.
And gets it.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is
Yeah, and they go. Mid-racks to drop. Sri Lanka. Looks like they're not intending on calling a GG. You know, John, this is why you don't run 4v5s, because it's quite embarrassing for the team with 5 plays, isn't it?
Yeah.
Mid-racks goes down.
has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
Could go
Pax-
for bot racks here for Pakistan. They're swinging around for that creep wave. Everyone's up. They
100%.
don't really have... They don't have the spells to wait for. They've got the Dagon flying in for Santi now, so even more damage. Feels unnecessary and a bit excessive, but it's a Coddle core. You still go for the Dagon and get them out of here. Inside of Pakistan will hold back just a bit, though. Give some room out for Sri Lanka. They're all heading up top to get some farm now. Farm where they can. Issue is, with this kind of gap, 13k at 20 minutes in with a Dusa Ursa. With your Dusa at 7.3k net worth, and your Ursa at 5.3 behind the Nyx, you need so much more to really catch up here. It just comes down to these heroes. They need so much farm to be online.
That you do. Wolzen gets it. X is out. Torrent is there. Wolzen gets it. Sun not going to be able to close the gap. Sentry wall's there. Boats are flying as well. Does connect onto 2. Hassan still trying to get his way out. Impel does land onto 3, and Black Spark's going to move back in onto the Kunkka. Roar is out this time around. They are quite split, so maybe Black Sparks might die, but no, the Blinding Light is going to buy him even more time. The Dagon does fly in. Shards are out. Spark still turning around for more Tidebringer hits, but eventually he is ticking down. He still can't get him. In fact, he's going to turn back around onto this Beastmaster. And I can imagine now that Mr. Devil's around, he's just going to clean them up once again, and that's exactly what he starts doing. There you go. GG's finally called. Pakistan win 2-0.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, that's a roughie for Sri Lanka. Pakistan just look amazingly strong throughout all their games today, and do manage to show up as the better team. I believe they go undefeated here in the group so far. Sri Lanka taking the first full loss along with Brunei. So 1 draw, 1 loss for Brunei and Sri Lanka each. Pakistan clean sweep today, looking good so far as they set up into the further stages of groups. But for Sri Lanka and for Brunei, they're going to have to look for those wins elsewhere in the group stage.
Yeah, absolutely. With that, Jonathan, with that, we are, that is it for the night, unfortunately. So all the games are done. However, I believe tomorrow games are starting again at 4 p.m. So same time for the start of tomorrow's games, which should be a lot of fun. I believe you're coming back tomorrow with Wombat Spew, if I'm correct. So that should be a lot of fun for you. I'm off, of course. I'm getting out of here. I'm going back to being lazy as I always do, John. So you'll have to excuse me. But yeah, it's been a pleasure, of course, casting here for the Global Esports Games 2021 and the qualifiers for Region 1. Till then, though, it is MLP Dota and John X Fire. And well, if you enjoyed, do check in 4 p.m. tomorrow for some more great Dota.